Chapter 1041. Female literature. In fact, many people knew that silent pressure was the most terrible pressure. This terrible silence would crush people bit by bit. In the end, it would even awaken the most primitive fear in the depths of one's heart. At that time, this terrible silence would lead to death. Although cultivators were powerful, at the end of the day, they were still living beings. As long as they were living creatures, they would have their own weaknesses. Of course, cultivators were the same. At this time, Su Yan showed a certain degree of worry. Su Yan's breathing became louder and louder. As Su Yan grew stronger, he had never felt that breathing was such a heavy burden. At this time, he seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Oh no! At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that if this continued, he would collapse. I can't go on like this. At this time, Su Yan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He knew that he could not go on like this. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would collapse. At this time, he found that the bright moon in his knowledge sea had begun to dim. This was something he had never encountered before. At this time, it also reflected the urgency of the situation. If this continued, he did not know what would happen to him. At this time, he directly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and then began to use the method in the Regal Sword Codex. Although the Regal Sword Codex was a one-step sword codex, it was indeed all-encompassing. There were many powerful and complex principles contained in it. If Su Yan could master all of it, his strength would certainly rise to an extremely terrifying level. Even his realm would rise steadily. Although it could not be said to be rapid progress, it would at least allow his realm to rise rapidly. At this time, he was already a 2 Essences Dao master. However, if his strength continued to rise, his combat strength would certainly be more terrifying and terrifying. At this time, Su Yan had no other choice. His mind could no longer concentrate. The silent silence was constantly tormenting him, trying to tear his mind to death. At this time, the key to Su Yan's breakthrough was the Regal Sword Codex. His spirit sank into the Regal Sword Codex. Although it was extremely difficult, every word of the Regal Sword Codex slowly rose in his body. It was an incomparable feeling. The terrifying silence from before had already filled him with pain, but at this time, he finally began to feel better. Taishang sense, mind illumination. As time passed, Su Yan gradually adapted to this feeling, and it was also at this time that his power began to circulate again. Previously, he had not recovered from his injuries. After the battle with the Heavenly Fire King, he had suffered a huge blow. Don't be fooled by the way he walked. In reality, he was already heavily injured. Even if he continuously devoured the 2 Shura Kings' origins, he could only barely prevent his injuries from worsening. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that his condition was actually improving. This wasn't an illusion, but something that truly existed. Even the loneliness in his soul seemed to have gradually disappeared. The words he had comprehended from the regal sense eventually turned into the Taishang sense. The so-called sense was to sense the principles of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth here was infinitely large, which meant space. Wherever one's thoughts went, everything could be sensed. Boundless power enveloped one's heart. This was the profound meaning of sense. Because of the eternal loneliness, the lack of hope, and the boundless darkness, one's soul would become desolate. It was like a huge tree that had lost its nourishment, withering from its lush state. However, things were different now. The existence of the regal sense allowed Su Yan to sense the existence of the supreme traceless nourishment. At this moment, he was able to see an extremely vast area, so much so that it far exceeded the Blood River. He saw 2 powerful Shura Kings fighting above the Blood River. One of them was the Heavenly Fire King, who had been chasing him not long ago, while the other was the Destruction King. However, this was still not the limit of his soul. At this time, his senses were constantly evolving and had even entered the clouds. He did not know how far away this distance was, but at this moment, he felt as if the sea and sky were boundless. This was a kind of open-minded state of mind, which was also an extremely rare kind of cheerfulness. Su Yan suddenly realized that his soul was too narrow-minded. He only clung to the present but could not see the future. However, at this moment, everything was different. At this moment, his power surged like a blazing flame. He seemed to be breaking some kind of shackle. In his body, whether it was the heart of the great demon dragon, the heavenly demon Fingerbone, or the heart of the demon god, all these things seemed to have been ignited. What a terrifying thing this was! Everything had come back to life at this time. At this time, his entire life was completely different. Su Yan knew that this was the purification and improvement of his soul. He had not expected that it would actually have such an effect. After all, he had only been holding on to the last hope of survival at the end of this death. The supreme simplicity had given him a surprise once again. Just as Su Yan's aura was about to rise, a hurricane suddenly appeared. The blood-colored giant appeared directly in his sea of consciousness at this moment. When this blood-colored figure appeared in his sea of consciousness, his entire body immediately swelled. The extremely terrifying power became so terrifying that an invisible pressure immediately suppressed every corner of Su Yan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan was really on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the appearance of this figure at this moment was suppressing Su Yan's improvement, not wanting to let Su Yan become better. If it had been at the very beginning, Su Yan might have panicked. However, at this moment, his power had reached an inexhaustible level, and the terrifying pressure had reached such a level. The violent power had climbed to the extreme at this moment. Qing Lian and Mingyu responded at the same time and then suppressed this blood-colored power. Extermination. At this moment, Su Yan directly condensed all the power in his sea of consciousness, and in the end, it formed the sword of extermination. At this moment, his aura was already extremely powerful, and the terrifying brilliance was constantly skyrocketing. Su Yan took a step forward, and the extermination aura directly arrived in front of the blood-colored figure. Then, Su Yan condensed himself in his sea of consciousness. It was also at this moment that the figure directly changed. Originally, he only had an outer appearance and did not exist at all. However, at this moment, his face began to become clear. His facial features had also become clear. However, this appearance was different from all the creatures Su Yan had seen before. Among them, Su Yan saw an extremely terrifying face. He had 5 eyeballs, each of which contained a ray of light. The light was hidden, but it made Su Yan feel extremely fearful. At this moment, he had actually experienced the power of a ruler. Although the heavenly punishment sword was only a one-time version, it had to be said that its destructive power was absolutely unparalleled. It was stronger than many of the powers that Su Yan had seen before. Su Yan felt his hair stand on end when the sword slashed out his sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, the hidden light made Su Yan feel even more terrified. The extremely violent power made him feel incomparably shocked. It made him feel that every single strand of power was above the heavenly punishment sword. Hee hee. His laughter was heard again. This laughter was not only difficult, but more importantly, it seemed to be a seed of fear and loneliness. Su Yan had already suffered a loss once. If it was not for the fact that it was so simple and allowed him to be free, Su Yan would have been swallowed by the boundless loneliness at this moment. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all and directly blasted the annihilation sword. This was his sea of consciousness, which was also his world. He, Su Yan, was the ruler of this place. The moment this power was blasted out, huge waves immediately surged in his sea of consciousness. That terrifying power directly rushed forward. The extremely powerful power seemed so terrifying at this moment. However, in the face of such a violent attack, the blood-colored figure did not panic at all. His body did not even shake in the slightest. At this moment, he was staring straight at Su Yan as if he was looking at a clown. Su Yan swore that ever since he had been revived, he had never faced such a strange opponent. This opponent was filled with boundless indifference, and the aura of this opponent made him feel despair. Even though he felt that he had a huge advantage at this moment, that uneasiness did not dissipate in the slightest. Instead, it became even more intense. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Su Yan did not know the origin of this thing, but he was even more afraid of it. His power descended heavily at this moment, and the endless light had already shone to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan's power was so terrifying that everything about him had already changed. The annihilation sword finally struck this thing. The incomparably powerful and terrifying strength of the Sea of Consciousness directly annihilated the blood-red figure. For a moment, in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness, there was actually the faint sound of thunder. Chapter 1042. Female Literature, Thunder in the Sea of Consciousness. Thunder was actually born in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness was a cultivator's foundation and the most important place. At Su Yan's level, even if his body was destroyed and his heart was completely destroyed, he would still have a chance to recover. However, if his Sea of Consciousness was destroyed, then everything would vanish into thin air. Therefore, the calmer the Sea of Consciousness, the safer it would be. Of course, some powerful cultivators would have some suppressive items in their Sea of Consciousness, which could only be cultivated by a heaven-sent opportunity. Su Yan was already blessed by the heavens to be able to form the vision of a green lotus and a bright moon in his Sea of Consciousness. However, at this time, thunder actually appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. Thunder was extremely domineering, and it was often synonymous with destruction. If the King of Destruction's strength reached the ultimate level, he would be able to nurture the thunder of destruction. Every move he made would be accompanied by thunder. Then, how powerful and terrifying would his strength be? Therefore, if the Sea of Consciousness was invaded by a violent power like thunder, then it could almost be declared dead. However, what if the thunder was born in the Sea of Consciousness? That would be different. Thunder was born in the Sea of Consciousness, which at least meant that the Sea of Consciousness had reached an unimaginable level. Only then could it be possible. Moreover, this was far from enough. No one knew how many twists and turns there would be. Su Yan didn't know this at all, because this was not something he could achieve at his level. However, at this time, the sound of thunder was heard in his Sea of Consciousness. He didn't know that the birth of thunder meant that he had surpassed countless powerhouses. He had achieved what many people couldn't achieve. Suppress, suppress, suppress. At this time, the battle between him and the Red Shadow had reached an extremely intense level. The guy's terrifying 5 eyeballs were actually flickering at this time, and the terrifying power began to rise with a fierce light. As soon as this light appeared, the changes in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness became even more intense. That extremely terrifying power continued to expand. Under the stimulation of this power, the lightning in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness became more and more solid. At this moment, the regal sword codex was also constantly moving. Terrifying power continued to condense in front of him. In the end, this power turned into a terrifying graceful swan. Supreme God Thunder. Su Yan suddenly understood. He roared angrily. Then, his strength increased again. He had the feeling that he was already on the verge of breaking through. Originally, he had been a 2 essences Tao sovereign, but now, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3 essences level. If Su Yan's cultivation speed was known to the outside world, who knew how many people would be frightened? Such a speed of improvement was truly unprecedented. Even those heavens' prides couldn't improve in such a short period of time. However, in the end, he was still unable to step into the 3 essences realm. At this moment, his power was sucked out of his body and entered his Sea of Consciousness. The supreme god Thunder was condensing at this moment. It was also at this moment that, under the stimulation of that terrifying power, the supreme sword soul finally appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. As soon as this sword soul appeared, it immediately condensed in front of him. Within his sea of consciousness, Su Yan grasped the supreme sword soul in his hand. At this moment, his power spread out. That terrifying power had already reached the peak of perfection. Either get out of here or die. Previously, Su Yan hadn't been very confident when he had faced this blood-colored shadow. Even though he had condensed the power in his sea of consciousness, his power had become vast and mighty. Only he knew that if he really fought against this terrifying power, he wouldn't have been very confident. However, things were different now. The regal detection seemed to have great benefits for the enhancement of his consciousness. At this moment, he had condensed the supreme god Thunder in his sea of consciousness. The supreme god Thunder possessed great destructive power. Even the radiance in the blood-colored shadow's 5 eyes was extremely fearful of the supreme god Thunder. At this moment, Su Yan summoned the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal became the vanguard as it rushed forward. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. Su Yan still didn't know how powerful it was. During the ancient war, this treasure of the Stupa sect had already been destroyed. However, as Su Yan's strength increased, the soul-suppressing seal also seemed to be growing bit by bit. By now, the soul-suppressing seal already possessed a considerable amount of power. At this moment, the object was directly thrown out by Su Yan towards the blood-colored shadow. It was also at this moment that a huge mountain peak appeared. That powerful and frightening power descended bit by bit. An extremely terrifying aura appeared, very powerful and domineering at this moment. When the blood-colored shadow saw the soul-suppressing seal descending, a strange look flashed across its 5 eyes at the same time. After that, it raised its hand and immediately blasted out a punch. The moment this power rushed out, a terrifying scarlet storm began to spin. The powerful and frightening whirlwind swayed as it tried to swallow the true soul-suppressing seal. However, how could Su Yan let it happen? At this moment, his power was directly focused on it. True soul-suppressing seal. Su Yan had already given this guy a final judgment. Either get out of his sea of consciousness or die. However, this guy was indifferent to Su Yan's warning. At this time, Su Yan naturally wanted to show him how powerful he was. This was his first attack. Su Yan definitely wouldn't let him defeat this power so easily. At this moment, after the soul-suppressing seal was imbued with Su Yan's power, it immediately became extremely huge. In this seal, there were even waves of chanting sounds. It was as if there was a Buddha reciting Buddhist scriptures inside. Although Su Yan was the successor of the Stupa sect, he found that he knew too much about the Stupa sect. He had mastered the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal, but even at this point, he didn't feel that these two things belonged to him. At this moment, the confrontation between the two became even more intense. Divine thunder, shatter it for me. Su Yan shouted. The divine battle ring that had just been created was wrapped around the divine sword soul. At this moment, that powerful force directly moved forward. A terrifying and frightening aura intertwined. At this time, that incomparably powerful force began to directly impact the blood-colored power. At the same time, it also made the soul-suppressing seal even heavier. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. The light in the blood-colored seal's eyes suddenly burst out at this moment. That light rushed directly into the soul-suppressing seal. The violent confrontation between the two forces immediately caused the seal to start trembling violently. At this moment, the chanting sound in the soul-suppressing seal became even more intense. However, at the same time, Su Yan clearly heard a painful sigh. This shocked Su Yan. He wasn't surprised by the terrifying blood-colored power, but by the soul-suppressing seal. The appearance of this sigh proved that the soul-suppressing seal actually had its own consciousness. If it hadn't been for this time, he probably wouldn't have known this. The soul-suppressing seal had always been in his sea of consciousness, yet it actually had its own consciousness. Su Yan hadn't sensed it at all. If there came a day when it wanted to plot against Su Yan, then it would be beyond redemption. It was at this moment that the sigh became even louder. At this moment, the word suppress suddenly floated out from under the soul-suppressing seal. The word appeared and floated gently. In the end, it turned into a light shadow. The light shadow seemed to contain a powerful and terrifying power. Disperse. The light shadow shouted softly. Immediately, a mysterious golden light shone out. The moment the golden light appeared, the blood-colored power actually began to disperse. Seeing this scene, even Su Yan's heart beat wildly. This power had a majestic and sacred aura. At this moment, the golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and the blood-red power was almost being pushed back bit by bit. At this moment, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He shouted softly, "Extermination." The sword of extermination was activated again. The revered sword's soul moved directly. At this moment, sword chi filled the sea of consciousness. At the same time, the roar of thunder was so intense that it was almost drowning everything. Under the impact of these two forces, the blood-colored seal finally couldn't hold on. At this moment, the blood-colored shadow began to struggle in pain. However, although it looked like this, Su Yan saw a smile on this strange and terrifying face. It wasn't a forced smile due to failure. Instead, it was a smile of satisfaction. Su Yan didn't understand why it was like this. However, this wasn't the time to care about this. He directly condensed his power and then bombarded it again. He had already said that if he didn't get out, then he would die. Very good, very good. At this time, the blood-red shadow expressed its thoughts for the first time. At this time, its gaze fell directly on the golden shadow. It was also at this moment that its 5 eyes opened at the same time, and the power of the blood-red color burst out directly. This power wasn't directed at Su Yan, but at the soul-suppressing seal. The halo that the soul-suppressing seal transformed into clearly didn't expect the blood-colored shadow to make such a move at this time. At this moment, it actually roared loudly. Chapter 1043. Female literature. Perhaps it was because of anger, or perhaps it was because of pain, but at this moment, the Buddha seal displayed an extremely human-like side. Such a change made Su Yan have a feeling of unease. The Buddha sect was a righteous sect and was the archenemy of the limitless demon sect. Su Yan's rise had been due to the inheritance of this sect. He had always thought that the limitless demon sect was a synonym for evil. Even now, he still thought so. As the enemy of the limitless demon sect, the Buddha sect was a righteous sect. Back in the 5 prefectures, the legends had said the same thing. The limitless demon sect had wanted to sacrifice the 5 prefectures to welcome the resurrection of the great demon Heaven Lord. However, they had not expected the Buddha sect to stop them at all costs. That was why their scheme had not succeeded. The Buddha sect, which was so selfless, should be merciful. Therefore, he trusted the Buddha seal and the square seal very much. However, the last time he had been on the white bone bridge of the limitless demon sect, the square seal had given birth to its own will after devouring the white bone black tortoise. This move had almost killed Su Yan. It was also because of this that Su Yan had sealed this thing. At that time, Su Yan had already harbored a small grudge against it. However, as time passed, he had cast this grudge aside. However, the change this time caused Su Yan to become completely vigilant. He realized that he had been too naive. In fact, he should have understood that there was no such thing as absolute justice in this world. Even if the Buddhist sect had fallen into depravity because they had wanted to stop the limitless demon sect, it did not mean that the Buddhist sect was selfless. It also did not mean that the Buddhist sect had no ill intentions towards him. However, at this time, he had to deal with that mysterious power first. He knew very well that his enemy was still the blood-red shadow. Supreme Nirvana Cleave. At this moment, he grasped the regal sword soul and unleashed the regal nirvanic rend. At this moment, Su Yan's power had already taken the absolute lead. At this moment, his supreme nirvana slash landed directly on the bloody light. No matter how ferocious the bloody light was, it could no longer continue. The bloody light dissipated bit by bit, but the strange smiling face did not fade away. Roar! At the very last moment, the crimson figure seemed to have staked everything on this one throw. He directly pushed his strength to the limit and landed it on the Buddha seal. When the attack landed, the blood-red light completely disappeared. His departure allowed Su Yan to heave a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but this guy gave him an extremely huge pressure. After he disappeared, Su Yan felt that this sea of consciousness was his own world. However, at this moment, his gaze fell on the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal actually has its own consciousness. No matter what your intentions are, since I have already discovered this, I will not let you off. The soul-suppressing seal had already become a treasure in his soul, so he definitely could not underestimate it. Supreme Thunderbolt. Lightning flashed as it rushed over. The terrifying Su Yan continued to bombard the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was already on the verge of collapse, and it was even more so after receiving the impact of Su Yan's power. At this moment, a burst of power actually erupted from this object. It wanted to resist. This made Su Yan's expression turn even colder. Sure enough, you have ulterior motives. Soul-suppressing seal, I don't care what you are thinking. Since you are not my treasure, I will seal you and refine you. At this moment, Su Yan had become extremely cold. He knew how difficult his path was. Everything he had was a struggle on this path. Putting everything else aside, the people who had plotted against him were all too powerful. They were all experts who stood at the peak of this world. Facing them, Su Yan did not have any confidence. No, not to mention confidence. In his current state, he simply did not have the courage to face them. These powerful existences were high and mighty, overlooking all living creatures. This level of strength had long exceeded everyone's understanding. What about Su Yan? At this moment, he was already extremely powerful, and his speed of improvement was already very terrifying. But what was the use? The gap between him and those who stood at the peak of the world was still too huge. However, there was a saying that went, a broken jar. At this moment, he was not burdened by too many debts. Anyway, at this moment, he was already filled with endless pressure, so he might as well just go all the way and ignore it. All the problems were solved one by one, just like now. Since this problem had appeared, it naturally had to be solved. At this moment, his strength was increasing bit by bit. When that kind of aura gathered towards his body, his strength also began to slowly return to one. This soul-suppressing seal obviously knew what Su Yan was going to do at this time. It understood that Su Yan's idea was to completely suppress it, but at this moment, it did not resist at all. The light shadow returned to the soul-suppressing seal. No matter how much power Su Yan used to attack it, it did not move at all. It actually did not choose to resist. Su Yan was also astonished. He had already felt this extremely terrifying power. He understood in his heart that if such a powerful existence wanted to resist him, it would be extremely difficult for him to suppress it. But the problem was that at this time, this tyrannical archive did not move at all. It seemed to have accepted its fate. This made Su Yan feel very puzzled. However, no matter what the soul-suppressing seal's reaction was, since Su Yan had already made up his mind, he would never change it. This involved his most fundamental thing, so no matter what, he would not compromise even the slightest bit. However, since the soul-suppressing seal did not choose to resist, it was indeed a lot easier for Su Yan. The zenith thunder rolled and directly turned into a thunder chain, immediately suppressing the soul-suppressing seal under the zenith sword soul. When Su Yan had done all this, he did not intend to give up. Instead, his eyes fell on the square seal. Since there was a problem with the soul-suppressing seal, how could he dare to believe in the square seal? At this time, Su Yan's power rushed out again, wanting to directly seize the square seal. However, it was at this moment that an exquisite face appeared on the square seal. It was Aya. She was the vessel's soul of the square seal. Su Yan had entered it before and established a good friendship with her. At this time, she obviously knew what Su Yan was thinking. A pitiful look appeared on her beautiful face. "Brother, I won't hurt you," Aya said. However, Su Yan did not speak at this time. He did not know if she would hurt him, and he did not dare to believe it. At this time, he was really cold. The zenith thunder turned again, and like the soul-suppressing seal, it directly suppressed the square seal. At this time, the zenith sword soul stood above the two seals. After doing all this, Su Yan did not seem to be very happy. In fact, he knew that this was just a useless struggle. Because whether it was the square seal or the soul-suppressing seal, they were just appearances. For Su Yan, the real threat was actually the Buddha seal. The so-called Buddha seal was a rootless Buddha, and it didn't matter if it was alive or dead. The Buddha seal had already wrapped around Su Yan's heart. At that time, the power of the great demonic dragon's heart was so strong that Su Yan could not control it at all. At that time, he had received guidance from the experts of the Buddha sect in the cold extreme north of the 5 counties continent. In the end, he took out the Buddha's seal and formed the Buddha's heart. However, at this time, it seemed that this might not be a good thing. In this world, every drink and every bite had its own destiny. The Buddha's heart did solve Su Yan's urgent problem, but it might become a new problem for Su Yan in the near future. However, Su Yan really could not care about this now. Now, he had many things to deal with, and the most important one was the Blood River. The blood-red shadow just now was obviously formed by the Blood River. Su Yan did not know the purpose of the Blood River forming the shadow, but at this time, he had to face it. The reason he had dived into the depths of the Blood River was because of the throbbing of the revered sword soul. The revered sword soul longed for it, so he had come here. At this time, he had followed the revered sword soul. This was actually an extremely risky operation. However, at the time, he had no choice at all. Based on what he had sensed earlier, the King of Destruction was also waiting on the shore of the Blood River. He had already experienced the power of the Sky Fire King. If it had not been for the innate advantage of the Blood River, he would not have been a match for this guy. However, in Su Yan's mind, the King of Destruction was definitely ranked first among all the experts he had met at this level. Even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, might not be a match for the King of Destruction. Luo Yunyang did not know what the King of Destruction was thinking, so he would rather dive into the depths of the Blood River than face these two monsters. At this time, he had finally overcome the crisis in his sea of consciousness, and his consciousness returned to his body. It was at this time that he found that his surroundings had completely changed. At this moment, a path had already appeared beneath his feet. The path was bright red, as if it was covered with a layer of carpet. This was a path that led directly into the distance. There was no end in sight, and it was unimaginably long. Chapter 1044. Female literature. However, Su Yan still stepped into it without any hesitation. He was now sure of one thing, and that was that there was an extremely terrifying expert in the long river of blood, and he also had his own will. The blood-colored shadow entering his knowledge sea did bring him a lot of trouble, but at the same time, it further improved his knowledge sea and even gave birth to the Supreme Thunder. Moreover, the last attack before he left was not aimed at him, but at the soul-suppressing seal. It could be seen that his hostility towards him was not so strong. If this blood-colored shadow really had great killing intent towards him, even if he could survive, it would not be so easy. Su Yan was sure of this. At least at the very beginning, if he directly launched the strongest attack, he might have been directly turned into ashes. At this time, since the other party showed him the path, it meant that he did not want him to die, or at least, he did not want him to die so easily. Since he had stepped on this path, there was no turning back, and there was no stopping. Once he stopped, he would lose everything. He had been in the Shura world for a long time, and at this time, he did not know how his world was. Was Lu Lan still alive? Had that damn demon plan been carried out as scheduled? If Lu Lan died, it would be the pain of his life, and he would definitely destroy the limitless demon sect completely. Walking on this blood-colored path, Su Yan's heart became calm. At this time, he fell into deep thought. Su Yan felt that this was going to be a very long road, but in the end, he retracted his thoughts and everything was once again fixed in front of him. At this time, Su Yan was unprecedentedly calm. He could do nothing about the past. He did not know if there was anyone in this world who could reverse time and make it go back to the past. But even if there was, at least he was powerless. As for the future, he did not know how to move forward. The only thing Su Yan could do was to be himself, and then move forward step by step. The past was a bubble, visible but unattainable, and the future was an empty dream. No matter what, you could not see his appearance clearly. Su Yan knew that the only thing he could grasp was the present. When he understood this point, his heart became completely calm. It was at this moment that the long road finally disappeared. All the roads had come to an end at this moment. It turned out that everything was not important, and the only thing that really mattered was the heart. Su Yan's eyes looked forward, and at this time, a figure began to appear in front of him again. However, this time was different from the previous ones. This time, the figure that appeared in front of him was extremely clear. Not bad. This was his evaluation of Su Yan. Su Yan did not speak, but at this time, he continued to speak. Destiny's Child, I really did not expect to meet Destiny's Child here. I originally thought that I would need a long time to escape. At this time, his eyes were incomparably deep, as if he had seen through everything. Destiny's Child. Su Yan heard these words again. At this time, Su Yan was actually somewhat numb to these words. He ignored Su Yan's awkwardness and asked directly, "Hello, young man, tell me your name." Su Yan. Su Yan had a kind of heartfelt reverence towards this existence, and he could feel a powerful force released from the depths of his soul. This kind of strength and terror made Su Yan immediately realize that this person must be an extremely powerful overlord. In fact, Su Yan was somewhat curious about his identity, but at this time, he also knew that it was not a good time to ask. My name is Blood River. Contrary to Su Yan's expectations, the other party was extremely polite. This made him somewhat at a loss for a moment. I knew you would come, so I waited for you here. Fortunately, you came. He spoke slowly, as if he was an old man who would die at any time. Su Yan looked at him and still did not speak, because at this time, he did not know what to say. At this time, he gently circulated his power, and an aura directly rose at this time. This was his preparation in case of an emergency. He did not know what the other party wanted to do, but no matter what, he could not just stand there like a fool and let the other party make a move on him. The old man acted as if he did not see Su Yan's actions, and he continued to say, "What is fate?" Until now, this old man still has not understood. However, it doesn't matter. Although I don't know what fate is, I still have to live. Su Yan agreed with this sentence. Yes, we don't know what fate is, and we don't know where fate will lead us, but we still have to go on. In the end, we still have to live the way we like. In the end, we have to work hard for our own survival and life. I know you came here to obtain power, but you are still too weak. At this time, the old man continued to speak. However, Su Yan still did not say anything. In fact, he was very clear that he did not want to come here, but that the revered sword soul had brought him here. At this time, he still did not know why the revered sword soul was like this. I can give you the power you need, but everyone has to pay a corresponding price for everything they do. So tell me, what can you pay? At this time, a trace of a smile appeared on his thin face. It was just that such a smile made people feel that it was very strange and even terrifying. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Are you the will of the bloody river? I can give you great power. I can make you a Tao master, sovereign master, and even a holy master." This was obviously an irrelevant answer. At this time, Su Yan keenly realized that he was talking about Tao master, sovereign master, and holy master. That was the division of cultivation levels in the Wuji world. In the Shura world, the corresponding levels should be Shura King, Shura Emperor, and Shura the Great. In that case, this guy was not an expert from the Shura world, but from the Wuji world. You are an expert from the Wuji world. Why are you here? Su Yan continued to ask. At this time, the old man paused. Perhaps these words had touched him. The Wuji world. Yes, I am indeed from the Wuji world. Back then, I was defeated by Yilan and finally escaped to this Shura world. Thanks to the will of the Shura, I did not die. Instead, I fell directly into this long river. My blood flowed continuously and gradually dyed this long river red. At this time, this long river also changed little by little. He rambled on, saying things that were very confusing to Su Yan. Su Yan did not know who Yilan was, but he was talking about the will of the Shura. The will of the Shura was the will of the heavens. To be able to communicate with the will of the Shura, one could imagine his strength. The Wuji world, how nostalgic. I want to return, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. At this time, his voice suddenly became louder. Su Yan frowned. He did not know what this madman was talking about, but this was definitely not something he could provoke at this time. Su Yan knew that for him, the last thing he could do was to protect himself. However, he found it strange that at this time, the revered sword soul was not moving. Previously, the revered sword soul was about to come here, but now, there was no movement. This gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was that this was not the real world, but an illusion. However, this was very likely an illusion. At this time, Su Yan's power began to move slowly. At this time, his eyes became strange. This was the Eye of Truth. At this time, Su Yan directly activated the Eye of Truth because he wanted to see everything in front of him clearly. The Eye of Truth was a talent that he had obtained from Oriole. It had an extremely powerful ability to see through reality. However, at this time, the Eye of Truth was activated, and a force soared into the sky at this time. That force directly enveloped Su Yan. Destiny's child, I need your fresh blood. Only your blood can awaken my vitality and revive me. Therefore, please do not reject me. I can bestow great power to you, but you only need to pay with your blood. At this moment, the old man finally reacted. His power directly suppressed Su Yan. As soon as this power appeared, Su Yan felt that the entire world he was in was targeting him. In this place, he was so isolated and helpless. In fact, he couldn't even mobilize the slightest bit of power. At this moment, that dry and thin face had almost turned into a terrifying ghost face. Such an appearance was simply incomparably frightening. At this time, that terrifying aura continued to rise at this time. In the end, it actually turned into the appearance of a terrifying evil spirit. At this time, the thunder in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. Then, a tyrannical force directly radiated from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. When this force appeared, Su Yan was immediately surprised. Because this was the revered sword soul. In countless battles, the revered sword soul did not display its powerful might very often. Even if it was not used, it was mostly in the sea of consciousness. At this time, this sword directly appeared outside of his body. Chapter 1045. Female Literature. For a moment, Su Yan himself was a little confused. The moment the regal sword soul appeared, a look of horror appeared on the old man's face. In an instant, a violent force appeared directly at this moment. He immediately slapped out with his palm, directly towards the regal sword soul. The blood-colored force rolled, and at this moment, a blood-colored dragon appeared. Such a force was so powerful that Su Yan did not know how he should resist it at all. This terrifying force continued to run at this moment, and the incomparably huge aura at this moment was simply unparalleled. Although Su Yan had been prepared in advance, when faced with this terrifying force, he still did not have any confidence in his heart. This was because this force was simply too powerful and terrifying. It was as if the entire world had begun to tremble at this moment with this force. Such a heart-palpitating terror was an unimaginable and indescribable nightmare. Su Yan's condensed force had just been blasted out, but it had been directly shattered before it even touched the core of this force. At this moment, he felt that everything he had was beginning to be taken away by this violent and powerful force. At this moment, his aura was constantly rising and condensing at this moment, and the endless light turned into an eternal light. And this kind of eternity meant death. Su Yan felt that under this terrifying force, his world was about to come to an end. However, at this moment, the regal sword soul on the sides suddenly shone with an extremely intense light. In the blazing blood-red light, this force did not appear to be very conspicuous, but at this moment, it actually had an indescribably powerful force. That terrifying blood-colored light was directly stopped by this force. This was only the beginning. As this force became more and more condensed, all the power at this moment turned into an invisible light. The beam of light began to rotate, gradually forming a ring. In the next moment, that blood-colored force was also directly attracted over. Under this terrifying force, it seemed that everything had no power to resist. At this moment, the regal sword soul seemed to have become even more real. At this moment, sword chi gushed out, and the yin-yang pattern directly condensed. Tai Chi. The appearance of this pattern made Su Yan's heart tremble again. This pattern could be seen in many places in his previous life. Su Yan did not know how many times he had seen this pattern, but at this moment, he realized that this pattern actually contained an unimaginable principle. It was an extreme power between heaven and earth. Back then, he had named his divine sword Tai Chi because of this. After the yin-yang pattern rotated, it directly turned into two yin-yang divine dragons, and immediately roared towards the old man. The old man's power was indeed terrifying, but under the yin-yang divine dragons, his power was useless. In just a moment, the yin-yang divine dragons were already in front of him. The two dragons coiled around him, and the power began to gather and combine. At this time, this power had turned into endless light. A terrifying aura fell directly from the sky, and all the power began to waver at this time. At this moment, the world was beginning of the world. This was an astonishing change. The endless power had reached its peak at this moment. This was the cycle of light and darkness. At this moment, Su Yan's heart began to tremble, and the infinite power began to shrink. The regal sword soul began to let out a soft cry. At this moment, the old man's expression became even more terrifying and despairing. Fate, the legendary god of fate, where do you want me to go? At this moment, he began to shout loudly. At this moment, he did not know where his path should lead, nor did he understand how he should move forward at this time. The sky began to darken, and at this moment, everything began to fade slowly. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood one thing. Previously, he thought that he had defeated the blood-colored shadow and driven it out of his sea of consciousness. However, this was not the case. Not only did he not succeed, but he also fell into a deeper level of illusion. He did not realize it, but this was already a kind of illusion. If he couldn't get out, then perhaps he would die in this illusion. If it were not for the regal sword soul, he was afraid that this time, he would not be able to escape. At this moment, the old man had already disappeared under the powerful power of the regal sword soul. What appeared in his original place was a crescent-shaped blade. Su Yan had always been a sword user. However, at this moment, he had to admit that this blade was beautiful. This was an indescribable feeling. He just felt that his existence was the most reasonable in this world. The scimitar directly floated towards Su Yan. For some reason, Su Yan grabbed the blade in his hand. A message entered his mind: Blood Moon Scimitar. Su Yan already knew its name the moment he grabbed the blade. However, the moment his hand touched the hilt, the Blood Moon blade turned into a stream of light and left his hand. Then, this stream of light directly entered the regal sword soul. It turned out that the regal sword soul had directly devoured this power. Su Yan understood that this might be what the regal sword soul wanted. The regal sword soul was submerged in his sea of consciousness as usual. It was still so quiet. The blood river reappeared, and the loud sound of flowing water reminded Su Yan that he had really returned to reality at this moment. However, at this moment, Su Yan felt that this was unreal. Although his cultivation had indeed increased, and the thunder in his sea of consciousness was quietly brewing, Su Yan still felt that this was unreal. At this moment, a kind of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. This kind of fear was towards the regal sword soul. This fear flashed in the deepest part of his soul, and Su Yan immediately calmed himself down. At this moment, he directly released his senses. It was now time for him to leave, but at this moment, he needed to confirm whether it was safe on the river. After the battle, his strength had increased. However, if the two powerful kings were still there, Su Yan would still not be a match for them. His senses had really become much stronger. Even in the depths of the blood river, he could clearly see the situation. At this moment, the Destruction King was standing on the shore with a calm expression. The wind was whistling, and his hair was constantly dancing. Of course, many traces of a sorry state could be seen on his body, but compared to his natural appearance, these could be ignored. Beside him, the Heavenly Fire King was lying on the ground. At this moment, he was already dead. The King of Destruction had actually killed this half-step emperor. "Come out, I will wait for you on the shore." Just as Su Yan was in shock, the Destruction King's voice suddenly sounded. The Destruction King could actually sense the probing of his divine telekinesis. It seemed that this person's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Su Yan shook his head slightly. His previous judgment had really been wrong. The Destruction King was so strong, but he had not paid attention to him before. However, it was not too late to know this now. Su Yan went directly to the exit of the blood river. Leaving was far easier than going forward. Su Yan had already left this place in a short time. After leaving the blood-colored river, he stood before the King of Destruction. The Destruction King was very calm. His body did not reveal the slightest bit of a violent aura. Instead, he revealed a peaceful aura like a Confucian scholar. If one did not know him, they might even think that he was in existence without much strength. However, Su Yan knew that this meant that the Destruction King's strength had reached the point of returning to one's original state. These 4 words were simple to say, but how many people could actually do it? The Heavenly Fire King's strength was undeniable. However, he could not do this. As he moved, Su Yan could feel the extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. At this moment, the Destruction King was like this. If Su Yan did not know that the person in front of him was the Destruction King, he would definitely think that he was just an ordinary Shura. This was not because he was hiding. Instead, it was an extremely natural performance. Destruction King, why did you look for me? Su Yan asked directly. At this time, he did not want to waste time. Instead, he went straight to the point. That's right, I do have something to ask you. I'll give this to you. I've already sealed up his source energy. I think you'll need it. At this moment, the Destruction King kicked lightly and threw the Heavenly Fire King's corpse towards Su Yan. Su Yan was indifferent. The Heavenly Fire King's origin power was naturally powerful. After all, he was a half-step ruler. His strength was stronger than the Blood River King and the Scorpio King. If he could devour the Heavenly Fire King's origin power, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. Even so, Su Yan was indifferent at this time. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in this world, especially in front of someone like the Destruction King. How could he take advantage of him for nothing? He said directly, "What do you want? Just say it." The King of Destruction didn't take Su Yan's attitude to heart. He then said, "I knew you were an invader. I've known this since the very beginning." His words were very calm, but Su Yan also knew that he was telling the truth. The Destruction King was so powerful that Su Yan was very afraid of him. Chapter 1046. Female Literature. Moreover, Su Yan also believed that if the King of Destruction had acted directly from the beginning instead of sending two blue-faced Shura, he would have had a much better chance. After all, it was impossible for the Godslayer sword to help him without limit. But the King of Destruction didn't do that. This meant that the King of Destruction had his own plans. So, tell me, what do you want from me? This so-called deal wasn't just about knowing what he could get, but more importantly, what he had to pay in exchange. I want to enter your world. The King of Destruction said at this time. At this time, Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand what the King of Destruction's intention was. But obviously, the King of Destruction didn't intend to let Su Yan guess blindly. He directly said, "I want to become stronger, but unfortunately, in this world, I can no longer see the future." Su Yan, why is that? Your strength should have reached an extremely terrifying level, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to become the Emperor of Shura. Su Yan believed in his own judgment. He felt that he couldn't be wrong. The King of Destruction nodded, then said, "You are right, becoming the Emperor of Shura is indeed not difficult for me. If I want to, I can become the Emperor of Shura in the next moment." The King of Destruction's indifferent tone showed his incomparable confidence. Only a person like him could say something like that. One must know that the Blood River King was already a powerhouse among the Shura kings, but in order to become the Emperor of Shura, he put in a lot of effort. Not only did he live in the Blood River all year round, but he also built the Blood River City. He always felt that the gap between him and the King of Destruction wasn't that big. He even thought that he could become the Emperor of Shura first and then kill this great enemy of his. If he knew that the King of Destruction could become the Emperor of Shura at any time, his expression would probably be quite interesting. Su Yan didn't speak and continued to listen to the King of Shura's story. Maybe you sound a bit arrogant, but for me, becoming the Emperor of Shura is definitely not difficult. I even have some hopes of becoming the Emperor of Shura. But that's all. At this point, the King of Destruction suddenly laughed at himself, then continued, "As a Shura, we were born to fight. We grew up in a difficult environment, so we became extremely powerful in battle. We invaded the infinite world again and again, and those invading Shura thought that they were high and mighty. But unfortunately, we were wrong. The strength of Shura is only on the surface. This world is no longer complete. The god of Shura, the heaven's will of the Shura world, was killed a long time ago. Therefore, it's getting more and more difficult for the Shura world to produce a true powerhouse. Not to mention the Emperor of Shura. Even becoming the Emperor of Shura is very difficult. As far as I know, the people who killed the god of Shura world were the people of the infinite world. So, where does the sense of superiority come from? All of this is bullshit. Although the gods are starting to be born again, it's still too far from being able to reverse the situation. At that moment, Su Yan's power was circulating bit by bit. His aura fluctuated at that moment. The reason for this was that his emotions could not be maintained normally. The King of Destruction looked at Su Yan and did not take this to heart. Do you have any questions? Su Yan said, yes, you mean that the experts of the infinite world once killed the heavens will of your world. Is that what you mean? Do you know who did this? The King of Destruction said, unfortunately, I don't know. After all, I'm just a king, so how could I know about such an expert? I only know that that expert held an extremely terrifying sword and directly charged into the Shura world. At that time, all the great emperors of Shura were alarmed, and a total of 13 great emperors of Shura were no match for that person. In the end, the will of heaven descended and transformed into the god of Shura, but it was still defeated and killed. Su Yan, a terrifying sword. God-slaying sword. At this moment, Su Yan was finally sure that the one who had killed the Shura world's heavens was definitely the Godslayer sword. He really did not expect that the Godslayer sword would actually have such a brilliant battle record. No wonder he was like this after entering the Shura world. You seem to know something, but it doesn't matter. I actually don't care about these things. The heavens will of the Shura world was killed because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, how could he be killed by an expert of the infinite world? His words were still as calm as ever. This was the reason why he was so powerful and terrifying. He was still so calm about the destruction of his world. He did not have any other emotions at all. Su Yan said, then, what do you want to do in the infinite world? The King of Destruction said, the infinite world. Of course, I want to become stronger. You are a person of the infinite world, but it seems that your understanding of your world is still not enough. The so-called infinite world means endless. It is a truly complete world, and only such a world can give birth to a supreme expert. My goal is not only to become the great emperor of Shura, I want to become the new god of Shura, and the most powerful Shura god. A strong wind blew, and the King of Destruction's expression became even more solemn and blazing. I'm not afraid to tell you, the heavens will of this world has already awakened. Since the heavens will has awakened, it will naturally give birth to a new god. However, it is too weak. In my opinion, such a guy is not enough to become the guardian of the Shura world, let alone lead the Shura warriors to various planes to fight. Therefore, I want to replace him. Replace him. When the King of Destruction said these words, Su Yan was completely shocked. This madman actually said such words. What kind of determination did he need to have such an idea? What kind of courage did he need to take action? It was no wonder that the King of Destruction did not seem to have any interest in hunting him down after so many years. Su Yan was an invader of the Shura world, and he was regarded as an enemy by the heavens will of Shura. However, his identity was only that of a spy, and he couldn't even achieve this level of beauty. However, the King of Shura wanted to become the mortal enemy of this world. This madman. The King of Destruction did not care about Su Yan's shock at all. He looked ahead at the surging blood river and said, I know that you are thinking of a way to return to your world. What I want is to enter your world with you. Just like how Su Yan was viewed as an enemy by the Shura world when he entered the Shura world, the King of Destruction would naturally be viewed as an enemy by the heavens when he entered the Wuji world. The King of Destruction was loyal to the invasion. Blood River thought that the King of Destruction was constantly plundering resources to make himself stronger. However, he did not know that the King of Destruction was actually looking for a way to enter the Wuji world without being noticed by the heavens will. In fact, Blood River King and King of Destruction had already lost the battle from the very beginning. This was because their horizons were completely different. They weren't on the same level at all. I originally thought that I had no hope and could only endure it step by step. But when I found out that you had entered this world and didn't die, I knew that my chance had come. Unfortunately, you were too weak at the beginning and didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with me. So, when I fought with you last time, I left immediately. Fortunately, your growth is fast enough. Fortunately, you are much better than I imagined. This way, you are qualified to talk to me. Therefore, let's cooperate. I will make you stronger, and you will bring me into your world. After the King of Destruction finished speaking, he looked directly at Su Yan. To be honest, this was indeed a good deal. Because what Su Yan needed the most now was strength. In the Shura world, he did have a way to quickly increase his strength, and that was to devour. Every Shura would condense the Shura's heart, which was his origin. As long as Su Yan could plunder his origin, he would be able to obtain powerful energy from it. Su Yan's current strength was already very strong, but it was still not enough. He needed a more powerful Shura. At this time, those blue-faced Shura were no longer enough for Su Yan. What he needed was a king. The Shura King. The Shura King was a Dao Master level expert. However, how could an expert at this level be so easy to kill? Su Yan had already spent a lot of effort to kill the Blood River King and the Scorpio King, and the Skyfire King could directly kill him. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Blood River, Su Yan would have definitely died in the previous battle. But at this time, the King of Destruction said that he would help him. I know that you can devour the energy source of the Shura King to make yourself stronger, but the current you, of course, have the qualifications to fight a Shura King, but it's impossible for you to kill them. As expected of the King of Destruction, he had seen through everything very clearly. At this time, Su Yan's combat strength had completely reached the level of the Shura King. But reaching this level of combat strength didn't mean that he could fight a powerhouse of this level. One had to know that if the Shura King couldn't win, he could directly escape. At that time, what could Su Yan do? Although his speed was fast, he couldn't catch up. However, it would be different if he had the King of Destruction. There was no need to doubt the King of Destruction's strength. The Skyfire King's corpse under his feet was enough to prove everything. The Skyfire King was a half-step ruler, but such a tyrannical figure couldn't escape from the hands of the King of Destruction and was directly killed. Chapter 1047. Female Literature. I really want to agree, but I don't know if I can do it, Su Yan said directly. In fact, he was already very tempted by the King of Destruction's conditions, but just as he said, he didn't know if he could do it. After all, this was actually a very difficult thing to do. He needed to deceive the will of the world. No, I believe you can do it. Since you were able to deceive the Azura Heaven's will, you naturally have hopes of deceiving the Heaven's will of your world. I believe that you must have something on your body that can erase the mark of your world. King Destruction directly said. At this moment, Su Yan frowned and said, World's imprint. What is that? Obviously, there were still too many secrets in this world. Although Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly, what he knew was still too limited. There were many things that he hadn't even heard of. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, the so-called world's imprint is actually an imprint that was stored the moment you were born that you can't detect at all. This imprint is the foundation of your existence in this world. It's like you are from the Wuji world. When your imprint is detected by the will of the world will naturally target you, and vice versa. With this explanation, Su Yan understood the meaning behind it. Since I've already talked to you, I'll tell you more about it. This thing is actually not a good thing for those who want to become the strongest. I think you should understand that what people like us want is absolute power, transcendence, and freedom. However, as long as this imprint exists, it's like there's an invisible chain on our souls, making it impossible for us to transcend. Su Yan pondered deeply and firmly remembered the King of Destruction's words in his heart. When the holy sage of your world and the great Emperor Shura of our world reach this level, they will think of a way to cut off this imprint. There's another way to say it, which is to cut off oneself. Of course, this is still too far away from us. Not to mention you, even I don't dare to have any delusions. Therefore, I can only find something that can hide this aura. Su Yan did not speak. At this time, his power began to communicate with the revered Sword Soul. Of course, he knew that the reason he could walk in this world was because of the regal Sword Soul. Without the regal Sword Soul, he would have died when he entered this world. It was because of the existence of the revered Sword Spirit that he had become a deceiver of the heavens. Just as the King of Destruction had said, since the Zenith Sword Soul could deceive the heavens once, it could naturally do so a second time. I can try, but I may not be able to do it, Su Yan replied cautiously. At this moment, the King of Destruction chuckled and said, "No, you can definitely do it. I've never doubted that. With that, our negotiations have come to a happy conclusion. Next, we'll hunt down the Shura King and let you devour his essence." At this time, Su Yan suddenly said, "King of Destruction, aren't you afraid that when my strength reaches a certain level, I will directly devour you?" When Su Yan asked this question, he was very serious. He did not have any intention of joking, because he really did have such thoughts. At this time, the Shura King looked at him and said, "If you have the ability to do so, I don't care." This was his answer to Su Yan. It was so relaxed and natural. This showed how confident he was in himself. Now is not the time to think about this. The Heavenly Fire King's Shura flame is indeed unique. If you can successfully plunder his essence, it will be of great benefit to you. After saying this, the King of Destruction left. Su Yan looked at the leaving King of Destruction, his thoughts drifting. This kind of person was a true powerhouse. At this time, he suddenly thought of another person, and that was Aina. This guy also had the heart of a powerhouse, and Su Yan was extremely afraid of him. However, he remembered that Aina was in Blood River City at that time. When he fought with the Blood River King, this city had been completely destroyed. He did not know how this person was doing now. If Aina survives, then he might be the second King of Destruction. Although the Blood River City had been destroyed beyond recognition, but at this time, Su Yan still felt that he would definitely be able to survive. There was no reason. This was just a kind of intuition. Moreover, Su Yan trusted his intuition very much. However, just as the King of Destruction had said, this wasn't the time to care about such things. At this moment, he had more important things to do, and that was to devour the Heavenly Fire King's essence. In fact, devouring other people's essence to cultivate was already considered a crooked way. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care so much. In this world, there was no real definition of good or evil. Everything was a rule created by the victors. As long as it was something that affected his soul and could improve his strength, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. At this time, his supreme power directly turned into yin and yang and wrapped around the Heavenly Fire King's body. Su Yan's strength was constantly improving, and the supreme power seemed to be evolving as well. When Su Yan's power covered it, he immediately felt an extremely intimate response toward him. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Fire King's essence was very powerful. After all, he was a half-step ruler. Even though he was already dead, the power contained in his body was still extremely terrifying. In the beginning, Su Yan's power was actually unable to melt the last defense of his essence. However, at this time, Su Yan had time, so he was not in a hurry. The supreme power began to slowly erode this power. That powerful force continued to batter his body. In the end, the defense of the essence finally began to disintegrate. After all, the Heavenly Fire King was already dead. This defense was just a power that kept flowing according to the trajectory in front of him. If the Heavenly Fire King was still alive, how could Su Yan have succeeded so easily? At this time, Su Yan's state was constantly improving. The supreme power had begun to unearth his essence. Unlike the power of the Blood River and the Crystal Power, the power of the Heavenly Fire was incomparably domineering. At this time, Su Yan realized that when this power entered his body, he would actually bear such a terrifying and heavy pressure. Shura's fire is really domineering. At this time, he finally experienced what a terrifying weight was. This terrifying power kept burning in his body. The surging power almost ignited his body directly. Su Yan's body had been tempered by heavenly lightning. One could imagine how strong his body was. However, at this time, it was still unable to bear it. This was a terrifying power. However, how could Su Yan give up at this time? He ignored the heart-palpitating pain. Instead, he focused the terrifying power into his body, allowing the power to enter his body even more violently. In fact, he did not know that the power of the Shura's fire was indeed terrifying. However, its original lethality was not so strong. This was because the origin of the Shura's fire was the origin of the Shura. In other words, it was a power unique to this world. Although Su Yan had the powerful ability of the revered Sword Soul and could directly restrain the aura of his world imprint, when the Shura's fire entered his body, this aura was inevitably exposed. It was also because of this that the pain Su Yan felt was so intense. At this time, the intense pain that Su Yan said he was feeling was still increasing. Gradually, Su Yan also realized that something was wrong. Even when he was bombarded by lightning, he did not feel such a terrifying power. Laws. This is the impact of laws. Su Yan suddenly became excited. Yes, at this time, not only did he not feel any pain due to the intense pain, but he was also excited to take it out. The strength of a Tao sovereign lay in the laws. A Tao sovereign who had mastered the laws was absolutely terrifying in a real battle. Su Yan's combat strength had indeed reached this level. However, if he returned to his Wuji realm, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing a Tao sovereign like Yan Shao. In the end, the reason was that he did not have any laws. He had devoured the origin of the Scorpio King and the Blood River King, but he did not find any trace of laws in this power. First of all, their power contained very little origin energy to begin with. It was still a question whether the power of the Blood River King belonged to this world. On the other hand, the crystal power of the Scorpio King was purely an extremely powerful defense. Moreover, Su Yan had almost consumed their origin during the battle, so he had no time to carefully comprehend it. However, it was different now. The Shura fire of the Sky Fire King was one of the most powerful laws. At this time, Su Yan had experienced the powerful power of this law at the cost of his own pain. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase. At this time, Su Yan had made up his mind to directly devour this power. Devour the laws for his own use. This was another crazy idea. Even devouring the laws of other people in the Wuji realm was extremely difficult, let alone the laws of the Shura world. However, to Su Yan, this law was right in front of him. If he gave up just like that, he wouldn't be willing no matter what. Since he was unwilling to give up, he would do it. Chapter 1048. Female Literature. In an extremely distant place, the King of Destruction was flying in the sky at this moment. At this moment, his gaze was extremely deep. He was looking at the sky high up in the sky. In the eyes of ordinary Shura, the sky was still the same as before. Every day, the scorching sun of the Shura realm rose as usual and then fell from the other side of the sky. However, in the eyes of the King of Destruction, this sky was completely different. Because he was powerful, he could sense even more powerful things. In the sky, there was an extremely terrifying battle. However, even someone as powerful as him couldn't see that kind of battle clearly. All he could sense was the changes in energy. It's really powerful. At this moment, his eyes were filled with yearning. He longed to become a true powerhouse, and the definition of a true powerhouse was far from being the Emperor of Shura. The King of Destruction knew that when a true war broke out, so what if the Azura Emperor was an Azura Emperor? He was nothing more than someone who could be casually killed by those true powerhouses. Even the great Emperor of Shura had fallen in the ancient war. His Tao of Destruction was actually the legacy left behind by one of the great emperors of Shura, the great Emperor of Destruction. At this moment, his heart began to tremble slightly, and an indescribable ripple began to appear. Under this power, his strength seemed to have increased again. Heart of Destruction, since I've inherited you, I will definitely make you stronger. I will definitely bring you to the peak of the world and become a true god. This was his ambition. The so-called god was definitely not an ordinary title. It was an omnipotent and powerful existence. That was the true god. However, right at that moment, his expression changed. Then, his gaze shifted and landed on the bare-faced man. This brat is actually starting to devour the Azura Flame's law. How audacious. Hee hee. However, this is the only way for him to have the qualifications to cooperate with me. I hope he won't disappoint me. At this moment, his heart of destruction was still gently beating. It was sensing the powerful energy in the sky. At the same time, it was also stealing this powerful energy. In other words, the heart of annihilation was plundering the heavens. Su Yan was a heaven deceiver, and he, the King of Destruction, was a heaven stealer. The heart of destruction was the heart of the great Emperor of Destruction from ancient times. The great Emperor of Destruction had fallen in a great battle, but he hadn't completely perished. Instead, he had kept his heart. Just like most experts, they were always able to leave a backup plan for themselves at the juncture of life and death. The King of Destruction was very lucky to have obtained this power, and after obtaining this power, he continued to grow. However, despite having such a terrifying inheritance, he had always kept a low profile. If he wanted to, he could have become the Emperor of Shura many years ago. But in order to make his strength stronger and more perfect, he didn't do that in the end. Therefore, the Blood River King thought that the King of Destruction was his lifelong enemy, but he didn't know how big the gap between the two of them was. While the King of Destruction was paying attention to Su Yan, in another place, a very imposing Shura had also been stirred. Is the heavenly fire already dead? Has it completely fallen? Invaders. Hee hee, how interesting. It seems that I have to make a trip personally. His voice was very soft, but it shook the entire space. At this moment, he was standing on the peak of a mountain. This mountain was the tallest mountain range. When he raised his head, he seemed to be able to touch the sky. At this moment, one light shadow after another fell from the sky and headed towards his body. It was his power shadow. The Emperor of Shura was much more powerful than the Shura King. Not long ago, all of his power shadows rushed into the sky. They were searching for the real heaven deceiver in the sky. The Emperor of Shura could sense the will of the heavens. He sensed the summoning of the will of the heavens in Shura, so he projected his power to help him fight the terrifying heaven deceiver. As for Su Yan, he did not take him seriously. However, he was actually very interested in Su Yan. Although he was a living being from the Shura realm, as long as he was a living being, he would have his own ambitions and thoughts. He was actually very interested in Su Yan's world, so he asked the Heavenly Fire King to go and capture Su Yan. The Heavenly Fire King was the strongest person under him. He was a half-step ruler, and he also had the one-time heavenly punishment sword that he had given him. Who would have thought that he would still die? The death of his number one general made him angry. Of course, he was not angry at Su Yan, but at the Heavenly Fire King's incompetence. After all, He had to put in some effort to nurture the Heavenly Fire King and condense the Heavenly Punishment Sword at the same time. He did not expect that the fellow would die just like that. This was simply a waste of his time. He looked directly into the distance. He could not sense Su Yan's aura anymore. He understood that this must be the arrangement of the real Heaven Deceiver. However, this did not matter. He could not sense Su Yan's aura, but he could sense the aura of the Law of Fire in Shura. Shura Fire was what Su Yan called him. In the Shura realm, his name was Heavenly Fire. As one of the most powerful forces, he was qualified to be given such a name. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's pain finally subsided. The disappearance of the pain meant that Su Yan had begun to adapt. This adaptation did not mean that he had adapted to the pain but that his body had adapted to the law. In other words, Su Yan had succeeded. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise. Originally, he had reached the critical point of becoming a Two Essences Tao Master. Now, under the impact of this powerful force, this critical point was directly broken. His power had risen to the extreme in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had become a Three Essences Tao Master. At this time, Su Yan suddenly trembled, and the power of flames immediately surged out. Shura Fire. This Shura Fire was different from the previous one. At the beginning, he had used Shura Fire against Aina. It was a flame that he had used to capture Heaven's will with the power of Zenith. The power of that flame was equally great, but it was not a true law. Now, however, he was using the true power of the law. However, the law was the most difficult thing to control. The current Su Yan could only adapt and have a preliminary grasp of it. That was all. However, it would be too difficult for him to truly master it. In any case, this was a good start. Familiarizing himself with the law early would allow Su Yan to become more powerful when he became a Tao Master. At this point in his cultivation, Su Yan had created too many miracles. He believed that he could continue. Right at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly appeared beside him. You can actually directly devour the law. It seems that I need to raise my estimation of you. However, we have to leave now, the King of Destruction said. Su Yan did not understand what he meant, but the King of Destruction said, the Emperor of Tianxing will be here soon. It is not suitable for us to face him now. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Although he had not seen the Emperor of Tianxing before, he had already sensed his power in advance. Whether it was the Eye of Tianxing or the Sword of Tianxing, they were just a part of the power that the Emperor of Tianxing had conjured. However, such a power was already so powerful. If the Emperor of Tianxing's true body was here, the terror would be magnified infinitely. As the King of Destruction said, it was not the time to face him now. However, from the King of Destruction's attitude, he could tell that the King of Destruction did not seem to be afraid of the Emperor of Tianxing. What kind of trump card does this guy have? Su Yan knew that a person's confidence would never come out of nowhere. The King of Destruction must be so confident because he had the strength and confidence to contend with the Emperor of Tianxing. However, no matter what, the King of Destruction was only a Shura king at this time. There was no doubt about this. However, the other party was indeed the Emperor of Shura. Although the two of them were only one realm apart, the gap between them was so big that it was simply unimaginable. However, Su Yan himself was a monster who could fight beyond his realm. Therefore, he was not surprised to meet someone of the same kind. Where are we going next? Su Yan asked. Ice City, the King of Destruction said. The Azura King continued, suppress the aura of your heavenly fire law. Otherwise, the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment will be able to find you and me. In fact, the King of Destruction had the ability to help Su Yan do this. However, he deliberately did not do it because he wanted to see if Su Yan could do it himself. After all, cooperating with Su Yan was actually a revelation given to him by the Heart of Destruction. Su Yan nodded and said, "Okay." The power of the zenith circulated. In a few breaths, the extremely powerful fluctuations of the heavenly fire law disappeared. After a while, the aura of the heavenly fire law also turned into nothingness. King of Destruction was quite surprised. Even though he had already anticipated that Su Yan would be able to do this, the fact that Su Yan had been able to do so in such a straightforward and effortless manner was far beyond his expectations. Even the King of Destruction could not do this. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Su Yan could conceal the aura of his world mark. "Follow me, the King of Ice City. His laws are not bad for you." He was clearly talking about a powerful Shura king, but at this moment, he sounded like an ordinary prey. Chapter 1049. Female Literature. Originally, a Shura king was so high and mighty. When facing the Blood River King, Su Yan even felt despair in his heart. But now, he was going to hunt down the Shura kings to improve his strength. This was simply a dream. His strength was increasing too fast, but at least he was not the prey, which was a good thing. At this time, the King of Destruction had already soared into the sky. He did not tear space. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit. At this time, Su Yan was also using all his strength. Then, he immediately activated the Taishang sword shield. The King of Destruction wanted to see Su Yan's ability, so he did not hold back at this time. Su Yan naturally did not hold back either. Moreover, the King of Destruction had said that the powerful Tianxing Emperor was coming here. Two shadows directly streaked across the sky. Such speed was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Blood River was still surging. He was still the same as before. Perhaps no one would have thought that such a terrifying battle had already taken place here. 3 Shura kings had died here. Right at this moment, another person suddenly appeared in this place. No one could see clearly how he appeared. It was as if he had always existed here. At this time, he stood quietly, feeling the aura of this place. It has actually disappeared. Even the aura of the heavenly fire has disappeared. How interesting. He was not surprised that Su Yan's aura had disappeared. After all, the deceiver of heaven had done something to him. What he was surprised about was that the aura of the heavenly fire law on Su Yan's body had also disappeared. This was not some random cat or dog. It was the law of this world. As long as this world still existed, his aura would definitely exist. However, at this time, that aura had disappeared. It seems that this guy also has something good on him. At this point, a light flashed in his eyes. This thing could reach this level, so it was obviously not simple. Even though he was already the Emperor of Shura, this was still something that made him very excited. It was also because of this that he had even more expectations for Su Yan. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, you can be considered as a child with many treasures. I am really looking forward to meeting you. At this moment, his divine sense radiated outwards. His deep gaze seemed to have seen through the entire world. As the Emperor of Shura, his thoughts were as clear as day. His aura surged, and wherever his divine will passed, nothing could escape his search. However, after a while, he suddenly frowned because he actually didn't notice it at all. This made him feel strange. One had to know how sharp his insight was, but at this time, he didn't find anything. What a cunning rat. At this moment, his body flashed, and in the next instant, he appeared in Blood River City. The former Blood River City had long been reduced to ruins. The Emperor of Tianxing hovered in the sky, sensing the changes here. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly flickered above his head. Then, an eyeball appeared. It was the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment had been defeated by Su Yan, but it actually appeared again at this time. The light in the sky was so obvious. Rays of light rotated and formed an image. It was so dazzling that it was like a modern movie. At this time, all the images began to become clear. Blood River City returned to normal, and everyone reappeared. It was as if they had returned to the origin. At this time, Su Yan appeared in this light image. The Scorpio King and the Blood River King appeared at the same time. In the end, the King of Destruction also appeared. Everything was under his gaze. He knew that the Scorpio King was already dead. As for the Blood River King, although he didn't know what was going on at this time, he could roughly guess. At this time, he saw the King of Destruction. As the Emperor of Shura, his vision and knowledge were naturally far from what ordinary people could compare to. He had already seen the abnormality of the King of Destruction at the first moment. No matter how he looked at it, the King of Destruction only had the strength of a Shura king. However, as powerful as he was, his perception was extremely sharp. Everything was clearly normal, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. This meant that there was definitely a problem. The King of Destruction. Just by looking at the remnants of the light image, he was already certain that the King of Destruction was definitely not simple. The Emperor of Heavenly Punishment had actually heard of the King of Destruction's name before. This was because his number one general, the Heavenly Fire King, had been defeated by the King of Destruction. At that time, he was very curious about the King of Destruction and even thought of recruiting him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, the King of Destruction had already left the core area of the Shura realm and arrived in this ruin. He did admire the King of Destruction, but he was only a King of Destruction. At his level, he no longer cared about such things. Since the King of Destruction was unwilling to become his subordinate, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, he didn't expect that his laziness to be a huge oversight. This guy is definitely not simple. It's really strange. I haven't felt like this for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting, too interesting. At this moment, he suddenly began to laugh loudly. As the Emperor of Shura, his life had reached a very long point. During this long period of time, increasing his strength had been his pursuit. Perhaps it had also become his pleasure. To be honest, this kind of life was actually very boring. However, he recently discovered that this kind of life had come to an end. The change in the will of the heavens shocked and excited him at the same time. With the arrival of chaotic times, there were naturally endless variables, but there were also endless opportunities. Was the Emperor of Shura powerful? Of course, he was powerful. However, the great Emperor of Shura was even more powerful than the Emperor of Shura. If he followed the path of the past, it would be very difficult for him to improve further. However, it was different now. At this time, he suddenly discovered that this King of Destruction also had a huge secret. Although he didn't have any evidence, at his level, just a thought was enough. As long as he decided on something, he would do it and search for it. Looks like Shatter and that intruder are working together. That's interesting. Ha ha ha, that's fine. Let's see what you're going to do next. If one didn't know the opponent's plan, then it was obviously the best choice to deal with it as it came. At this time, the King of Destruction and Su Yan had already arrived at an extremely distant place. The speed of Su Yan's regal sword escape was very fast, but the King of Destruction was still steadily in front of him, not giving him the slightest chance. At this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly paused. Not long after, Su Yan arrived at his side. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Could it be that we've arrived at Ice Snow City? He couldn't feel the slightest bit of cold here, so this place naturally couldn't be Ice Snow City. However, at this time, the King of Destruction suddenly stopped. There must be a reason for this. At this time, the King of Destruction said with a smile, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that a guest went to the shore of the Blood River. I left some small tricks there. Alright, let's go. Of course, Su Yan knew who the guest he was talking about was. At this time, other than the extremely powerful emperor of Tianxing, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would appear there. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase. The two of them headed toward Ice Snow City. Ice Snow City was a big city in the Shura realm. The ruler of this place was the King of Ice Snow. This Shura king had existed for countless years. To put it bluntly, he was older than the average emperor. In the cultivation world, time often meant strength. The King of Ice Snow's law is one of the top laws in the Shura realm, the law of ice. It's not inferior to the law of heavenly fire. However, I can tell you that although the King of Heavenly Fire is known as a half-step emperor, the King of Ice Snow is much stronger than him. Hearing this, Su Yan was surprised. The King of Destruction said that the King of Destruction was powerful, so this was inevitable. However, the King of Heavenly Fire's combat strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, his half-step emperor cultivation should be enough to make him proud among so many Shura kings. However, the King of Ice Snow's strength was actually stronger than his. This was too unbelievable. Then, how does he compare to you? Which one of you is stronger? Su Yan asked directly. The King of Destruction said, I've never fought with him, so it's not easy to judge. However, this guy might be the same kind of person as me. Su Yan did not understand what the King of Destruction meant. Could it be that the King of Destruction was a heaven deceiver like him? However, this was not important. Su Yan only needed to know that the King of Destruction was an extremely powerful guy. This was enough. Alright, according to what we said earlier, I'll give you his origin law, but the other things on him are what I want. Therefore, I hope that we can cooperate happily. The two of them continued to travel. After more than 10 days, they guessed that they had arrived at Ice Snow City. Seeing this huge city, Su Yan could not help but be speechless. Compared to Ice Snow City, Blood River City was simply a joke. Ice Snow City was incomparably beautiful and huge. In terms of size, it was more than 10 times the size of Blood River City. More importantly, there were countless complicated runes within this ice city. Chapter 1050. Female literature. These patterns were naturally not decorations. They contained an extremely huge amount of energy. The power contained within was simply unimaginable. The enormous power contained within seemed to be able to make everyone stop breathing. At this moment, Su Yan could already feel the powerful pressure coming from this ice city. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "How is it? Do you feel that this power is very grand and powerful? Hee, do you feel afraid because of this?" This could be considered a joke, but in fact, it was also a test. This kind of power was simply unparalleled, and there was no need to mention how powerful it was. After sensing this huge power, an ordinary king's first reaction might be to retreat. Su Yan was unmoved. He only said, "Then how are we going to find this King of Ice? Are we going to pretend to be an ordinary Shura and enter?" At his level, it was not difficult at all for him to do this. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction said with a smile, "Why do we need to find him? Why don't we just let this guy take the initiative to meet us?" Just as he was speaking, a black ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt an extremely terrifying power from this ball. This terrifying power even shocked him. Within this small power, there was an endless amount of powerful destructive power compressed. He had also analyzed the power of destruction from the King of Destruction, so he naturally understood how terrifying this power was. There was no need to mention how powerful and terrifying the King of Destruction was. The power contained within was simply terrifying. He gently tossed the ball downward. Such an action was like throwing a piece of trash down. Su Yan did not say anything. He just quietly watched the ball fall. The ball fell very slowly, like a falling leaf. The people in the Ice City still did not realize that there were two uninvited guests above their heads. A black bomb was flying towards them. What is that? When the black ball finally approached the Ice City, someone finally noticed it. At this moment, the black ball also became faster and faster. In the end, the speed of the black ball was simply unimaginable. Destroy him. At this time, a blue-faced Shura directly attacked. He gathered his energy, wanting to destroy this damned thing as soon as possible. It was a pity that such a thing was not something that a person of his level could deal with. Not only did his attack not cause the black sphere to disintegrate, but the black sphere also swallowed up his attack. At this time, the power of the sphere became even more terrifying. The violent aura directly erupted at this time. The terrifying radiance finally reached its peak at this moment. In an instant, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Above Ice Snow City, there was an energy barrier. However, at the moment when the black sphere fell, the barrier trembled incessantly. At that moment, holes began to appear in the barrier. Enemy attack, Level 1 alert. Snow City's response was swift. They immediately went on alert, and at the same time, sent out the news. At this moment, Su Yan was looking at the sphere. Not only was the sphere of destruction not destroyed, but it was also becoming bigger and bigger. The defensive power of Ice Snow City was actually extremely powerful. However, at this time, not only did this defensive power not destroy the sphere of destruction, but it also became its source of power. An extremely terrifying power constantly attacked at this time. That berserk aura had reached its peak at this moment. At this time, all the power began to die out. The radiance between heaven and earth began to dim at this time. Who dares to cause trouble in Ice Snow City? Are you tired of living? At this moment, the huge ice sculptures in Ice Snow City suddenly began to open their eyes. One by one, the huge ice sculptures transformed into terrifying giants. The speed of these giants was extremely terrifying. It was almost like a flash of lightning. The 5 ice giants arrived in front of the sphere of destruction in an instant. At this time, the sphere of destruction had become extremely huge. Its diameter had probably reached 20 meters. The 5 giants waved their fists at the same time, and a terrifying fist force whistled out at this time. He punched out with a powerful force. In the next moment, a thick layer of ice appeared on the surface of the sphere of destruction. The ice layer spread extremely quickly. In just an instant, the sphere of destruction had been frozen. After the 5 ice giants dealt with the sphere of destruction, they raised their heads and looked at Su Yan and the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan was surprised to find that the 5 ice giants actually had the combat power of the Shura King. At this moment, the 5 ice giants directly soared into the sky and surrounded Su Yan and the King of Destruction. However, they did not attack at this time. At this time, a flame suddenly appeared on the head of one of the ice giants. The flame gradually disappeared, and a very young person appeared there. It was a Shura King, a real Shura King. Moreover, his power was the power of fire, which was also the fire of Shura. Su Yan was surprised. This guy's combat power was not comparable to the heavenly fire kings. However, his power was still very strong. Of course, he was not the King of Ice. Otherwise, how could he condense the power of heavenly fire? I was wondering who it was. So it's the King of Destruction. How dare you behave so atrociously in the King of Ice's Ice City? Do you want to die? The King of Destruction stood on the head of the ice giants, looking down on them at this time. His aura was very strong, at least not inferior to the King of Blood River. Together with the 5 ice giants, his combat power could be considered terrifying. The King of Destruction shook his head and said softly, "That guy is not here yet. Looks like it's still not enough." At this time, he gently snapped his fingers, and a small sphere of destruction appeared. Just like before, this sphere of destruction went straight down. Almost at the same time, the previously sealed sphere of destruction suddenly emitted a loud cracking sound. In just a moment, the solid ice shattered, and the sphere of destruction became even bigger. Su Yan, you should like this guy's law very much. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to help. It's just that I personally don't like people standing above me. I want to kill him directly. This guy said to Su Yan. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. He knew that this guy wanted to use him as a free laborer. However, he was right. He really liked this guy's heavenly fire law. This was one of the flaws of plunder. The power of the Supreme could seize the law power of the other party and make it his own. However, he was not a creature from the Shura world, so he couldn't cultivate by himself. Okay. Su Yan's eyes were fixed on this flaming man. Destruction, you're too arrogant. You're courting death. This Shura king didn't expect that the king of destruction would completely ignore him. Back then, he was indeed defeated by the king of destruction. Later on, he even joined the king of ice and snow. After so many years, his combat strength had already risen to a new level. He was only one step away from becoming a half-step emperor. He originally thought that he was enough to face the king of destruction, but this time, the other party actually ignored him. It seemed that the other party even wanted to let this guy, who wasn't even a Shura king, deal with him. Just as he was furious, Su Yan directly activated the regal sword flight. In the next moment, he appeared in front of him. These 5 ice sculptures are yours. Su Yan faced him but said to the king of destruction. The two of them seemed to be chatting. The king of destruction nodded helplessly. Young people nowadays really like to slack off. But since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his 5 fingers, and a gray power directly erupted from his body. It was an extremely terrifying power of destruction. At this time, the power of destruction turned into a huge net and directly connected to the 5 ice sculptures. The ice sculptures that were filled with an extremely terrifying aura in front of him actually stopped moving after coming into contact with the gray net. At this time, the Shura king who used the law of heavenly fire finally realized that something was wrong. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? At this moment, he was really too powerful. He and the king of destruction were Shura kings of the same era. The time when the two of them became Shura kings was not too far apart. After so many years, he thought that his strength had improved extremely rapidly. However, at this moment, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. The king of destruction's casual power actually made him feel that he couldn't resist it. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword appeared. At the same time, the law of heavenly fire was directly activated. At this time, the law of heavenly fire turned into a domain that enveloped him and the young man. In fact, with his current realm, he still couldn't reach this step. However, with the help of the supreme power, he could barely do it. At the same time, he pointed the Taiji sword diagonally, and a powerful force directly spread out at this time. Poor worm. I advise you to look at the young man in front of you seriously. I might as well tell you a piece of news. He swallowed the law of heavenly fire. The king of destruction's gloating voice sounded. At this time, the Shura king's expression changed drastically again. What? He swallowed the law of heavenly fire. This is impossible. He was shocked, but his intuition told him that the king of destruction would not lie to him. Both he and the king of heavenly fire were experts who cultivated the Shura fire. He knew that in terms of attainment in the Shura fire, he was no match for the king of heavenly fire. Chapter 1051. Female literature. Had the heavenly fire king been devoured as well? Only now did he realize why he had felt a sense of familiarity when this guy had unleashed his fire laws. So that was how it was. Huff, huff, huff. He practiced his breathing a few times, and only then did he manage to calm his heart down. He knew that it was a taboo to not be calm during a battle. If what the King of Destruction had said was true, then the combat strength of this kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Since he had dared to come up alone, then he must have thought of himself as prey. As a powerhouse, it was easy to imagine how he would feel about being treated as prey. He was furious and humiliated. However, he had already calmed down by now. He looked at Su Yan and said directly, "You have devoured the laws of that arrogant fellow, the Heavenly Fire King. You are indeed quite capable. However, this is good. I will devour your power. This way, my Heavenly Fire King will be able to advance further. I might even be able to reach a higher realm." When he calmed down, his aura returned once again. He wasn't wrong. There were always two sides to everything. He was already strong enough. Although his enemy didn't seem as simple as they seemed, he definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Confidence was a basic element of being a powerhouse. If he didn't even have confidence in himself, then there would be no need to continue this battle. At this moment, Su Yan had already charged towards him. The revered sword escape technique erupted once again. He disappeared from his original spot in an instant and appeared in front of Dark Flame the next moment. Dark Flame was the title of this much younger Shura King. Back then, he had lost to the Heavenly Fire King in the Battle of the Shura King. Therefore, he had named himself Dark Flame, which meant that he was a flame that sank in the darkness. To be honest, even though he had been mentally prepared, the speed of Su Yan's sword still exceeded his expectations. However, that was all. He raised his hand. At this moment, a flaming blade appeared on his arm. The moment this flaming blade appeared, Su Yan's sword fell. The first confrontation between the two began at this moment. An extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted at this moment and began to spread outwards. However, at this time, the powerful Su Yan directly blocked this power. His strength is unimaginably strong. It's really shocking. He clearly hasn't reached this realm, but he has such terrifying explosive power. No. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because right at this moment, Su Yan's sword chi actually erupted once more. The sword chi had clearly been blocked by his power, but unfortunately, it moved on its own at this time, turning into an even sharper chi that rushed towards him. At this moment, his power directly surged, and the aura of both of them kept rising. It was an indescribably terrifying power. That Dark Flame's power was indeed incomparably powerful. His power rolled like a huge wave, directly rushing towards Su Yan. In terms of power alone, although Su Yan's strength had increased a lot, he was still not a match for the person in front of him. The strength of the person in front of him was truly terrifying. That violent power was like a primordial giant beast that rushed towards him directly. However, Su Yan was not weak at this moment. His power was rolling at this moment, and after being transformed by the Taiji sword, it directly turned into an extremely powerful force that rushed towards the other party. Dark Flame's power was violent, but Su Yan's power was sharp. These were two extremely extreme powers. At this moment, these two powers were constantly clashing, causing even more terrifying damage. No, it's this sword. Dark Flame was a king, so his insight was naturally extremely sharp. At this time, he immediately discovered that something was wrong. Although Su Yan's own power was terrifyingly powerful and could already use the power of laws, his own strength had not reached this level. If he were to fight with Dark Flame in this state, he would definitely not be a match for Dark Flame. However, at this time, not only did Su Yan block his power, but he was also able to restrain him, directly suppressing his power. The key was the power of this divine sword. After being transformed by the divine sword, the nature of his power immediately changed, turning into an extremely powerful and violent power. And it was also the impact of this extremely powerful and violent power that allowed Yi Shiwen's power to suppress Dark Flame. This is not your own power at all. It's the divine sword. Dark Flame was naturally unconvinced. He could clearly defeat his opponent, but at this time, he was directly suppressed. And this was only the first strike. At this time, Su Yan smiled and said, "You idiot. My sword is naturally one of my powers. In a battle of life and death, who cared about fairness and unfairness?" This kind of thinking was too naive. No, not naive, but stupid. At this time, Dark Flame had clearly realized this point. This made him even angrier. From the beginning until now, he seemed to have lost his mind. He did not know the origin of Su Yan, but he knew that at this time, he was actually very passive. During the battle, he glanced at the King of Destruction. This guy had not made any move at this time, as though he was watching a show. Although Dark Flame had lost to him back then, the gap between them should not be that big. But now, he could not even see the approximate level of Yi Shiwen's cultivation. This made him even angrier. At this time, Su Yan discovered that Dark Flame was distracted. At this time, his power changed directly. The Taiji swords Yin and Yang complemented each other, but at the same time, it could also be transformed to the extreme. At this time, he focused all his attention on the power of the heavenly fire law. In just an instant, the nature of the sword energy changed directly, and a terrifying power surged out. To think that you're a king. You actually dare to be distracted during a battle. Are you courting death? Su Yan shouted angrily the moment the power erupted. At this time, Dark Flame did not speak. At this time, he clearly knew that he had made a mistake in the battle again. He, the great Shura king, was actually taught a lesson by a guy who was not even a Shura king. This made him feel even more ashamed. Shut up. At this moment, his Azura Fire's power of law also erupted at this moment. Two extreme powers once again erupted at this moment. At this moment, the aura was so violent that it seemed like the sky was about to collapse. Of course, at this time, the sky was already enveloped by Su Yan's heavenly fire law. At this time, it was a naked confrontation of the heavenly fire law. In this confrontation, Su Yan had already shown his disadvantage. His power was not weak, but he had just seized the heavenly fire law. No matter how abnormal the power of the Exalted was, it was impossible for him to directly digest and master this power. Therefore, under the power of this attack, Su Yan's heavenly fire barrier actually trembled a little. This finally made Dark Flame feel that he had saved some face. I advise you to bring out your true power. Although you have devoured the heavenly fire law, you are not the king of heavenly fire after all. Devouring his law does not mean that you can become him. At this time, he continued to release his power. Under this powerful power, he kept blasting out. In a short moment, he had already found his own rhythm. The strongest point of Su Yan's power was its sharpness. After his power had been transformed by the divine sword, his power's lethality was terrifying. It was simply unparalleled. However, Su Yan also had a fatal flaw. That was, Su Yan's power was not strong enough. Since that was the case, he would use an incomparably strong power to attack him directly. As long as he kept attacking from a distance, Su Yan would not be able to resist. In fact, sometimes, the way to victory was very simple. He just had to fight according to his own rhythm. After a while, his advantage became even more obvious. The powerful aura kept shaking, constantly pressuring Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have no other means. He could only hold on bitterly. Is this all you've got? Dark Flame finally regained control of the rhythm in his own hands. At this time, he had enough authority to speak. However, Su Yan was indifferent to his mockery. At this time, the King of Destruction shook his head gently and said to himself, "What a stupid guy. He can't even judge the situation at the very least." As he spoke, another sphere of destruction was formed. Then, he tossed it down. This sphere of destruction was an extremely terrifying challenge to the defense of Ice City. The defense of Ice City was actually very strong. However, under the immense pressure of the sphere of destruction, the defense of Ice City was still on the verge of collapse. Still not willing to come out. "Ha, King of Ice, you've obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor. What level have you reached now? This really makes me curious." It was at this time that the battle between Su Yan and Dark Flame changed once again. Su Yan, who was originally bitterly holding on, seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. His disadvantage became even greater. "Damnable brat, you will pay the price for your earlier arrogance." At this moment, his killing intent abruptly gushed forth. His killing intent towards Su Yan was exceedingly intense. Chapter 1052. Female literature. In his opinion, Su Yan's attitude was too arrogant. For a powerhouse, such arrogance was an insult to them. Of course, his ultimate goal was still the King of Destruction. He had too much hatred for the King of Destruction. After all, the King of Destruction had completely disregarded him, which was an insult to him. At this moment, his dark flame went berserk and an extremely terrifying power started to condense at a single point. This was his killer move, Dark Flame Surge. After the Dark Flame Surge condensed, its power became extremely terrifying. Su Yan's aura was completely suppressed. The Dark Flame Surge eventually turned into a terrifying demonic sword that bombarded Su Yan's body. "Die, you idiot!" He directly spat out the thoughts in his heart. Of course, at this time, his eyes were burning with passion. Su Yan's Taiji sword was too powerful. If he could get his hands on it, his power would be even more terrifying. If the King of Destruction still dared to treat him with such arrogance at that time, only death would await him. The Dark Flame's power had become the only thing left. Su Yan seemed to have already died under this extremely terrifying power. The King of Dark Flame's gaze landed on the King of Destruction. "Destruction, you're too impudent." At this moment, Dark Flame was even more furious. That was because he actually felt a sense of exaltation when he said those words. This in itself was a kind of insult. He and the King of Destruction were both kings. At the very least, the two of them should be equal. However, at this time, he had already fallen to such a level. The King of Destruction raised his head slightly but ignored the Dark Flame. He only said indifferently, "Idiot." This disdainful tone infuriated the Dark Flame even more. If he hadn't wanted to wait for Su Yan to die so that he could obtain his divine sword before attacking, he would have already gone berserk. "What did you say?" The Dark Flame's killing intent had already seeped into his bones. If he had the chance, he would definitely crush the King of Destruction completely. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Are you an idiot?" "He's saying you're an idiot. You don't even know this." That was Su Yan's voice. At this moment, Dark Flame suddenly turned back. Shouldn't Su Yan be dead already? Why was his voice still heard at this time? Moreover, his voice seemed so calm. "Impossible. You received my Dark Flame Surge. How are you still alive?" At this time, he was really shocked. He had clearly endured the full power of his Dark Flame, but this kid was still alive. Surging Dark Flame was a killer move that he had carefully prepared. As long as he was hit by this move, even if he was also a Shura king, he would die under the power of this move. But at this time, Su Yan was still alive. Why? At this time, Su Yan's body reappeared. He walked out of the dark flame like a hero reborn from the ashes. At this moment, dark flame was still there, but this terrifying dark flame had no effect on Su Yan. At this time, he was standing in the flames and wasn't affected at all. As Su Yan inhaled and exhaled, the dark flame even moved towards his body. You actually adapted to the power of my dark flame. Although they were both Shura flames, the power of the laws in Dark Flame's hands was actually very different. Dark Flame's lethality was even greater than that of Shura flames. But at this time, Su Yan was standing there without any scruples, as if he wasn't affected at all. This was simply too terrifying. Dark Flame suddenly understood the meaning of the words, King of Destruction. Idiot, this was really an idiot. Even he himself felt that he was an idiot. Su Yan walked very slowly, step by step, until he was in front of Dark Flame. At this time, Dark Flame felt that his body was very heavy. At this time, he felt as if he were facing an extremely terrifying primordial beast. If it were in the past, he would never believe that he would be frightened by such a junior. But now, it was happening right in front of him. Dark Flame, after so many years, you still can't change your bad habit. Turns out you're just a noob, but you insist on thinking you're so powerful. It seems that old King of Ice didn't give you any serious guidance. The King of Destruction's voice came slowly. In fact, the King of Destruction had never thought that Su Yan would lose. His eyes were very sharp, so he naturally knew that Su Yan was extraordinary, and he also knew how sharp the sword in his hand was. With such a divine sword in hand, Su Yan definitely couldn't lose. However, the only thing he cared about was how Su Yan would win. Su Yan's methods were somewhat beyond his expectations, but in fact, this was also within his expectations. This kid's ability is really becoming more and more terrifying. Even he had to admit that Su Yan's strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Such strength gave him an extremely unreal feeling. It was as if Su Yan had already become a god. Of course, he had his own reliance. That was the true inheritance of great Emperor Shura. Not to mention anything else, as long as he could walk down this path, his strength would definitely rise to an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, the end of his path was far from great Emperor Shura. Therefore, his vision was naturally not limited to this. Although he was apprehensive of Su Yan, he definitely wouldn't kill Su Yan because he feared his growth. Moreover, the current relationship between him and Su Yan could be said to be a cooperative one. The stronger Su Yan was, the better it was for him. In fact, Dark Flame's fate was already obvious. When Su Yan released the heavenly fire laws, he already knew what Su Yan was thinking. Su Yan wanted to directly devour his power. Although Dark Flame's previous attack was indeed because he was stronger than Su Yan, if Su Yan really wanted to resist, he definitely wouldn't be so weak. However, the situation was as such. There was only one possibility, and that was that Su Yan was currently familiarizing himself with Dark Flame's power. Su Yan wasn't from the Shura realm, so even the King of Destruction didn't know what method Su Yan used. However, he was very sure that Su Yan definitely had a way to do all this. At this point, Su Yan had already familiarized himself with Dark Flame's power, so it was time to reap the harvest. The power of the two extremes of yin and yang erupted from the Taiji sword at this moment. The violent and abnormally powerful power roared at this moment. The rolling power was like Mount Tai. Only when he truly faced this power did Dark Flame realize how stupid he really was. He was clearly facing such a powerful enemy, but he was still so arrogant. He was infuriated by the King of Destruction from the very beginning, and his mind was in chaos. At this moment, his strength increased, and all of his strength reached the pinnacle. Dark Flame naturally wouldn't be willing to be defeated by Su Yan and even be devoured by him. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity to turn the tables. He was currently struggling with all his might, but Su Yan's power had already been established, and he couldn't resist at all. It was at this moment that a powerful force suddenly emerged from Ice City. A Bing Shan actually appeared where the force passed. The power of ice was so terrifying that it directly froze everything. The power of ice. It's not bad, but it's still too weak. This was the King of Destruction's evaluation. The person who came at this time was also a Shura king who cultivated the law of ice. However, it wasn't the King of Ice himself. Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in Ice City? Are you tired of living? He had just arrived when he immediately saw Dark Flame being suppressed by Su Yan. The King of Ice Shura didn't hesitate at all and immediately attacked. However, the moment he attacked, a sphere of destruction was already charging towards him. In just an instant, this power had already arrived in front of him. He was shocked. As the King of Shura, he actually couldn't resist this sphere of destruction at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat at this time to avoid this power. King of Ice, are you still not willing to come out? I don't have much time. If you still don't come out, I'll directly slaughter your entire Ice City. As he spoke, he blasted out another sphere of destruction. The reason why the King of Destruction was so desperate at this time was because he had already sensed an aura coming towards this place. It was the aura of the Emperor of Tianxing. They were fighting here. Although they were very far away from Blood River City. However, the Emperor of Shura's divine consciousness was simply too powerful. Since the Emperor of Destruction had already sensed his aura back then, as long as he fought, the Emperor of Destruction would immediately be able to detect his aura and directly come here. To the Emperor of Destruction, these were just small fries. His target was the real King of Ice. The Shura king who had just appeared using the law of ice was obviously very angry at this time. The other party was really going too far and didn't put him in his eyes at all. He came here, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that the sphere of destruction was about to completely melt Ice City's defenses and seeing that Su Yan was about to kill Dark Flame at this time, this feeling of powerlessness made him feel angry and absurd. At this time, a cold and old voice sounded. King of Destruction, why do you have to be so aggressive? The moment this voice appeared, Ice City's defenses suddenly flickered with light. The spheres of destruction were directly frozen on the city walls. At the same time, Su Yan's law of heavenly fire was also frozen. Chapter 1053. Female Literature. Su Yan's movements came to an abrupt halt. He was clearly surrounded by the heavenly fire's power, but at this moment, he actually felt a bone-piercing chill. At this moment, Dark Flame suddenly cried out in surprise, "My king, my great king, you're finally here." They were both Shura kings, but Dark Flame worshipped the King of Frost so much, just like how Rust worshipped the King of Blood River. In fact, most of the time, one's realm did not represent anything. What truly determined everything was one's strength. Although the King of Frost was still a Shura king, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Shura king was not willing to provoke him. Just like the King of Destruction, he was a powerhouse whose combat strength far exceeded his realm. Although Su Yanping had fought with the King of Destruction before, he knew very well that the King of Destruction hadn't used his full strength at that time. Therefore, he didn't know how strong the King of Destruction's battle prowess was. However, at this moment, he already felt the King of Frost's terrifying strength. Terrifying. Yes, this was his evaluation of the other party at this moment. Only this word could describe the shock in Su Yan's heart at this moment. The Heavenly Fire King, who was a half-step ruler, was far inferior to the King of Ice and Snow, whom he had yet to meet. The laws were on a completely different level. Under the ice and snow, it seemed like the whole world was about to quiet down at this moment. The power of a single person could affect the whole world. This was the feeling Su Yan got from the King of Destruction. "Ha, you damned guy. The king is here, so it's time for you to die. Su Yan's movements were directly sealed at this moment, so Dark Flame's opportunity naturally came. His power suddenly rose at this moment. He wanted to turn the tables and kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. However, Su Yan said, "Not necessarily." These two words extinguished Dark Flame's rising hope. At this moment, an extremely ferocious power suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. He even saw a huge dragon circling around Su Yan's body. That wasn't all. Then, his aura changed once again. The terrifying power turned into an extremely terrifying aura of a devil. In short, the energy in Su Yan's body continued to transform. Then, these energies finally merged into one. At the moment when the power merged, he felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. Crack, crack. Brittle noises echoed directly from the bottom of his heart. This was a voice filled with despair. At this moment, he had truly collapsed. Under the power of the King of Ice and Snow, Su Yan was still able to move. What kind of monster was he? How could he be so terrifying? Although the King of Ice and Snow is powerful, he can't seal me directly. Su Yan's words fell into his ears. At the same time, his aura directly broke through everything and pierced Dark Flame's chest. The body of the Shura king was originally extremely powerful. However, Su Yan had the extremely terrifying Taiji Divine Sword in his hand. With the power of the Divine Sword, even the Emperor of Shura could do nothing to it, let alone the Shura king. The power of Yin and Yang erupted at the same time. A terrifying aura was born at this moment. The violent power immediately annihilated everything. At this moment, his strength had reached an extreme point, and his strength had reached an extreme point. "You're too bold, little guy." At this moment, a voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. The moment the voice appeared, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure on him become heavier. Su Yan knew that the King of Ice and Snow had directly attacked him. At the beginning, he was only affected by the power of the King of Ice and Snow. However, just the power of the shockwave was enough to seal his movements. At this moment, however, the King of Ice and Snow had directly suppressed Su Yan with his power. No matter what, Dark Flame was still a Shura king. Moreover, he was a Shura king who was loyal to him. The Shura king was already a Dao sovereign in the infinite world. Such an expert was naturally one in a million. If he was killed by Su Yan just like that, his loss would be too great. Therefore, he would not let Su Yan succeed no matter what. At this moment, the King of Destruction laughed and said, "Old thing, your opponent is me." A sphere of destruction appeared at this moment. Then, the King of Destruction's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Su Yan. He was still holding the sphere of destruction in his hand, and his power was already blasting forward. Almost at the same time, an ice sculpture appeared in front of him. At this time, the ice sculpture also reached out and attacked Su Yan. At this time, he just happened to collide with the King of Destruction's sphere of destruction. At this moment, the power of the two erupted with the most violent impact. At this moment, the power of both sides soared. The violent aura was so terrifying that the aura between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen at this moment. Su Yan's eyes revealed a look of shock. He clearly felt that the realm of these two people was still at the level of the Shura king, but in their hands, the power had become so varied. The aura that erupted at this time was actually so powerful. Everything was constantly changing at this moment. At this moment, it was as if life and death were about to be completely extinguished. The use of power can actually reach such a level. If it was the same level of power, in his hands, he could unleash 100% of the power, but in their hands, he could unleash dozens of percent of the power. What a terrifying method this was. If Su Yan could also reach this level, his combat strength would be increased by at least 10 times. He had always thought that he had gone very far in the same realm, and that his power had already far surpassed those of the same realm. But now, it seemed that he was still too short-sighted. There would always be powerhouses in this world that you didn't know about. No matter what, you couldn't be careless. At this time, Su Yan finally understood the meaning of this sentence. What are you still in a daze for? That dark flame is a Shura king at any rate. It's not a good thing to waste a sword. At this time, the King of Destruction's voice sounded. Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. In fact, he also understood that the situation wasn't good at this time. At this time, although the King of Destruction and the ice sculpture erupted with similar power and even had a slight advantage, it didn't mean that they had an absolute advantage. Moreover, they were currently in a state of being hunted. That powerful Sky Punisher King would arrive at any time. If the Emperor of Tianxing was in front of him, it would not be a fun thing to do. Su Yan immediately said, "Okay." At this time, what he had to do was to attack Dark Flame and then devour his power. However, at this time, a frost sword slashed directly at him. The power of frost was suffused with bone-chilling killing intent. Don't be impudent. It was the young Shura king from before. No matter what, this was the Shura king of Frost City. No matter what, he couldn't allow anyone to offend him like this. Dark Flame couldn't be killed by Su Yan just like that. The person who attacked at this time was really not weak in terms of Frost Law. His combat strength was even a level higher than Dark Flame's. However, Su Yan didn't take him seriously at this time. This was because he didn't intend to fight him directly. He struck out with his palm and then disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in another place. This place was the ice city that he had fallen into after being bombarded by the King of Destruction's Sphere of Destruction. Shura Fire, Dance. Su Yan used the regal sword escape technique to leave the place. At the same time, he activated the domain condensed by Shura Fire. It was naturally very difficult to kill the other party with this domain. However, he didn't want to kill the other party. All Su Yan needed was time. As long as this domain could buy him some time, it would be enough. Save me. At this moment, Dark Flame was incomparably terrified. He finally realized that he was about to die. However, he was really unwilling to accept that he had actually died in the hands of Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about his unwillingness. There were too many people in this world who were unwilling to die. He didn't have the time to care about them one by one. His power erupted at this time, and the power of the regal sword immediately rushed into the other party's body. The terrifying power of the regal sword kept scurrying around and then started to devour his power. At this time, devouring Dark Flame's power was much easier than devouring the King of Heavenly Fire. Firstly, during the previous battle, Su Yan had tried it himself and then analyzed Dark Flame's power law. Secondly, his law was still Shura Fire. Although the form was different, in fact, there wasn't much difference in the essence. How dare you! At this time, the sky outside Frost City became extremely dark. A terrifying force rushed to this place. A terrifying aura appeared at this time. The temperature here became even colder, and an invisible domain appeared. You old thing. You insisted on waiting for one of your own to die before making a move. How stupid. The King of Destruction laughed heartily. At the same time, his terrifying sphere of destruction erupted, completely destroying the ice sculpture. It turned out that this ice sculpture wasn't the King of Frost's original body, but his incarnation. Chapter 1054. Female Literature. If the battle prowess of an incarnation was already so terrifying, then how powerful would his real body be? At this moment, the largest ice sculpture in Ice City flew directly into the sky. The huge ice sculpture floated in the sky as if a real god had descended. Endless majesty spread out at this moment. That terrifying aura impacted everyone's soul. Powerful, it was really too powerful. "Kid, you're courting death." A cold voice sounded from the ice sculpture. Then, an ice dragon suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. The ice dragon was lifelike. Every scale and hair on its body was so real. Then, the power directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan felt that he had been separated from this world. He could no longer feel the aura of this world. It was as if he had been locked in a vacuum. If it was anyone else who encountered such a situation, their mind would probably be shaken. Because this was almost equivalent to a desperate situation. But Su Yan didn't. Su Yan had fought until now and experienced countless despair. His nerves had long adapted to this rhythm. At this moment, his aura erupted at this moment. At the same time, the law formed a personal domain. What he did was to hide his treasures. At the same time, the Taiji sword directly suppressed his body. With this, even if the King of Ice and Snow wanted to kill him with all his strength, it would not be easy. Moreover, Su Yan believed that the King of Destruction would definitely not let the King of Ice and Snow do this. There was no doubt that the King of Destruction needed him at this time. At the very least, he would definitely not let anything happen to him at this time. If the King of Destruction wanted to enter the infinite world, then he had to hide the aura of the world mark on his body. Unless he could surpass the limit of the Shura realm, he would need Su Yan's help. Therefore, at this time, he would definitely not let Su Yan die. Su Yan was very clear about this, so he didn't panic at all. At this moment, his aura calmed down. Then, he began to combine the heavenly fire laws of dark flame with the laws of heavenly fire he had devoured. He couldn't make the heavenly fire law's power stronger through cultivation, but he could strengthen it through devouring and stacking. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise. Su Yan's realm was constantly changing at this time. The King of Ice and Snow naturally discovered what he was doing. At this time, an even colder voice sounded. What an arrogant brat. If he couldn't kill Su Yan, then his prestige would be ruined. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly said, "You shouldn't care about whether others are arrogant or not. I came here today to borrow your life." At this time, the King of Destruction directly revealed his killing intent. Such a terrifying and naked killing intent, without the slightest bit of concealment, that violent power was simply overwhelming at this time. The powerful and terrifying power was even more terrifying at this time. The King of Destruction had been very indifferent before. Although the power he used to attack wasn't weak, it gave people the feeling that he wouldn't go all out. However, at this time, no one had expected that his killing intent would suddenly erupt. The killing intent that suddenly erupted was so terrifying and naked that it didn't give the other party any face at all. "Destruction, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" the King of Ice and Snow said in surprise. At this time, he couldn't even care about Su Yan. He and the King of Destruction had known each other for a long time. The King of Destruction knew about his background, and he naturally knew about the King of Destruction as well. Both of them had obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Shura, and had a huge opportunity. The path to becoming powerful was very difficult. It was full of difficulties and obstacles, and one wrong move could lead to death. Since ancient times, many geniuses had died on the path of growth. The King of Ice and Snow had such inheritances because of the care of Great Emperor Shura. As long as they could steadily advance, it would be easy for them to become the King of Shura, and even Great Emperor Shura could be expected. It was also because of this that although the King of Ice and Snow was extremely powerful, he didn't participate in the struggle for hegemony, nor did he allow himself to break through. His idea was very simple, and that was to become Great Emperor Shura as soon as possible. In his opinion, the King of Destruction had the same idea as him, because the two of them had done almost the same thing. They both hid at the edge of the land and did their own things. However, He never expected that the King of Destruction would suddenly come at this time, and from the looks of it, he was here to fight to the death with him. How could he understand this? Are you crazy? Why do you want to die with me? You should know that fate is on our side. As long as we continue to cultivate, we will become great Emperor Shura sooner or later. At that time, the world will be eternal, and I will not be destroyed. What exactly do you want to do? He directly questioned again. At this time, the King of Destruction sneered and said, "Fate is on my side. The world will be eternal, and I will not be destroyed." Ha ha ha, you short-sighted person, you have obtained the power of inheritance, which is a waste. What fate and the like are simply nonsense. You are just deceiving yourself. As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. This time, it was no longer a tepid ball of destruction, but an extremely terrifying fist of destruction. A terrifying fist directly pierced through the sky, and the powerful and terrifying power seemed to want to burn everything. Under this punch, countless cracks appeared on the huge ice sculpture. One had to know that this ice sculpture was the manifestation of the law of ice and snow, the condensation of the law. Even the power of a king would not be easy to cause cracks to appear on it, let alone shatter it. However, at this time, the King of Destruction directly achieved this with a punch. His power was so terrifying and so powerful. The power of destruction could destroy the foundation of all laws. The law of destruction was one of the few extremely terrifying and powerful laws. At this time, the power of this law completely erupted at this time, and the power within it was terrifying to an unknown extent. How long do you want to hide in there like a turtle? I might as well tell you that if you don't come out and fight with me, it doesn't matter. I will kill you directly. He was so arrogant that he didn't put anything in his eyes. At this time, the King of Destruction attacked with such strength. Of course, at this time, he had no choice because he had already sensed that the powerful pursuer was about to arrive. At this time, the huge ice sculpture shattered, and a figure in the core of the ice sculpture gradually became clear. It was an ice man, and everything was made of ice elements. He was the real king of ice and snow. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword directly slashed down. At this time, he directly opened his domain. Under such power, the power of the king of ice and snow that suppressed him directly shattered. He was immediately freed from it. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a lightning-like brilliance. His gaze landed on this person. The aura on this person's body was too terrifying. So far, this person was definitely one of the most powerful people Su Yan had come into contact with. King of Ice and Snow. Su Yan's eyes revealed a dangerous light because he knew that this person was his prey. This time, he and the King of Destruction came here to devour his law of ice and snow. As long as he could devour the law of ice and snow and successfully combine it with his own power, his strength would improve further. Only when he was strong enough would he be able to use the power of the very high more effectively. At that time, he could help the King of Destruction conceal his aura. At this time, the King of Ice and Snow's gaze turned and immediately noticed Su Yan's gaze. Do you want to treat me as your prey? The cold voice directly rushed towards Su Yan. This voice had no emotions at all, it was simply incomparably terrifying. However, at this time, Su Yan had already felt his power, so he naturally did not care about his aura. That's right, Su Yan answered directly and generously. Annihilation, you actually got involved with a brat like this? How disappointing. The King of Ice and Snow walked out from the ice sculpture. Beside him, countless ice elementals were constantly trembling, like an endless number of fairies. The more they were like this, the more Su Yan felt the burning desire for him. This was because he had the heavenly ice jade heart. In terms of the law of ice and snow, the heavenly ice jade heart was everything. At this time, Su Yan could clearly feel his own desire. Don't delay any longer. Do it. The King of Destruction directly made his move. At this time, his power of destruction swept out and enveloped the vast sky. At this moment, whether it was the clouds or the lightning, they were all stained with the attribute of destruction. You want to kill me? You're courting death. The King of Ice's power also surged at this time. Originally, no one in Ice and Snow City dared to disturb him. Even an expert like the Emperor of Tianxing would not come over. He was not a trash like the Blood River King. The power he possessed was truly terrifying. At this time, he waved his hand and the power of the entire Ice and Snow City was directly mobilized. At this time, ice and snow became the only color in the world. You want to kill me in Ice and Snow City? Ridiculous. Even the Blood River King knew to build Blood River City into his foundation and raise his power to the extreme, let alone the King of Ice and Snow. If the power contained in Ice and Snow City was fully unleashed, it would not only cause harm to the Emperor of Shura like the Emperor of Tianxing, but it would also be able to completely eliminate them. Chapter 1055. Female Literature. How terrifying was this? An Ashura emperor could be killed with a 100% chance of survival. Only such a powerful existence could ensure that his city was not a threat at all. Just as he said, the King of Destruction and Su Yan coming here to fight him was a foolish choice. When his power erupted, the power of ice and snow was displayed to the extreme. The original power of the law of destruction seemed to be forcibly expelled. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. Such power made him feel that it was difficult to deal with. How is the King of Destruction going to break out of this situation? He knew that since the King of Destruction had brought him here, he definitely wouldn't be so rash. He probably already had a method to neutralize this power. However, he didn't know how the King of Destruction was going to neutralize this power. At the very least, it seemed like this was an unsolvable situation. Of course, there was also a choice, and that was to risk death and escape separately. Perhaps the two of them would still have a chance of survival. Of course, this was already a foolish choice. At this moment, the King of Destruction looked at the King of Ice and said mockingly, "You have the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. This is something I already knew. Do you think I would come here to court death without any preparation?" The King of Ice's heart skipped a beat. He naturally understood this point. However, he believed in his own strength. He believed that the power left behind by the powerful Ice Emperor would be able to sweep everything away. Even if the heart of destruction was really stimulated, perhaps it would only be a draw. The King of Destruction wouldn't be so foolish. Then, what right did he have to come here? At this moment, the King of Destruction said again, "Didn't you say that fate is in your hands? Didn't you say that the world is eternal, but you are indestructible? Then, it's time for me to let you know how foolish your thoughts are." At this moment, an item suddenly appeared in the King of Destruction's hand. Su Yan could clearly see that it was a piece of iron. This iron piece was so inconspicuous that there were even traces of rust on it. However, the moment this iron piece appeared, a terrifying thing happened. The ice and snow elements that pervaded the world suddenly came to a standstill. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and terrifying power was emitted from the metal piece. That power rushed into the sky, dispersing the endless power of ice and snow in an instant. It was such a powerful and unattained power. Under this power, everything stopped. At this moment, the King of Frost was incomparably shocked. His power had been completely sealed at this moment. But how was this possible? This was impossible. At this moment, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Su Yan was the same. F***ck, that's the power of the Godslayer's sword. Su Yan cursed inwardly. There was no way he was mistaken. God Punisher had been in his sea of consciousness for so long. How could he be mistaken? This was the power of the Godslayer's sword. Now, he finally understood why he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the metal piece. F***ck, this is a fragment of the Godslayer's sword. The King of Destruction actually had a fragment of the Godslayer's sword. At this moment, the King of Destruction directly threw the metal piece into the sky. At this moment, the fragment of the Godslayer's sword was like an absolute ruler. At this moment, the power of the King of Frost was directly disintegrated. That's why I said that you're just a short-sighted person. Heaven and earth are eternal. Hee, you're just deceiving yourself. So what if you're the great Emperor Shura? You're still not strong enough. You know that back then, even the god of Shura fell, let alone the great Emperor Shura. The King of Destruction sneered. Damn it, that's a god-slaying weapon, destruction. How dare you, how dare you? The King of Frost was incomparably angry and shocked. At this moment, the King of Destruction had already spoken for him. You want to say that I betrayed the Shura world, right? Ha, betrayal is betrayal. An incompetent god of Shura, the god of Shura, is not worthy of my loyalty. He's not strong enough, so let me replace him. That's why I said that you're still too short-sighted. At this moment, the King of Frost was trembling all over. However, he suddenly said, Annihilation, this is what you're relying on. This god-slaying weapon is what you're relying on. But you seem to have forgotten that you're also cursed by the god-slaying weapon. I can't use my law of ice, but can you use your law of annihilation? The King of Frost looked at the King of Destruction with hatred as if he wanted to devour him directly. Betraying the world, betraying the will of Shura, deserved to die. At this moment, Su Yen suddenly said, I've already said from the beginning that you're my prey. At this moment, Su Yen directly turned into a stream of light and charged toward the King of Frost. The King of Frost raised his hand, wanting to summon the ice element to kill Su Yen directly. But at this moment, he remembered that the ice element had been frozen by the Godslayer's sword fragment. At this moment, he was powerless. No, you can actually move freely within the range of the god-slaying weapon's power. That's impossible, he roared in horror. But at the next moment, he suddenly understood. Damn it, you're not Shura, you're an invader. Damn it, you deceived me, you deceived the will of heaven. You damned bully, King of Destruction, how dare you? At this moment, the King of Frost had figured out Su Yan's identity. At this moment, the King of Destruction said calmly, You've finally figured it out. It seems that you're not hopelessly stupid, but that's all there is to it. I've already said that the heavenly path doesn't know my loyalty. Since that's the case, what's wrong with cooperating with Su Yan? If you have the ability, then come and bite me. The King of Destruction was so playful. The reason why he dared to kill the King of Frost was because he relied on this. It was not that his heart of destruction could suppress the power of the King of Frost, but it was the fragment of the Godslayer's sword. Back then, it was the Godslayer's sword that killed the will of the Shura realm. At that time, the Shura realm's great emperors joined forces, but they were still no match for the Godslayer's sword and its master. In the end, the Godslayer's sword was stained with the blood of the Shura god. It was precisely because of this that the power of the Shura realm was meaningless within the range of the Godslayer's sword fragment's power. Unless he broke through to the Emperor realm and could communicate with the new Shura realm's will. Unfortunately, the King of Frost was the same as him. He was paving the way for the future. He was suppressing his own realm. Therefore, this was his opportunity. And under the suppression of this power, he was powerless to fight back. At this time, the only one who could make a move was Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword began to erupt with power. The power of yin and yang burst out at the same time, and the powerful power had risen to the extreme. Although the King of Frost's laws had been suppressed by the fragment of the Godslayer's sword, his body was still very strong. If not for the Taiji sword, Su Yan would not have been able to severely injure him. At this time, the power of the Taiji sword erupted, and the power of yin and yang turned into a yin-yang dragon. Especially the power of the sweetheart cold jade, it was a huge threat to the King of Frost. His sword directly pierced into his body without any resistance. At this time, Su Yan even realized that his hand was trembling. Ah! At this time, the King of Frost began to cry out in pain. He was in so much pain. It was an intense pain that came from his soul. He could not bear it at all. At the same time, he was also unwilling to accept this. His power was flowing away bit by bit. The accumulation of power he had painstakingly accumulated was finally going to be in vain today. No, impossible, I won't die. At this time, he still refused to believe that he had lost. He felt that as long as he persevered, there was hope for a comeback. The Godslayer sword was not complete. It was only a fragment of it. Its power was not eternal. As long as he could hold on for a long time, the power of the Godslayer sword would flow away. At that time, he would have a chance to escape, even if he could not make a comeback. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Yan's Taiji sword. The power of the heavenly heart cold jade was more terrifying than he had imagined. In just a few breaths, his ice and snow laws had completely left his body. At this time, the fragment of the Godslayer sword in the sky fell. However, this fragment did not fall into the hands of the King of Destruction. Instead, it fell in front of Su Yan. Su Yan put away the fragment. Since the fragment of the Godslayer sword had fallen, it was naturally because his power had been exhausted. If the King of Frost could hold on for a long time, he might really be able to escape. Unfortunately, he met Su Yan. The heavenly heart cold jade was his nemesis, and the Taiji sword that was refined with this as the foundation was even more so. All the laws were extracted, and the King of Frost's body completely turned into an ice sculpture. You go first. The Emperor of Tianxing is already here. I'll hold him back for a while. I'll meet up with you later, the King of Destruction said calmly. Su Yan was slightly stunned, but he quickly said, okay. He believed that the Emperor of Tianxing was about to arrive because he had already sensed that person's powerful aura. However, he did not believe that the King of Destruction had stayed behind to hold back the Emperor of Tianxing for him. He was afraid that the King of Destruction had other things to do. However, he did not think too much about it. The agreement between him and the King of Destruction had been the power of laws. Now that he had seized the King of Frost's power of laws, he had also devoured the power of laws of Dark Flame. Chapter 1056. Female literature. The biggest surprise was actually the fragment of the Godslayer sword. The fact that the King of Destruction had this fragment was really beyond Su Yan's expectations. At this time, the Godslayer sword fragment's power was exhausted, but the King of Destruction clearly had no intention of taking it back. As a result, the fragment finally arrived in front of Su Yan. What the King of Destruction didn't know was that Su Yan's scarlet sword case was forged with this fragment as the foundation. Although the power of this fragment had been exhausted, Su Yan was able to nourish it. If the Godslayer sword returned to his sea of consciousness in the future, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise for the Godslayer sword. The benefits of entering the tower were enough. Since that was the case, he directly left. He and the King of Destruction were collaborators. Since this was the case, he wouldn't interfere with the other party. The King of Destruction heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Su Yan leave so decisively. He walked in front of the ice sculpture that the King of Ice had turned into and said indifferently, "Idiot." In his opinion, these people who were stagnant and thought that they could become the main characters of the world were a bunch of idiots. This was probably what they meant by, "The world is drunk and I'm the only one sober." At this time, he directly headed for the core of Ice City. His goal was the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. With the inheritance of an Earth Emperor, his strength would become even more terrifying and his increase would be even greater. Therefore, this was something that he had to obtain. He had the heart of destruction, which was also the inheritance of the great Emperor Shura. Because of this, it was very easy to find the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. Of course, his problem was the Emperor of Tianxing, because at this time, the Emperor of Tianxing was very close. After all, an emperor who could communicate with the will of the Shura was truly terrifying. The god-slaying fragment could restrict the king of Shura, but it couldn't restrict the emperor of Shura. It wasn't because of the difference in power, but because of the connection with the will of the heavens. The Shura emperor could directly receive the support of heaven's will. Even if it was a newborn heaven's will, it was still the heaven's will of a world. If the God-Slayer sword was complete, it would not be afraid, but it was only a fragment. Not long after the King of Destruction left, the Emperor of Tianxing arrived. He also appeared in front of the ice sculpture of the King of Frost. At this moment, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Dead. The King of Frost is dead. The Ice King's might was not a secret to the rulers, so these rulers, including him, would not choose to come here when they had nothing to do. But this time, he was already dead. If they could kill the King of Ice and Snow, then they might be able to kill him as well. This made him very serious. That's not right. He hasn't left yet. This is. Luo Yunyang focused all his attention and immediately discovered that the King of Destruction was activating an item in the core of Ice Snow City. It's the legendary Ice Shura's divine staff. Even the Emperor of Tianxing's heart was beating rapidly. The Ice King's divine staff was an extremely precious item. It was the inheritance of the Shura Emperor. No wonder. No wonder the King of Frost is so powerful. He is actually the successor of the legendary Shura Emperor. No, this is mine. This is mine. As the Emperor of Shura, the Emperor of Tianxing's strength was terrifying. However, if he could become the Shura Emperor, then the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. At this moment, he was naturally very impulsive. Get out of my way. Luo Yunyang did not hesitate as he threw out a punch. After discovering such a precious treasure, how could he just hand it over to someone else? Therefore, his first reaction was to throw out a punch. Anyone who dared to snatch this treasure from him would have to die. In the face of such a punch, the King of Destruction suddenly raised his head. His aura suddenly rose at this moment. Emperor of Tianxing, do you think that you can be arrogant just because you are the Emperor of Shura? In the face of such a powerful and terrifying punch, the King of Destruction did not panic at all. He threw out a punch as well. The Fist of Destruction. No, this should be the Great Fist of Destruction. When he threw out this punch, he had already activated his Heart of Destruction. It was the inheritance of the power of the Earth of Destruction, and it was also the heart of the Earth of Destruction. The moment his heart beat, his entire body seemed to have expanded by a few notches. When this punch was thrown out, the Emperor of Tianxing's entire body froze. This was because he actually felt threatened by this punch. Yes, threatened. He was the Emperor of Shura. How terrifying was his combat strength! He could even see through the secrets of the heavens. With such a powerful strength, he should be able to crush the King of Destruction. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction's punch actually made him feel threatened. More importantly, he could clearly see that the King of Destruction did not use the Ice Snow Divine Staff at this time. You also have an inheritance on you. Back then, when he looked back through the scenes of the Eye of Tianxing, he already felt that the King of Destruction was not simple. However, at that time, he did not think much of it. He thought that the King of Destruction had at most obtained a fortuitous encounter at the level of an emperor. After all, the great Emperor of Shura was already an ancient legend that had disappeared from the world long ago. However, now, he was certain that this guy must have obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor of Shura. Only in this way could he possess such terrifying strength, and only in this way could he unleash such terrifying power under his own power, and even kill the King of Ice and Snow directly. Yes, you are right. If you have the ability, come and take it, the King of Destruction said directly at this moment. In this way, he was simply provoking the Emperor of Shura. However, at this time, he had nothing to hide. At the very least, he had obtained the Ice Snow Divine Staff. At this moment, the power of the two people directly bombarded each other. The terrifying aura immediately shook at this moment, and the violent power instantly spread. Ice City was a huge city with an unknown number of Shura living in it. However, during the battle between the King of Destruction and the Ice Snow Divine Staff, an unknown number of Shura had already died. At this point, the shockwaves from the clash between the King of Destruction and the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment were even more massive. The terrifying aura directly swept through everything, and countless Shura died at this time. In the world of Shura, power was everything. Without great power, one could not even protect their own life. In the eyes of these powerhouses, those sad people were like weeds. Their lives were so fragile. At this moment, the King of Destruction took another step forward. Facing the Emperor of Shura, not only did he not leave immediately after this fist clash, but he also pressed on step by step and directly charged at the Emperor of Shura. Not to mention other things, just this courage alone was already admirable. Don't you want the inheritance of great Emperor Shura? He, then I'll give it to you. The King of Destruction's words were filled with mockery. He suddenly raised the Ice Snow Divine Staff in his hand high. At this moment, a dazzling power was immediately released. At this moment, the Emperor of Tianxing actually felt that something was wrong the moment the King of Destruction made his move. He did not waste any time and directly opened his domain. Damn it! You actually used the power stored in the Ice Snow Divine Staff directly. This is a reckless waste of God's gift. The King of Destruction's action was blasphemous to the Ice Snow Divine Staff. The power in the Ice Snow Divine Staff was not supposed to be used in such a manner. However, the King of Destruction directly smashed the Ice Snow Divine Staff at the Emperor of Tianxing. Such an action was like a fight between hooligans. However, the Ice Snow Divine Staff had been nourished by the Ice Snow Divine Staff for countless years. The power condensed in it was even more terrifying and unparalleled. The terrifying aura directly descended at this moment. Even the Emperor of Tianxing did not dare to underestimate it. This was because he clearly knew that if he underestimated this power, it was very likely that he would fall directly into death's hands. After all, his domain was powerful. It blocked this attack by a hair's breadth. However, he only blocked the first wave of power. The endless cold power in the Ice Snow Divine Staff directly attacked him at this moment. He had no time to think too much. He directly used the most powerful power of Great Emperor Shura. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly fell from the endless sky. That beam of light was like a passage. When this beam of light landed on the Emperor of Tianxing's body, his aura soared crazily. The power of the Ice Snow Divine Staff was too terrifying. Even the Emperor of Tianxing's body was already frozen. However, at this moment, under the continuous impact of his power, this ice seal was actually disintegrating bit by bit. The power of Heaven's will and the power of the Ice Snow Divine Staff collided directly. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "Ha ha ha, Emperor of Tianxing, how is the power of the Ice Snow Divine Staff? I'm very busy right now and don't have time to continue with you. I'll take my leave first." After he said that, the Heart of Destruction circulated again, accelerating his speed to the extreme. Then, he immediately left. This was because he knew very well that the Emperor of Tianxing indeed looked extremely miserable at this moment. However, that was only because he caught the Emperor of Destruction off guard with the Ice Snow Divine Staff. Next time, there would definitely not be such a good opportunity. Right now, the King of Destruction could at most escape from the Emperor of Tianxing's power. It was impossible for him to defeat the Emperor of Tianxing. This was also why he had been keeping a low profile. At this moment, the Emperor of Tianxing watched the King of Destruction leave. His power of heaven's will was indeed terrifying. How powerful was the power that erupted from the ice snow divine staff? However, at this moment, it was melting bit by bit. At this moment, in the distance, Su Yan's gaze fell on this place. He took in everything that happened here. Chapter 1057. Female literature, is that the power of heaven's will? The Emperor of Shura was an emperor-level expert. This was the first time Su Yan had seen an expert of this level truly unleash his power. It was truly terrifying. When that ray of light fell, Su Yan felt as if the entire world was tilting towards it. A huge pressure pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, this power was not aimed at him. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to resist this power. Only that freak, the God-Slayer's sword, could do it. It was at this moment that he realized that the King of Destruction was heading towards him. At this moment, the King of Destruction was actually in a very sorry state. Half of his body was even frozen by ice and snow. Previously, he had directly smashed the ice-snow divine scepter at the Emperor of Sky Punishment. Although it had caused a lot of trouble for the Emperor of Sky Punishment, he definitely did not have it easy either. The power that poured out directly froze half of his body. Quick, cover up our auras and leave this place. He knew very well that the Emperor of Sky Punishment could not be trapped for too long. After breaking free from the ice, he would probably immediately chase after him. At this moment, he was not in a good state, so he could only rely on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan did not waste any time. He directly spread out the power of the Exalted. Like a water curtain, it enveloped the two of them. At the same time, he activated the Exalted Sword Escape and directly disappeared from this place. After only 30 breaths, the Emperor of Sky Punishment had completely shattered the power of the Ice Seal. Will of Shura, search heaven and earth. At this moment, he directly activated his will. He wanted to find the King of Destruction and then shatter his bones. However, what made him angry was that his search was quickly interrupted because the aura of the King of Destruction suddenly disappeared. Damn it, it must be that intruder. Damn it, don't let me catch you. At this moment, he directly roared at the sky to vent his anger. Under the terrifying roar of his power, everything was headed for annihilation. His power was simply too terrifying. When his terrifying aura was released along with his fury, the city of ice and snow was immediately destroyed. The gigantic city of ice and snow crumbled and turned into ruins. This was the power and terror of Ashura Emperor. Pass down my orders. Search for the King of Destruction and the invader with all our might. At this time, his will directly shot towards the sky. This will then be transmitted to all the Shura kings. As long as they were within range and could sense his will, they would have no choice but to obey. Otherwise, they would have to face his wrath. This was the power and dominance of Ashura Emperor. The strong were always above the rules. At this moment, he was completely unaware of the fact that he had killed so many living beings. Because in his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. I don't believe that you can hide forever. At this time, he had already made arrangements. One of them was to have the Shura kings and other Shura search for him. More importantly, he had already used his special power as an emperor to directly communicate with the will of the heavens. However, the hateful thing was that the mysterious intruder was so powerful that even the will of the Shura realm was affected. Otherwise, his combat strength would be many times stronger than it was now. If the will of the heavens was not affected at this time, then the King of Destruction would have no chance at all in this fight between him and the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction's strength was indeed terrifying, but he did not know what realm the Emperor of Shura was in. After all, it was impossible to imagine without fighting. If the King of Ice had already become the Emperor of Shura, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Today's hunting operation would be impossible to succeed. Even Su Yan and the King of Destruction would die here. This was the biggest difference between the two. However, it had to be said that Su Yan and the others were lucky this time. This was because the Godslayer's sword had directly invaded the will of the heavens, affecting the newly born will of the Shura realm. At this moment, Su Yan and the King of Destruction were fleeing with all their might. After an unknown period of time, they finally stopped. In fact, Su Yan did not want to stop at this time unless he had no other choice. The reason he stopped was because the King of Destruction seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. The power released by the Ice Divine Scepter was much more terrifying than his. Although his combat strength was terrifying, he did not cultivate the law of ice after all. Moreover, his law of destruction seemed to be in conflict with the law of ice. No, I have to adjust. If I continue like this, my origin will be damaged. Since the King of Destruction said so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He just said calmly, "Okay, but let me say this first. If the Emperor of Sky Punishment comes at this time, I will leave immediately. I will not stay here for even a moment." This was not just empty talk. Although he and the King of Destruction had a cooperative relationship, they were just using each other. If this cooperative relationship could last until the end, it would naturally be for the best. However, if it could not last until the end, there was nothing they could do. They could only say that they were unlucky. The King of Destruction smiled and nodded. Of course, he did not expect Su Yan to risk his life for him when the Emperor of Sky Punishment came. In fact, when the Emperor of Sky Punishment came, it would be good enough as long as he did not add insult to injury. After the two of them came to an agreement, the King of Destruction did not waste any time and sat down cross-legged. At this time, he had to make the best use of his time to recover from his injuries. His strength was accumulating bit by bit, and everything was gathering toward him at this time. It was also at this time that Su Yan's gaze became extremely grave. This was because when he observed the King of Destruction, he found traces of the ice law. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying law power, even more powerful than the Emperor of Ice and Snow. Of course, he knew what this meant. This meant that the King of Destruction should have already obtained the secret of the Emperor of Ice and Snow. At this point, Su Yan was naturally able to guess all of this. In fact, Su Yan even had the thought of directly intercepting and killing the King of Ice and Snow. How could he not be interested in something that could make the Emperor of Ice and Snow so powerful? However, he finally gave up in the end. Su Yan was not a person who went back on his word. In comparison, he started to condense the law power in his body. His Taiji sword swallowed this power into its own body, making its power complete again. There was already a certain connection between Su Yan and the Taiji sword, so he naturally began to release the light at this time. His power was constantly growing stronger. After accepting this law power, this power would become even more terrifying and tenacious. At this time, the two of them directly entered seclusion. They did not know that this area of the Shura realm was in an uproar at this time. The Emperor of Tianxing had really paid a huge price in order to find them. Time passed too quickly. In an instant, more than 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Su Yan had already woken up 3 times. To his surprise, this powerful Shura king did not have any reaction at all. However, at this time, the ice on his body was melting bit by bit. This was good news for Su Yan. If he did not get better, then Su Yan might just abandon him and leave. Another day passed, and the King of Destruction finally woke up from his meditation. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He said, "Not bad. Your strength has improved a lot. Although he had long known that Su Yan would definitely improve a lot after devouring the law power of the King of Ice and Snow, such a terrifying speed was still beyond his expectations. Su Yan did not take his praise to heart. He only said, "Your strength should have improved even more." "Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. What should we do now?" Now that they had harvested the law of the King of Ice and Snow, and the King of Destruction had also obtained what he wanted, it was naturally time to move on to the next step. "Let's go to the Shura cave and see if your power can cover up my world imprint," the King of Destruction said directly. At this time, although it was not difficult for them to stay in the Shura realm, it was definitely not easy. Therefore, the best choice was to leave the Shura realm. And if they wanted to leave the Shura realm, they needed to go to the Shura cave. Shura cave was the name of the Wuji realm. In fact, it should be called the World Imprint. At first, Su Yan thought that it was created by the Shura king. But later, he found out that although the Shura king was powerful and proficient in the power of space, crossing the World Imprint was not something they could create. Not to mention them, even the Shura king would find it difficult to do so. Therefore, the Shura cave was naturally formed. Moreover, the formation of the Shura cave was accidental. "Okay." Su Yan nodded. At this time, he still looked calm, but in fact, he was very excited. After waiting for so long, the moment was finally here. How could he not be excited? At this time, the two of them had recovered, and their movements were naturally much faster than before. However, at this time, they were still very careful and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. If the Emperor of Tianxing were to find traces of them, then it would be another tough battle. However, at this time, they could not afford to fight. Chapter 1058. Female Literature. The existence of the World Passage was no longer a secret. However, there weren't many powerhouses who could pass through the World Passage. In order to pass through the World Passage, the first condition was to be familiar with space. In other words, without the strength of the Shura king, it was impossible to open and pass through the World Passage. Even the Shura king found it extremely difficult to open the World Passage. When opening the World Passage, one would suffer a powerful backlash from the spatial power. If one wasn't strong enough, one might even die from the backlash of this power. Therefore, the Blood River King always said that the King of Destruction was a madman. If not, which Shura king would risk his life all year round to do such a thing? At this time, Su Yan and the King of Destruction had to go over and reopen the World Passage. Along the way, he and the King of Destruction were extremely cautious. They encountered several pursuers, but they were able to resolve them all. At this moment, the space in Su Yan's eyes began to fluctuate. This place was like a quagmire. Su Yan had already touched upon the power of space, so his perception of space was more sensitive. At this time, his eyes were filled with incomparable calmness. The King of Destruction was a little surprised to see Su Yan like this. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so shocked at this time. However, this wasn't strange. After all, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness had come here through the Shura cave. At this time, he said to Su Yan, "The space here is very unstable, so you must be careful. You must know that not all spaces lead to your world. In fact, there are very few spaces that lead to your world. Therefore, if you are not careful, you may die here." Su Yan nodded. Of course, he understood that this place definitely wasn't that simple. He followed behind the King of Destruction and watched him search for the path with ease. The space was here, but the path needed to be explored by the explorers themselves. Su Yan's power advanced bit by bit. At this time, ripples suddenly began to flood in front of him. Those ripples were extremely beautiful and enviously gorgeous. However, the power that filled them was extremely frightening. Su Yan could even feel an extremely violent and terrifying aura coming from them. Those were spatial ripples. Once touched, they would definitely be much more powerful than blades. At that time, it would be difficult to survive. Open for me. Right at that moment, King of Destruction let out a loud roar, and a terrifying shockwave surged forward. Then, a huge door appeared in front of King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the huge door that appeared in front of him. This was the spatial door. It was also at this moment that an aura suddenly appeared. After feel this aura, Su Yan, this was the aura of the boundless realm. At this time, Su Yan almost wanted to rush in directly. However, reason made him stop. It was not because of the promise, but because he knew that the King of Destruction would definitely not be so stupid. At this time, the King of Destruction did not move at all. It was as if he was not afraid of Su Yan leaving directly. The King of Destruction had spent so much effort to help Su Yan improve. How could he just watch Su Yan leave like this? Naturally, he had his own plans. That spatial door was definitely not something that could be passed through so easily. The King of Destruction turned his head and looked at Su Yan. Then, he said indifferently, "This spatial door hasn't been completely penetrated yet. In order to prevent the will of the boundless realm from spreading here, Shura's will is still needed to slowly stabilize this space. If you forcefully pass through now, it's very likely that you will die immediately." Su Yan snickered in his heart. This guy was indeed prepared. He could have said these things at the very beginning, but he didn't. However, this was normal. If it were him, he would have also left behind a precaution. Then, what should I do next? Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "You've already sensed the aura of the boundless realm. Look." After saying that, he stretched out his hand. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. At that moment, Su Yan realized that the color of this person's palm had changed. Of course, this change was not very obvious, but the change had already appeared vaguely. The King of Destruction seemed to be very wary of this change. It didn't take long for him to retract his arm. You should be able to see that this is the repulsive phenomenon of the world mark. The moment I came into contact with the boundless realm left a mark on me. This made me feel very uncomfortable, he said straightforwardly. Now, let's see if your power can cover up my aura. Don't worry. I only entered your world to become stronger. If it's not necessary, I definitely won't slaughter living beings, the King of Destruction said again. He was not allowed to start a massacre. This was one of the agreements between Su Yan and him. After all, he was the king of Shura and an extremely powerful existence. If he viewed the Asuras of his own world as ants, then it was even more so for the humans of the limitless world. If he went berserk and started a massacre, who knew how many living beings would die? Su Yan's strength was constantly increasing, but he did not have the heart to treat living beings as ants. If he did the same, then he would lose himself. Su Yan nodded and said, "Okay, let's begin." At this time, he directly activated the power of the Exalted. This power directly spread towards the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction frowned. For a person like him, it was very dangerous to let other people's power enter his body. If he didn't handle it well, the other party would take advantage of the situation and enter his body. In particular, he was very afraid of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's power was too domineering. If he was not careful, he might even be killed. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was as usual. He tried his best to remain calm and then used the power of the Supreme into the King of Destruction's body. The power of the Supreme was not the power of the Shura realm, but in fact, it was not the power of the boundless realm either. Therefore, Su Yan was confident that he could do this. His power slowly entered the King of Destruction's body. Then, that layer of power directly merged with the King of Destruction's aura. At this moment, a unique bridge of power had been formed between the two of them. It was obvious that the King of Destruction was restraining himself at this moment. He tried his best to remain calm and not act rashly. However, he was very vigilant against Su Yan. Even his heart of destruction was secretly prepared. If Su Yan made a slight move, he would immediately take action and kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's expression did not change at all. He seemed to have not noticed the King of Destruction's thoughts. At this moment, his power was constantly flowing toward the King of Destruction. After receiving Su Yan's power, the aura on the King of Destruction's arms suddenly began to dissipate. It was effective. At this moment, the King of Destruction was overjoyed. He was most afraid that Su Yan's power would not have any effect on him. However, it seemed that all of this was unnecessary now. Of course, at this moment, his mind also began to become active. The power in this kid's body is actually so terrifying. If I can obtain this power, it will be of great benefit to me. I'm afraid I will be one step closer to my goal. At this moment, he was indeed greedy. Su Yan's power was too tempting for him. If he could get his hands on this power, then his cultivation would increase in an instant. Moreover, this was not all. More importantly, he could deceive the way of the heavens. No matter which world he was in, he would be like a fish in water. He would simply be too happy. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "King of Destruction, you're not thinking of seizing my power, are you? But you're right. I'm actually very weak at this moment. Moreover, my power is so strong. If I were in your shoes, I would also take action directly." The King of Destruction frowned. He did not expect Su Yan to point this out directly at this moment. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Su Yan. He wanted to see the truth of Su Yan's current situation. At this point, the reason why he had not taken action was not because he kept his promise or anything like that. Instead, it was because he was afraid of Su Yan. After all, he did not know Su Yan's true trump card. Forget it, this kid is too strange. He has a big secret. If I take action directly like this, I might get myself into trouble instead. There's no hurry now. As long as I enter the Wuji world and absorb power from the origin of the Heart of Destruction, my strength will definitely increase rapidly. At that time, it won't be too late to find him. In the blink of an eye, he had already made up his mind. You must be joking. How could I, the King of Destruction, be such a person? However, your power is truly miraculous. To think that you were actually able to block my world imprint. That's truly incredible, King of Destruction said. He merely wanted to show that he had no intention of obtaining Su Yan's power. How could Su Yan not know what he was thinking? However, he would not point it out at this time. After all, he was not a fool. He knew very well that it was definitely not a good choice for him to fall out with the King of Destruction at this time. Chapter 1059. Female Literature. This guy had an extremely terrifying power, and his aura was incomparably powerful. Su Yan had no confidence in defeating him. If the Godslayer's sword was here, Su Yan would naturally not be afraid of him. However, Su Yan would not always rely on the Godslayer's sword. The two of them continued to feign civility. Finally, Su Yan retracted his power from the other party's body. When he circulated his power throughout the other party's body, he had secretly used his analysis ability. Of course, this was only a weak analysis. After all, he could not be so unscrupulous. He discovered that this guy's heart was exceptionally strong. This situation was similar to his own. The King of Destruction looked at Su Yan and said, "Have you ever thought that you are no longer of any use to me? If I want to kill you now, you might not be able to do anything." After saying this, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned cold. At this moment, killing intent spread out bit by bit. At this moment, the two of them already had killing intent towards each other. Previously, because the two of them were cooperating, neither of them would make a move. However, now that the cooperation had ended, they naturally had other thoughts. The King of Destruction had taken a fancy to Su Yan's supreme power and the divine sword in his hand. On the other hand, Su Yan was very eager to obtain the King of Destruction's destruction origin and the powerful law of ice origin that he had just obtained. However, the two of them were very wary of each other because they did not know what preparations each of them had made. This was the fear they had for each other. If it wasn't for the existence of this fear, these two people would have already started fighting at this time. Hee, if you are envious, why don't you give it a try? Let's see if you can kill me in an instant. Perhaps my power will belong to you then, Su Yan replied directly. His words were filled with dominance and confidence. The two of them looked at each other, but not long after, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and smiled at the same time. It was a pleasure working with you this time. I hope we can work together again next time. Goodbye. After saying so, the King of Destruction charged into the passageway. As soon as he entered the passageway, a wave of pressure immediately rushed towards him. At this time, even someone as powerful as him was panicking. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the pressure he was enduring wasn't as great as he thought. He finally confirmed that Su Yan's power was really effective against blocking the world imprint. Ha, good. For a long time, he had always wanted to enter the Wuji world. However, because he was too powerful, the world's attention was naturally stronger. If he dared to cross the lightning pool, he would be directly killed by the Wuji world's heaven's will. This was also the reason why every time the Shura Grotto opened, there would be a huge commotion. But this time, when he entered the Shura Grotto, the spatial fluctuations were actually so calm. Su Yan looked at the Shura King who left and sighed deeply. He didn't know what kind of trouble the Shura King would cause after entering this world, but this wasn't important. For him, returning to this place was the most important thing. At this moment, his power began to circulate continuously, and then he rushed directly into the passageway. The aura that he hadn't felt for a long time rushed towards him, and the aura in his body changed even faster. At this moment, he felt extremely carefree. Lu Lan. Wait for me. Su Yan muttered in his heart. Then, he withdrew his power and directly headed into the distance. His destination was naturally the limitless demon sect. For Su Yan, the worst thing was that he didn't know what time it was, and he didn't know if Lu Lan was still safe. Therefore, the first thing he had to do now was to find Yen Xiao. At least at that time, he and Yen Xiao were still working together. Of course, he could also find another person, and that was Blue Moon, a fanatic of the heavenly demon. She could also help him. Su Yan's speed was much faster than before. Even if this place was full of spatial turbulence, he didn't care much. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already far away from this place. Following the path in his memory, he finally left the Shura battlefield. At this moment, Su Yan discovered that he could no longer sense the aura of the King of Destruction. This guy was really something. As soon as he came here, he immediately fled far away. Now, everyone's attitude had changed. To this world, he was an intruder. If he was discovered, then he would immediately be attacked by the experts. And he was very clear that this place was guarded by experts. Su Yan flew all the way. Gradually, he discovered that something was wrong. At this time, the Limitless Demon sect was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. In the past, when he came here, although the Limitless Demon sect was also very heavy, it was not as oppressive as this. Moreover, there was even a faint smell of death hidden in this aura. This made Su Yan a little worried. Of course, he didn't care about the life and death of the Limitless Demon sect. However, he was worried about Lu Lan. He didn't know how the woman he loved was doing at this time. Because he was too worried, he didn't care about anything else at this time and directly released his divine sense. When this divine sense was completely released, everything appeared in his mind. Even Su Yan was stunned at this time. This was because the Limitless Demon Sect, which was extremely powerful in the past and protected by a terrifying array, was actually in ruins at this time. One had to know that this was the Limitless Demon Sect and not some other place. There were many experts in the Limitless Demon Sect. Even a powerful Dao sovereign like Yan Shao was only the 7th Vice Sect Master. The strength of the first Vice Sect Master of the Ghost Killing Hall was simply unfathomable, not to mention that there was also a legendary Sect Master. How is this possible? The Limitless Demon Sect was actually destroyed. How long has it been since I left? What happened during this time? At this time, Su Yan was full of questions. Generally speaking, if he released his divine sense so wantonly, it would probably attract the attention of those experts. Even more powerful people could directly use this divine sense to give Su Yan a huge pressure and blow. However, at this time, Su Yan's divine sense was not disturbed in the slightest. This meant that all the experts here had disappeared. Perhaps they had all left, but it was also possible that they were all dead. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart became even worse. Although the Limitless Demon Sect was his enemy, such a powerful sect was reduced to such a state overnight. He could not think of any force that could do this. Could it be the Taihang Sword faction? Su Yan's heart emerged, but this was really absurd. Although the Taihang Sword faction had joined forces with the Divine Wind Sect and the Blazing Flame Sect to launch an attack on the Limitless Demon Sect, Su Yan was not optimistic about them. Until now, he still hadn't seen clearly how powerful the number 1 sect of the 10 great sects was. Su Yan took a stroll around the Limitless Devil Sect, so everything was destroyed. At this time, only the ruins of the Demon Subduing Hall were left, and Yan Zhao's palace had been completely wiped out. Who did this? How could they have such a terrifying power? Su Yan's heart became more and more flustered. Originally, he thought that he would be able to rush back from the Shura world, and even hoped that he would be able to arrive before the battle between the so-called Son of Demons. After all, Yan Shao had once told him that the time in the Shura world was actually different from the time in the Infinite World. But now, he was completely flustered. Lu Lan. Su Yan directly flew into the sky, and directly shouted at the sky, hoping to convey his thoughts. However, it was empty below, and there was no sound at all. Everything was like this, and only a desolation was left. No, I have to go to the Taihang Sword faction, I have to know what happened here. At this time, Su Yan made up his mind and immediately went to the Taihang Sword faction. He flew all the way, and even used his spatial jump ability, but the changes here still shocked him. The huge Pan province had almost been directly wiped out. Everywhere he saw was scorched earth, and the ground even collapsed a little. Damn it, what kind of power could do this? Did a saint-level battle happen? The sudden appearance of such a terrifying power made Su Yan feel extremely anxious. At this time, he just wanted to know what happened here. The scorched earth gradually disappeared until it was out of the hinterland of Pan province. Only then did a few spots of green appear in front of his eyes. This kind of change simply shocked him. Finally, Su Yan also gradually found signs of human habitation. His gaze fell directly on a figure in the crowd. Su Yan's divine sense was very strong, and naturally, he could see at a glance that there was a fluctuation of spiritual qi on this person's body. This was a cultivator, and he was also a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect. At this time, he needed to ask for information. Finding a cultivator, and a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect, was naturally the best thing to do. The crowd was moving numbly, like a flock of sheep migrating. Everyone's face was filled with pain. The disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect was hiding among them. At this moment, he felt an indescribable absurdity in his heart, as if all of this was a dream. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared beside him, and before he could react, his power had been directly imprisoned. Chapter 1060. Female Literature, What's Going On? He was immediately alarmed. However, he did not even have the strength to resist. However, this disciple's mentality was not bad. In just a short while, he had already calmed himself down. Who is this friend? Don't joke with me like this. Why don't you come out? To be able to appear silently and directly imprison him, this kind of strength was definitely not something he could resist. Therefore, at this time, he simply let himself relax and tried his best to cooperate with the other party. He had no choice but to do this. At this time, Su Yan said, You're very smart. When he heard Su Yan's voice, he realized that Su Yan was standing beside him. This person's sudden appearance made him break out in cold sweat. Sir, why are you looking for me? He looked at Su Yan, not knowing what the other party's intentions were. However, he knew that if someone like him really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to spend much effort to do so. At this time, Su Yan said directly, You don't have to be nervous. I'm too lazy to make a move on you. I just want to ask you some things. If you cooperate with me, I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Su Yan's words, his heart immediately relaxed. At least now, the other party did not seem like someone who wanted to kill him. He said directly, Sir, please ask. This little one will tell you everything I know. Su Yan said, Let me ask you, what time is it now? This was a very normal question, and it even made people feel that it was a little idiotic. However, this disciple of the Limitless Demon sect did not even dare to have such thoughts. Sir, it's already the 738th year of the Limitless Demon sect. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Because at this moment, he realized that the senior in front of him was clearly shaken when he heard his answer. He did not understand why this person was like this, but he did not dare to ask too much. He only looked at Su Yan nervously. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with bitterness. It turned out that 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years. It's already been 2 years. I really didn't expect that 2 years would pass just like that. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Back then, he had tried so hard to save Lu Lan before the fiendish demon ceremony. However, he didn't expect that not only did he fail to do it, but he also missed the opportunity. During the demon ceremony, Lu Lan must have been very scared. Thinking of her face, Su Yan's heart ached. Seeing how engrossed Su Yan was, this person did not dare to make a sound. At this time, Su Yan suddenly sighed and asked again, Let me ask you, what happened in the past 2 years? Why is your Limitless Demon sect like this? When he heard Su Yan say the words, Your Limitless Demon sect, he immediately knew that his identity had been discovered. At this time, he was even more afraid, but he did not dare to hide anything. He said directly, reporting to Sir, in the past 2 years, the Sage sect has changed too much. As a disciple of the Sage sect, this lowly one feels that it is unbelievable. The reason why the Sage sect has fallen to such a state is because of the sacrificial ceremony 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Su Yan was swept into the Shura cave during the battle. Then, he struggled bitterly in the Shura world. However, the time in the limitless world was still running. Although the time in the two worlds was different, if Su Yan could come out of the Shura cave at that time, there might be hope for him to make it in time for the ceremony. However, Yan Xiao did not expect that Su Yan would be lost in the Shura world and experience so many things. Not long after Su Yan left, the Limitless Demon sect's Demon Sun battle began. And that battle with the son of the devil was the prelude to the disaster. The 3 demon sons of the Limitless Demon sect were all extremely terrifying existences. However, Hua Yunfei unexpectedly died early, leaving a position open. Only Murong Wudi and Sheng Wanxing were left. However, the sacrificial ceremony of the Limitless Demon sect had always been to choose the crown prince from the three demon sons. Only then could the ceremony begin. In this selection, there was one person who was particularly terrifying. That person was Rosen. Rosen was a disciple of the Ghost Killing Hole. He was an absolute genius in the Ghost Killing Hole. Originally, he would not have been so terrifying. However, the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Hall, who was also the first deputy sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, had taken a fancy to his body and wanted to possess it. Therefore, he had given him a lot of training and even the demon god armament. Although the two of them had broken off on the demon island, Rosen had announced that he would betray the Hall Master. However, for some unknown reason, he had returned and participated in this competition as a disciple of the Ghost Killing Hole. The strength he had displayed was really terrifying. No one was his match in the competition. They could not even block one of his moves. In the end, he became the demon son. The three demon sons were gathered just like that. After the three demon sons were gathered, the sacrificial ceremony would begin. The competition for the crown prince of the Limitless Demon sect would begin. However, during this competition, the nightmare began to truly descend. The three young demon sons were locked in a fierce battle at the beginning. Everyone said that Murong Wudi was the strongest, and the truth seemed to be so. At the beginning, the strength he displayed was almost dominating. However, it was not like that in the end. The aura of the ancient demon appeared on Sheng Wanxing's body. That was the terrifying power of the ancient demon emperor. Suddenly, the door to a world was opened. Luo Sen's body was shrouded in endless shadows. The most terrifying shadow covered the sky and appeared directly. In the end, Murong Wudi summoned a demon venerable. The three extremely terrifying existences directly replaced the three young people and started the battle. In the end, except for those experts, the ordinary disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were killed and injured. That battle was really too terrifying. At that time, I was lucky to be carrying out a mission outside the Pan province and escaped the disaster. Later, the deputy sect master of the Limitless Demon sect tried his best to bring the disciples out of the Limitless Demon sect and migrate. I was ordered to come and see if there were any surviving disciples. This person's explanation was not clear, but Su Yan directly used his extremely powerful and terrifying divine sense to see through his mind and saw what he wanted in his mind. A terrifying great demon, a terrifying demon, and a destructive shadow creature. Behind the three demon sons were actually these three terrifying things. To the limitless world, they were all foreign races. Unexpectedly, they all appeared in the Limitless Demon sect at the same time. Moreover, the terrifying power they displayed was at least the strength of a venerable sovereign. It seems that these three guys have all become puppets. However, if that's the case, the limitless world will not be stable from now on. Su Yan sighed in his heart. As for how the curtain fell this time, it was at the most critical moment when a huge island suddenly appeared. Then, an extremely terrifying power directly suppressed the three forces and completely turned them into ashes. However, when they disappeared, Sheng Wanfei, Murong Wudi, and Rosen also disappeared. As for the other things, it was not something a small figure like him could know. In the end, it was already very difficult for him to know so much. Through him, Su Yan already knew some information. However, he still did not know what he wanted to know the most. Where did Lu Lan and the others go? Su Yan asked, which deputy sect leader do you serve? That person seemed to be a little hesitant. At this time, Su Yan said, you should know that in front of me, your lies have no meaning. Therefore, your best choice is to tell me everything you know. Hearing Su Yan's words, that person did not dare to hesitate and directly said, I serve under the 7th deputy sect leader, Yan Shao. He felt uneasy, afraid that this expert had a grudge against Yan Shao. After all, in the entire Zhezhou continent, the Limitless Demon sect had always been incomparably arrogant. They had too many enemies. This time, the alliance of the righteous sects was about to launch an attack on the limitless demon sect. However, they did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur within the limitless demon sect. The entire Pan province had been affected by this terrifying power. The limitless demon sect, which had been prosperous for a time, was now in an extremely difficult situation. Yan Xiao. Great, take me to see him. Don't worry, he won't blame you. The disciple felt helpless. However, since the other party had already said so, he did not dare to be unappreciative. He directly said, I will do as you say. Thus, the two of them went on their way. Along the way, Su Yan was thinking while feeling the changes in the power in his body. Although the appearance of the three powerful monsters had been suppressed and killed, this might be a signal. As for that huge island, it was undoubtedly the Divine Demon Island. After all, he had cultivated on the Divine Demon Island before and deeply understood the strength of the Divine Demon Island. The strength of the Divine Demon Island's island master was probably a super expert at the Saint Venerable level. Now, troubled times were about to arrive. Thus, he had to increase his strength. As for Lu Lan, although he was incomparably heavy, he really did not know what to do at this time. The knowledge of this limitless demon sect disciple was limited. It was better to talk to Yan Xiao and see if he could get any new information. At this time, Yan Xiao was sitting cross-legged in Wu province. Outside his body, a powerful force was constantly revolving around him. Chapter 1061. Girls' Literature. It could be seen that his strength had increased in the past 2 years. Although he lost to Xue Xingchuan, it didn't mean that he was useless. On the contrary, compared to many people in the Boundless Demon sect, he was one of the more outstanding ones. Among the 7 vice sect leaders of the Boundless Demon sect, he was the youngest. The reason why he was so outstanding was because people like Xue Xingchuan and Zhang Zhe had appeared in this era. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning that this was the great fortune of the Taihang Sword faction. Although the Taihang Sword faction had always been one of the top 10 sects, it had gradually declined in the past few generations. Although it had the divine sword, it had never produced a true powerhouse. Although the previous sect leader had reached the level of a Dao Lord, his combat strength wasn't strong enough, so the Taishang Sword sect could only close its doors. Later on, Zhang Zhe appeared out of nowhere and broke the monopoly of the 3 aristocratic families. His cultivation was terrifying, and he was almost invincible in the same realm. This made the Taihang Sword faction famous. Later on, he became a Dao Lord and officially took over the sect. From the very beginning, he was already bold and decisive, displaying extremely powerful boldness. Zhang Zhe was truly a genius. Under his management, the Taihang Sword faction's strength had greatly increased, and its ranking among the top 10 sects had also skyrocketed. Yan Xiao was naturally inferior to this person. Moreover, strictly speaking, he was still a generation younger than Zhang Zhe. When Yan Xiao first appeared, he was also in the limelight. Coupled with his background in the Boundless Demon sect, he became a famous figure. At that time, everyone thought that he was the most outstanding person after Zhang Zhe. Yan Zhao's idea was to directly defeat Zhang Zhe and suppress the rising Taihang Sword faction, using Zhang Zhe and the Taihang Sword faction as his stepping stones. At that time, everyone thought that he had a chance. However, all of a sudden, a new member of the Taihang Sword faction rose to prominence, and that was Xue Xingchuan. When Yan Xiao challenged the Taihang Sword faction, Zhang Zhe didn't make a move. Instead, it was Xue Xingchuan who accepted his challenge. The young and hot-blooded Yan Xiao disdained to fight with a peer. He didn't even want to use his sword. However, Xue Xingchuan forced him to use his sword, and in the end, defeated him. Not only did Yan Xiao not only didn't follow his plan to crush the Taihang Sword faction, but he also became Xue's stepping stones. Shwe 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 shwe, shwe 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 shwe, shwe 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 shwe. However, this did not mean that he was incompetent. On the contrary, after Su Yan had come into contact with him last time, he felt a little more admiration for this Yan Shao in his heart. The disciple of the limitless demon sect felt uneasy, but he didn't dare to do anything now. He could only obediently lead Su Yan forward. At this moment, Su Yan was looking straight ahead. At this moment, his will was gently operating. At the same time, his strength was also slowly changing. He had returned to his own world, so his strength naturally had to adapt to the changes in his world. This was a kind of attitude. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now that 2 years had passed, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to wait a day or two. After his trip to the Shura realm, Su Yan's strength had increased a lot. It could even be said that it was terrifying. However, the most important thing was the change in his mentality. The more experience a person had, the more his mentality would naturally change. Now, he knew that he had to be more patient. Only in this way could he become better. At this moment, the two of them had already separated from the main group. During these few days, Su Yan also knew that the group was actually an exploration team. After that battle, the land of Pan province had been completely turned into ruins. However, there were many treasures in the ruins. After all, that was the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. Although the Saint Devil Mountain had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things inside. However, after the Saint Devil Mountain was destroyed, the space here had become extremely unstable. Sometimes, shadow creatures would appear here. Sometimes, demons would descend. Sometimes, demonic beasts would appear. Therefore, this place had become an extremely dangerous place. In fact, he had been ordered to enter this place to search for the treasures of the limitless demon sect. The two of them were in a barren mountain. This place was really desolate. There was yellow sand everywhere. There was no life. However, Su Yan's spirit consciousness could see clearly that this was actually a smokescreen. Behind the yellow sand, there was a green world. When the two of them stepped in, the scenery in front of them changed immediately. At this moment, a calm and terrifying voice was heard. "Why did you bring outsiders here?" The voice drifted over from afar. It was obvious that this person was very dissatisfied with outsiders entering this place. At this moment, Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He already knew who this person was from the voice. Su Yan. The person beside Yan Shao was of 5 origin supremacy. Su Yan had a good impression of him. In a sense, he had saved his life. Back when he had been attacked by Suoleidao, who was under the 3rd deputy sect master, he had almost died in his hands. It was this person who had saved him. He was still alive. Su Yan suddenly felt carefree. It turned out that there was still hope in his heart. Su Yan's speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, he had already appeared in front of the two of them. "Greetings, Senior Su." At this moment, the disciple of the limitless demon sect directly knelt down. Although Yan Shao had always been known for his tolerance in the limitless demon sect, bringing an unknown person into the base without permission still made him feel incomparably fearful. At this moment, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan gave him a strange yet familiar feeling. "Who are you?" In the end, he was unable to recognize Su Yan. A thought suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. He didn't say anything, but instead took a step forward. It was at this moment that Su Yan's entire body was filled with shock. The instant Su Yan stepped forward, he felt a sense of danger. At his level, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. Su Yan's step was naturally not simple. It was a simple space jump. Although Su Yan still did not understand how this guy could do this, it did not prevent him from directly putting up a defense. At this moment, his void shadow directly slashed in front of him. The place where his sword slashed was actually empty. However, when the sword fell, it was directly stopped. 2 fingers clamped down on his sword. Su Yan raised his eyebrows again. Although he had not yet stepped into the Tao Master realm, his strength was already extremely strong. Even if he was also of 5 essences supremacy, he believed that not many people could block his sword. However, this person blocked it so easily. Moreover, this person's power directly rushed towards him at this moment. It was a kind of blazing and terrifying power that almost burned his fingers directly. This power forced him to give up on the void shadow sword and kick backward again. At the same time, his palms shook in the void, and an even more powerful power gathered. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for me? His power was surging like the sea, giving off an extremely deep feeling. At this moment, he was so deep and so imposing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, another voice sounded. All right, Su Yan, don't be nervous. This is an old friend. An extremely strong power appeared and directly calmed Su Yan's power, and also dissolved Su Yan's aura. Needless to say, the person who could do this was naturally Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao had become stronger than before. This was not surprising at all to Su Yan. Su Yan, I thought that you were already dead. I really did not expect that we would meet again one day. Yan Xiao's shadow directly appeared. This was a shadow that was similar to a power projection. He stood there, but in fact, he already had the power to attack Yan Xiao. The power of a Tao Master's attack could not be said to be weak. Su Yan. Hearing this name, Su Yan was very surprised. In fact, he had almost forgotten about Su Yan, because he would never spend time to remember the name of a dead person. At that time, Su Yan entered the Shura cave. At that time, they still thought that Su Yan had a chance to come back alive. However, as time passed, this hope became less and less. This caused Yan Zhao's plan to fail. Rosen defeated everyone and became the son of Devil. Of course, there was no need to talk about the unforeseen events that happened later. However, Su Yan clearly remembered that Su Yan's strength was not so strong at that time. But now, although it was just a hurried exchange of blows earlier, he knew in his heart that he was already completely not Su Yan's match. Not only did he come back alive from the Shura world, but he also made his strength more terrifying. This was really a terrifying young man. Long time no see, Deputy Sect Master Yan Xiao. Su Yan said to Yan Xiao. When he faced a Tao Master in the past, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. He still remembered that when the 3rd Deputy Sect Master attacked, he did not even have the chance to release the killing move that he had prepared before he was directly suppressed. However, it was completely different now. He had killed many Shura kings who were at the same level as Tao Masters. If they were to fight, he was not afraid of Yan Xiao at all, even if his strength had improved. This was also the reason why Su Yan dared to come here. Now, he was more and more aware of one thing, that is, equal status needed to be fought for with equal strength. Yan Xiao might not necessarily harm him, but his strength was not enough, so naturally, he was not qualified to talk to him as an equal. Chapter 1062. Female literature. Back then, the reason why Yan Xiao helped him wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he had a plan. Yan Xiao needed him to be his chess piece, which was why he saved him. However, when it was time to abandon him, he wouldn't hold back at all. There was nothing to complain about. This was the reality. But now, it was completely different. In terms of realm, Su Yan was still far from reaching the Tao's sovereign level. However, in terms of combat strength, he wasn't inferior to Yan Xiao at all. He might even be able to kill Yan Xiao in a battle of life and death. Of course, all of these were just his theoretical speculations. Even so, it was enough to show his strong confidence at this moment. At this moment, Yan Zhao's incarnation appeared. Although he hadn't fought with Su Yan yet, in fact, he had already sensed Su Yan's extremely terrifying strength. He was also extremely shocked by Su Yan's progress. After all, like Su Yan, he actually thought that Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive. But now, not only did Su Yan survive, but he was even better than before. Yes, it's been a long time indeed. I didn't expect you to still be alive. But, it's always good to be alive. At this moment, Yan Xiao was also quite emotional. The last time they met, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But now, Su Yan was qualified to talk to him as an equal. At this moment, of course, he wouldn't doubt Su Yan's strength anymore. He said faintly, "Come in and have a seat." He knew that Su Yan must have a lot of questions to ask at this moment. In fact, he was also very curious about Su Yan's experience. After fighting with the Shura world for so many years, it wasn't that no one had fallen into the Shura cave, but almost all of those people had died. But now, not only did Su Yan come back alive, but his strength had also increased greatly. Su Yan smiled faintly and directly walked in. When he passed by Su Yan suddenly said, "Thank you." This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart, because his life was saved by Su Yan. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have died. Back then, outside the Shura cave, he should have fallen into it. In fact, he was very clear that although Su Yan could come out from inside, it did not mean that he could do the same. If he entered the Shura realm by himself, he would most likely die. "No need," Su Yan said. Indeed, there was no need. The reason why he saved him was merely to return a favor. It was just that at that time, he didn't think that he would be the one to fall into the trap. Soon, Su Yan saw Yan Zhao's real body. When he saw Yan Zhao's real body, he was shocked. At this time, Yan Zhao's appearance was completely different from when he first saw him. Dark veins appeared on his skin. Su Yan could clearly see that those veins did not belong to Yan Xiao. Instead, they were some kind of parasitic veins that were embedded in his body. Yan Zhao's cultivation was high. Putting everything else aside, he was at least a Dao master. Needless to say, his realm was very high. But at this time, he was actually parasitized by these lines. "This is, shadow lines," Su Yan said in surprise. He had already dealt with shadow creatures. During the battle with Emperor Wu Hui, he had come into contact with shadow creatures. At that time, he had consulted the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was indeed an antique that had existed for countless years. It directly explained the existence of such things to Su Yan. Shadow lines was an extremely dangerous thing. These things were the parasitic means of high-level shadow creatures. The terrifying thing about shadow creatures was that they could silently enter the bodies of other creatures and live there. And these shadow lines were their way of showing that they were living there. I didn't expect you to know about these shadow lines. It seems that you have a lot of knowledge. That's right. When the sect was in trouble last time, I fought with the shadow creatures summoned by Rosen and ended up in this situation. He directly sighed. It had to be said that Yan Xiao always looked so tragic. His strength was naturally not to be doubted, but the shadow creature still managed to live in his body. It was obvious that the shadow creature was very powerful. But there's no need to worry now. At this time, it's still far from being able to successfully live in my body. It won't be that easy for it to successfully live in my body. Yan Zhao's words were somewhat calm, but Su Yan could see that Su Yan was very worried. He knew that Su Yan was loyal to Yan Xiao. If he showed such an expression at this time, it could only mean one thing, and that was that the situation was so serious that it could not be changed. Su Yan directly said, "Senior Yan Shao, you should know that this shadow line is not a small matter. You can't suppress and destroy it immediately, so you can only let it grow deeper and deeper until it completely devours you one day." Of course, Su Yan wouldn't believe what he said so easily. He still had a deep understanding of this. Shadow creatures were extremely terrifying. If they could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't have been so difficult back then. If you couldn't suppress this shadow line, then one day, it would completely destroy your consciousness. This was an extremely terrifying cycle of death. Even if it was Yan Shao, it would be extremely difficult to get out of this cycle. "It seems that you know a lot." He said so, which meant that he had admitted to it. In fact, this couldn't be helped. The shadow creatures were too powerful back then. If Yan Shao didn't stop them, more disciples would have died. "Senior, perhaps I can help you." Su Yan pondered for a moment before saying. Yan Shao was startled when he heard this. His eyes flashed. This was something he hadn't expected. If Su Yan didn't know about this, then perhaps he wouldn't believe him. However, Su Yan knew about the shadow line and seemed to have a deep understanding of it. This meant that Su Yan's words were quite credible. At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Is what you said true?" Back then, he could easily defeat Su Yan. If it wasn't for Yan Zhao's high regard, he wouldn't have cared about Su Yan at all. But now, it turned out that Yan Zhao's insight was much more powerful than his. After more than 2 years, Su Yan had grown to such a level that he could easily defeat Su Yan. At this time, since he said that he could help Lord Yan Shao, then it was very likely that it was true. During this period of time, although Lord Yan Zhao's cultivation had improved, this problem had also become increasingly obvious. In fact, Yan Shao had even said that if there came a day when he couldn't hold on anymore, then Su Yan would kill him. He clearly knew that even though Yan Shao was still holding on, his heart had already given up all hope. However, Su Yan's appearance had actually brought him a new ray of hope. "Try it." Su Yan didn't say anything else and directly walked towards Yan Shao. Yan Shao didn't stop him. He only watched as Su Yan walked towards him. Su Yan arrived in front of him and said, "Senior, my power will enter your body. Please don't resist." At this time, his aura directly spread out. The power of the zenith directly entered Yan Zhao's body. In fact, Su Yan only wanted to give it a try. He wasn't sure if he could really help Yan Shao. But now that things had come to this point, it was better to give it a try than to do nothing. At this time, his power directly spread out and the aura formed a cyclone. This cyclone directly reached his face. At this time, the power of the zenith began to come into contact with the shadow runes. Yan Shao was extremely calm. His expression didn't change at all, as if all this wasn't happening to him. Putting everything else aside, just this point alone was already admirable. Su Yan clearly knew that it was actually an extremely painful process for the power to seep in at this time, although he had not experienced it personally. But how could it not be painful when it involved one's soul? But at this time, he was still able to maintain a calm expression. This alone was very impressive. At this time, the shadow runes began to shine brightly. When the light appeared, Su Yan felt the power fluctuations within it. It seemed that the shadow runes were going to go deeper. At this time, Su Yan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. If the shadow runes were indifferent to his power, it meant that he didn't care about this power at all. But now, when Su Yan's power came over, it reacted. This meant one thing. Yan Shao was reacting to his power of the zenith. He was even a little afraid of it. If there was no reaction at all, it would be terrible. But now, it was a good sign. At this time, Yan Shao said, "Su Yan, don't have any scruples. I'm fine." Yan Xiao knew that Su Yan had some scruples at this time. After all, this was his body. If he didn't use his power properly, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. It might even cause the shadow runes to go deeper. However, at this time, he discovered that Su Yan's power had an effect on the shadow runes. Therefore, he no longer had any fear or scruples in his heart. The only thing he felt was joy. Suddenly seeing the light of hope while waiting for death naturally made him happy. Su Yan smiled bitterly. But since the other party had said so, he immediately put down the scruples in his heart and directly covered the shadow runes with his power. Chapter 1063. Female Literature. Su Yan's power was like a flame. When he no longer had any misgivings and directly rushed up with this power, the powerful force almost made people collapse. The terrifying aura kept surging. At this time, the shadow patterns were like poisonous insects, directly twisting and circling. And it was also at this time that Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely ferocious force coming toward him. You want to counterattack? Su Yan's heart froze. He had to admit that the power of this shadow was really terrifying. At this time, not only was it not afraid, it actually wanted to counterattack and implant the power of the shadow into Su Yan's body. However, this time, it found the wrong target. At this time, its power came out in full force. The powerful and terrifying aura went berserk. It was like a wheel of wind and fire that directly suppressed Yan Liqiang. Such power could not be said to be strong, but it had its own majesty. The power of the shadow patterns was very insidious. After being hit by this power, it began to retreat. However, Su Yan did not give it the chance to do so. At this time, the powerful force directly began to chase after it. At this time, Su Yan's aura was too strong. At this time, his power was accumulating bit by bit, and his aura was simply overwhelming to the extreme. At this time, he was like a mad god. Senior Yan Xiao. Su Yan's power suddenly skyrocketed. Obviously, that power was very uneasy. At this time, it wanted to directly spread to other parts of Yan Xiao. Even without Su Yan's reminder, Yan Xiao had naturally sensed this as well. Evil creature, don't think you can succeed. At this time, his power directly rushed out. An extremely powerful and terrifying force burst out from his body at this time. This was a war, and it was a war that could not be lost. And the battlefield of this war was his body. If he lost this time, there would naturally be endless troubles in the future. However, if he won this time, he would be able to get rid of it. He might even be able to take this opportunity to go further. A battle began just like that. This was a war that absolutely did not allow for failure, because once they lost, it would mean that they would be completely annihilated, and that was an outcome that was even more terrifying than death. Both Su Yan and Yan Xiao knew this. The power of the shadow was strange and terrifying. He was the most cunning of enemies and would seize every opportunity to launch an attack. Time passed bit by bit. At this time, the terrifying whistling sound from the shadow grew louder and louder. This sound had a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. In the past, such a voice would have been enough to disturb Su Yan's mind, but now, Su Yan was different because he had grown to an extremely terrifying level. Since that's the case, let me add fuel to the fire, he suddenly said. At the same time, a golden light was released from his body. When this power appeared, Su Yan's entire body was pushed back. Because he couldn't withstand such power. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Of course, he had not become a Tao master, but he was extremely close to becoming one now. One had to know that his talent was extremely powerful, and this great figure had taken good care of him and constantly guided him in his cultivation. Many people envied the fact that a Tao master personally taught him. Therefore, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the battle back then, Zuoleitao was an expert of the same level as him, but it was obvious that he was not Su Yan's opponent during the battle. But now, Su Yan was unable to withstand the power released from Su Yan's body. How terrifying was that? He stared straight at Su Yan as if he was looking at an evil spirit. Of course, after a while, his shock turned into a pleasant surprise. Since Su Yan could display such a terrifying aura, it meant that he was confident enough to help Yan Xiao. This was not a bad thing. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, Su Yan was far from being at ease. This power was naturally the power of Shura's fire. Shura's power was domineering, and anyone who had fought with them before would know it. Shura's fire, especially, was almost on par with heavenly thunder. Although Su Yan had mastered this power through devouring, it was far from enough for him. This was because this was the first time he had used this power in this world. Different worlds naturally had different laws. He was not a Shura, so it would naturally take time for him to master this law. However, he did not have time at this moment. The power of the shadow was really stubborn. When Su Yan and Yan Xiao's power attacked it, it launched an extremely stubborn resistance. Its power was so terrifying, but of course, its soul was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, Yan Xiao realized that even though he had been suppressing it for the past few days, the depth of the shadow's penetration was still beyond his expectations. At this moment, the shadow had actually begun to fuse with his soul. Of course, this fusion was still very simple at this moment, but if it was allowed to develop further, this power would become even more profound with his soul. When that time came, there would be no saving him. At this moment, the attack of Su Yan's power had revealed its true form. At this moment, Emperor Shura's attack immediately caused him great pain. Of course, Yan Xiao was also in pain. However, at this moment, he had no other choice but to endure. Under Emperor Shura's continuous attacks, the power of the shadow finally stopped penetrating. At this moment, Su Yan showed an extremely strong attitude. If he did not compromise, Su Yan would not stop either. He did not care about Yan Xiao's life or death. At this moment, even as a Dao master, Yan Xiao could no longer bear it. His body began to tremble. What kind of pain was this to make such an expert convulse like this? At this moment, Yan Xiao suddenly shouted, "Su Yan, stop." Shura's fire was too strong. At this moment, he was afraid that Yan Xiao's life would be in danger. Because at this time, he was shocked to discover that Su Yan and Yan Xiao were not friends. Strictly speaking, they were even enemies. Their standpoints were different. Yan Xiao was the vice sect leader of the Limitless Demon sect, while Su Yan was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, Yan Xiao had tried to kill Su Yan. Could it be that this guy wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? This seemed to be a very likely thing. Thinking of this, Yan Xiao's heart became more and more furious. This despicable guy. The more Yan Xiao thought about it, the more afraid he became. Even though Yan Xiao might still die without Su Yan, there was still a slim chance of survival, wasn't there? At this moment, Yan Xiao attacked Su Yan with the formless sword. He did not hesitate to attack Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared outside of Su Yan's body. It was the Shura demon tiger. When Su Yan first sent Aina to Blood River City, he sent the Shura demon tiger into the square seal. Now, the square seal was suppressed by him, but the Shura demon tiger was able to escape. Su Yan knew what Yan Xiao was thinking. However, at this moment of life and death, he did not have the time to waste with Yan Xiao. Therefore, he directly summoned the Shura demon tiger. After following Su Yan, the Shura demon tiger had always been in the square seal. Su Yan was wary of the square seal. Therefore, after putting the Shura demon tiger into the square seal, he he constantly guided the energy towards him. The Shura demon tiger could be said to have profited from a disaster. In the square seal, he actually became a king-level Shura demonic beast. At this moment, when he appeared and saw Yan Xiao, he immediately roared. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura was released, and a powerful force rushed towards Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao directly fought with the Shura demon tiger. In fact, the Shura demon tiger was naturally not a match for Yan Xiao. Although he had obtained great benefits in the square seal, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the sky in a single step. His strength was already very strong, but compared to Yan Xiao, who was only one step away from becoming a Dao master, he was still too far away. However, this did not matter. His mission was not to kill Yan Xiao, but to hold him back. After all, he was the Shura demon tiger. If they were at the same level, Yan Xiao would definitely not be a match for him. Su Yan focused more of his attention. This was an extremely important moment. Under the continuous burning of the Shura fire, that thing finally could not hold on any longer. It began to gradually leave Yan Xiao's body. At this moment, the shadow slowly crawled out of Yan Xiao's body. When it was residing in his body, this thing was only the size of a palm. However, when it left this guy's body, this shadow began to change, and finally turned into a huge and terrifying shadow. It was a terrifying creature. At this moment, Yan Xiao finally stopped his attack. He knew that he had misunderstood Su Yan. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. Of course, he knew that this regret was useless because he now had to face an extremely powerful enemy, and that was this terrifying shadow creature. After the shadow creature appeared, he immediately wanted to leave this place like a madman. This was because the Shura fire released by Su Yan made him feel incomparable fear. That was a fire that could kill him. Even if he was strong, he had no choice but to compromise under the influence of this fire. However, how could Yan Xiao let him leave? Yan Xiao was at the most furious moment. This shadow creature was making his master suffer. Chapter 1064. Female literature. In fact, back then, Yan Xiao had been taken advantage of by this shadow creature because he had tried to save him. Yan Xiao had always been brooding over this. Now, he finally had a chance to pay it back. At this moment, his power spread out. The void-shattering sword appeared and flew out, slashing at the shadow creature at an extremely terrifying speed. His void-shattering sword had always been very powerful, but this time, it returned without any effect. That shadow creature seemed to know his plan. In that instant, its body turned into nothingness. Yan Zhao's sword directly pierced through the shadow creature's body, but it did not cause him any trouble at all. At this moment, a strange expression appeared on the shadow creature's face, as if it was mocking Yan Zhao's words. At this moment, it suddenly changed its direction and no longer fled outside. Instead, it charged directly at Yan Xiao. Not good. Yan Xiao was shocked. At this moment, he already knew what this evil creature was planning to do. It wanted to enter his body and take over his body as a parasite. This time, he was extremely afraid. He knew very well that even Dao's sovereign Yan Xiao was so powerless against this shadow creature. If it were him, he would not have any chance of survival. However, at this moment, that power had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth. Since he had no choice, he might as well go all out. In times of desperation, going all out was the only way. At this moment, a loud tiger roar was heard. Then, a shadow suddenly flew down, and a claw mark appeared directly at this time. Shura Demon Tiger. At this moment, Shura Demon Tiger attacked. His power was extremely domineering. At this moment, Shura's aura was fully displayed. Since Su Yan could conceal the world imprint of the King of Destruction, it was easy for him to prevent Shura Demon Tiger from being detected by this world. After following Su Yan, Shura Demon Tiger obtained enough benefits from the square seal. At this moment, his arrogance was on full display. The moment his powerful strength descended, the shadow creature actually felt fear. His body turned into nothingness again, but this time, his luck was not good. The power of the Shura Demon Tiger was actually able to injure him. The shadow creature's shadow kept changing like a cloud of smoke. At this time, it was looking at the Shura Demon Tiger, its eyes filled with terrible anger. He wanted to kill the Shura Demon Tiger. However, right at that moment, his body suddenly trembled. He had a bad feeling about this. Su Yan suddenly woke up. Previously, his power was entangled with Yan Zhao's power, and he was unable to extricate himself. But now, he was finally able to withdraw his power. The shadow creature glanced at Su Yan's face. Then, it no longer had any thoughts and wanted to leave immediately. This guy made him loathe him to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. His plan had succeeded. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to take a Dao Master for himself. The most terrifying thing about the shadow creature was that it was a parasite. When it killed the original person and became itself again, its power would be greatly increased until it completely absorbed the person's nutrients. But Su Yan's appearance disrupted all his plans. This guy was really hateful, but he was also really powerful. His appearance gave him a sense of helplessness. It was especially so for the azure of fire and the power of the exalted on Su Yan's body. To him, they were like the bane of his existence. So at this time, he chose to escape without hesitation. However, since they had already come to this point, how could Su Yan let him leave just like that? Since you're already here, why leave? Stay with me. His power suddenly erupted at this moment, and then a powerful aura spread out at this moment. If Su Yan didn't want him to leave, then he had to stay. This was Su Yan's overbearingness. Su Yan's power became so violent at this time. That terrifying power was simply too strong at this time. Then, his power flew out and formed a huge net. The net condensed by his power filled up all the places in an instant. The powerful power kept roaring, suppressing the shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature saw that it had nowhere to go. It seemed to give up everything and rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan just sneered at its suicidal behavior. He didn't summon the Taiji sword. The Taiji sword was too powerful, but now was not the time to use it. This was the trump card Su Yan kept for himself. His power changed again. In the Shura realm, Su Yan's biggest breakthrough was to unify his power. Whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon or others, under the operation of the power of the exalted, they had been combined with the power of Shura to become the third power. The so-called third force was a powerful force that had fused together. Its characteristics were incomparably violent, but it was also terrifyingly profound. The power of Shura's fire and thunder worked at the same time. Shura's burning, thunder's rumbling. These two terrifying powers erupted at the same time, immediately causing the shadow creature more pain. At this time, Su Yan directly bombarded it with a palm. Seeing Su Yan's palm bombarding it, the shadow creature didn't retreat at this time. Instead, it directly flew towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful. Be careful of its parasites. Su Yan shouted in horror. The most terrifying thing about this shadow creature was that it was almost immune to physical attacks, and contact with it was the road to death. Back then, Yan Xiao accidentally touched its body in battle, which was why it directly parasitized him. At this time, Su Yan's actions were even more suicidal. Su Yan had spent a lot of effort to expel this power from Yan Zhao's body, but if it parasitized his body, he might not be able to do anything. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to Su Yan's words. Perhaps it was already too late. His palm quickly slammed into the shadow creatures. Just as Su Yan worried, the shadow creature didn't die at this time. Instead, it directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. It's over. Su Yan regretted. At this time, the curtain fell on the battle. At this time, Yan Xiao opened his eyes. He had just suppressed his injuries and saw the last scene. He frowned and said to Su Yan, "Don't you think you're too reckless?" Obviously, he didn't think highly of Su Yan. After all, he had suffered at the hands of this darn thing, and he knew how terrifying it was. He had felt Su Yan's power, but in fact, the reason why they had won earlier was because he and Su Yan had joined forces. Now that the parasites have just started, let's work together and see if we can force it out and kill it directly. In his opinion, Su Yan shouldn't be so impatient. Since his strength had a restraining effect on the shadow creature, he should buy time. When he woke up, the combined strength of the two of them could directly kill the shadow creature. In fact, there was only a small difference in time. At this time, Su Yan smiled and said, "It's fine. Since I dared to do this, I naturally have my own confidence." He had a calm expression on his face, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Yan Xiao shook his head slightly. Once bitten, twice shy. But taking a step back, this thing was indeed extremely terrifying. He knew how terrifying it was after coming into contact with it. However, since Su Yan had already said so, he naturally couldn't say anything more. He only said, "Then pay attention at all times. If you discover any problems, immediately come and find me. Don't worry, I, Yan Xiao, am not an ungrateful person." Su Yan nodded. He agreed with this point. The Limitless Demon sect was a demonic sect in their eyes, but they saw it as a holy sect. In fact, not all of the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were evil. The only difference was in their views. It was like ruling a country. Everyone had their own views. However, Su Yan really didn't care about the shadow creature. The reason why he let this thing enter his body was because he wanted to close the door and beat the dog. He had already seen the strangeness of the shadow creature and deeply understood that the scariest thing about shadow creatures was that they were difficult to kill. As long as a shadow still existed, it could be reborn. However, it was different now. Now that this guy had entered his body, there was no way for him to escape. His sea of consciousness had already given birth to lightning, which was the biggest nemesis for shadow creatures like this. Su Yan's body was now so strong that it might even be stronger than Yan Zhao's. "Senior, this junior has many things to ask you." At this time, Su Yan directly changed the topic. Although he had obtained a lot of information from that disciple, it was still too little compared to what Su Yan wanted to know. Therefore, he still had many questions at this time. Yan Zhao's gaze fell on him and said, "I know, you want to ask about Lulan, right?" Yan Zhao's eyes were unique. He immediately guessed. However, when he said the two words, Lulan, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan didn't say anything and looked at Yan Xiao. At this time, Yan Xiao finally began to speak slowly and recounted the incident from the beginning. As the deputy sect master, he naturally knew more than an ordinary disciple. Chapter 1065. Girl literature. Back then, what happened at the beginning was indeed as that disciple had said. The three sons of demons had all summoned extremely terrifying things. Rosen's shadow creatures, Sheng Wanxing's terrifying demons, and Murong Wudi's powerful demon clan. The battle at that time was extremely terrifying. The three creatures almost tore down the Boundless Demon sect. Of course, the experts of the Boundless Demon sect would not sit still and wait for death. Several deputy sect masters took action one after another. That battle was extremely difficult. But what was worrying was that it was such a dangerous situation. The most powerful deputy sect master and sect master did not take action. They did not even show up. Fortunately, the 6 deputy sect masters were not weak. They fought in pairs, and with the help of the boundless demon sect's formation, they finally suppressed the 3 monsters. They thought that this would be the end, but they did not expect that at this time, a woman would suddenly burst out. This woman was none other than Lulan. The so-called demon ceremony was to draw out the blood of the most powerful woman with the demon clan's bloodline, and then combine it with the demon sect's crown prince to create the most powerful bloodline. There were actually 10 candidates for the demon clan. Lulan was the last one to survive. Her strength was needless to say, but compared with those deputy sect masters who had reached the level of Tao Master, it was nothing. However, it was precisely at that moment, at that extremely crucial moment, that woman had appeared. Lulan broke through the power restriction of the boundless demon sect and went directly into the sky. At this time, she was no longer weak, but full of unimaginable majesty. A powerful aura was released from her body. Even Yen Xiao, a Tao master, was shocked by that kind of power. He was very sure that Lulan's cultivation had reached the level of sovereign master. An expert at the level of sovereign master was equivalent to the emperor of Shura. Back then, even an expert like the king of destruction could only flee in the face of the emperor of Tianxing. Su Yan could not believe it when he heard the news. However, Lulan was still alive, which was the best thing. After Lulan soared into the sky, the extremely terrifying demon stood directly below her, respectfully as if it was a servant. The son of the limitless demon sect's #1 demon, Murong Wudi, stood quietly behind him. Even at this point, the powerful Grandmaster had yet to appear. Lulan stood in the air like this. Her appearance and rise directly broke the current situation. Her power was so great that when she looked down, it was as if the entire world had fallen into a terrifying silence. Her eyes were filled with incomparable hatred. Her hatred for the limitless demon sect was as deep as the sea. It was the limitless demon sect that had forcibly snatched her away from Su Yan's embrace and made her suffer such great pain. It was also the limitless demon sect that made the monster palace suffer generation after generation. At this moment, she gently waved her hand, and the demon expert was immediately enraged. What was even more terrifying was that the demon had actually more than doubled in strength at this moment. What a terrifying power this was! At this moment, his aura had simply reached its peak. The violent power flew down, causing everything to shake and crumble at this moment. The outcome of the balance being broken was extremely terrifying. The limitless demon sect began to waver. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, Rosen's shadow power suddenly surged towards the ghost-killing hole. In the limitless demon sect, the person that Rosen hated the most was the master of the ghost-killing hall, who was also the first deputy grandmaster of the limitless demon sect. That person had once saved him long ago, and he had been deeply grateful to him at that time. However, later on, he had guessed that the purpose of that guy was to directly devour him, like a piece of fatty meat, and eat him directly. This was something that he could not tolerate no matter what, so at that moment, he had gone berserk and angry. However, at that time, he was simply too weak. Compared to this person, the difference was like heaven and earth. At that time, if that person from the divine demon island had not interfered, he would not have been able to survive at this time. However, the current him had already become extremely powerful. In fact, when he had just arrived at the limitless demon sect, he had already wanted to directly turn hostile. However, the person behind him did not allow him to do so, and he had to follow the plan. He did not know how that person made that old thing let him go and not do anything to him, and even gave him a reasonable identity. However, at this moment, all of this did not matter anymore. That person wanted him to obtain the demon blood, but now, it was obviously impossible to obtain the demon blood. Moreover, under the powerful demon race, the limitless demon sect was already in chaos. At this moment, his first thought was to find the first deputy grandmaster to settle the score. The current him could control the shadow power, which was enough to reach the emperor realm. The feeling of being invincible made him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. At this moment, Sheng Wanxing also began to release his full strength. Of course, his strength was not to attack, but to open. To open the door to the descent of the demons. Facing such a situation, the 6 deputy grandmasters of the limitless demon sect could only retreat and protect themselves. At the same time, they were trying to buy time for the people of the limitless demon sect to use the formation to evacuate. While ensuring the evacuation of the disciples, an uncontrollable battle broke out. The demon gate was opened, and terrifying demons rushed in. Even the limitless demon sect could not withstand it. At this time, Zhang Zhe led the disciples of the righteous faction into the limitless demon sect. Fortunately, Zhang Zhe was not blinded by greed. When facing the demons, he was clear that these terrifying existences from the otherworld were the greatest enemies, so he directly took action. With the addition of many powerhouses, the casualties were not disastrous. Of course, when they were at their most desperate, a huge floating island descended. When that terrifying floating island appeared, all the demons and shadow creatures died at that moment. Of course, those powerful existences fled. Su Yan was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, Lu Lan is fine. She is safe now, but did she leave with the demon clan?" Yan Xiao said with a wry smile, "Of course she's fine. If I'm not wrong, there is an extremely noble bloodline of the demon clan hidden in her body. That's why the powerhouses of the demon clan acted like this. But I didn't expect Murong Wudi to be a chess piece of the demon clan. I really don't understand." In this generation of the limitless demon sect, the 3 sons of the demon clan are not members of the limitless demon sect. Yan Zhao's idea had always been to run the limitless demon sect better, to make it stronger, so that his ideas could be carried out. However, the Grand Master of the limitless demon sect was too majestic, and his strength was too terrifying. Even though he had become a Dao Master, he did not know how strong the Grand Master was. Therefore, in the beginning, he wanted to let Su Yan compete for the son of the demon clan, so that he could obtain some of the rights that he hoped to obtain. But he did not expect that he would be disappointed in the end. This was simply a great irony. The only difference was that Hua Yunfei, the son of the demon clan of the limitless demon sect, had died in his early years because of his ambition. Even he felt a sense of helplessness. "Su Yan, now that you are strong enough, where do you want to go next?" Yan Xiao asked directly. Su Yan furrowed his brows and said, "It seems like troubled times are about to arrive." Yan Xiao nodded. In fact, this incident was a signal. The shadow creatures had reappeared, the invasion of the demon clan was about to begin, and the powerful demon clan seemed to be recovering at this time. Putting everything else aside, for the infinite world, this was definitely not a good thing. Who knew that terrifying thing might come? Su Yan knew that although the master of the divine demon island was mysterious, his strength was extremely terrifying. He had been guarding the limitless world all this time. Although the invasion of the demon clan was suppressed by him this time, what about the next time? Although he was strong, he was not invincible. When the demon gate was opened the next time, a large number of greater demons would gather, and it would not be a time when he could fight against them alone. In the ancient times, there were 7 saint sovereigns, but what about now? There were almost no sovereigns, so it was impossible for them to survive the invasion of the demon clan. Time was running out. That's right, that's exactly the case. This time, it's just a signal. It's a pity that the 10 great sects aren't united yet. The royal sect and the other powerful sects all feel that they're the main characters of this world. As for our limitless devil sect, I don't know what our sect leader is thinking either. He didn't even appear during the calamity this time. Because of this, the limitless devil sect is already in disarray. In this great calamity, the limitless demon sect master did not appear, so some thoughts and suspicions emerged. Some said that he was already dead, but no matter what, dissatisfaction towards him had already appeared. The few vice sect masters were not willing to be under others. This time, the limitless demon sect master was calm, which naturally gave them some ambition. Since the limitless demon sect was already torn apart, the third vice sect master directly established his own sect. The other vice sect masters also did the same. Therefore, the limitless demon sect, which was once the number one sect of the 10 great sects, was torn apart overnight. The other 9 great sects were also in their own camps at this time. These things are not suitable for me to worry about. I think, the world of the 9 continents is so big, there are bound to be people with broad horizons. When trouble comes, they will naturally take action. The only thing I care about is to protect the people I protect. Now, I want to go back to the Tai-Hang sword faction to take a look. If possible, I want to go back to the 5 continents. Chapter 1066. Female literature, that's good too. Our peaceful days are coming to an end, said Yen Xiao. No matter what their relationship was in the past, after this incident, their relationship had improved and they could be considered friends. No matter what, they were of no use in the current situation. Although their strength was considered to be in the upper echelons, they were still a far cry from the true powerhouses. Of course, the true powerhouses here were terrifying existences like the Master of Divine Devil Island. Such a person was a supreme existence at the peak. Su Yan knew that his strength was probably at the level of the great demonic dragon. In other words, he was a sacred venerable. To them, these 2 words were like a legend. They were so high up that no one could touch them. This world has always been like this. When you reach a new height, you will find that there is a more distant road waiting for you in front of you. This was an endless cycle, and no one knew when this cycle would stop. He chatted with Yen Xiao for a while more before leaving. In fact, the current world was already extremely unstable. One had to know that the space between heaven and earth was originally very stable. However, after many things happened in the ancient times, this world had become extremely unstable. At this time, the energy between heaven and earth fluctuated violently. After the previous great battle, the saints worked together to seal the space. This allowed the Wuji world to enjoy peace for many years. However, this time, the seal of the space was opened again. In fact, the 3 sons of the great demons were the sinners of the Wuji world. It was because of them that the Wuji world was in danger. Of course, they were only a catalyst. Even without their existence, this world would not be peaceful. The terrifying crisis that was about to come would still come at any time. In the current large world, there would occasionally be some wandering evil demons. For those with cultivation, it was not so bad. However, for ordinary people, this was extremely fatal. After all, their strength was not enough to deal with these. No, it could be said that they were weak lambs in front of these terrifying invading creatures. Su Yan headed straight for the Tai-Hang sword faction. The Tai-Hang sword faction had participated in the last war as well. As long as it was a war, there would be casualties. Even the victors would have to pay a huge price. Su Yan did not know how they were doing, especially his friends in the Tai-Hang sword faction. Of course, the Tai-Hang sword faction was not his destination. He still wanted to go to the 5 prefectures. Back then, when he came here from the 5 counties, he wanted to bring back the people he treasured. But now, he failed to do so. Chu Linger had already become a disciple of the Passionless Island. Under the care of the Passionless Fairy, her life would not be in danger. Su Yan's current strength was many times stronger than before, but he did not choose to go to the Passionless Island. She had already chosen her own path back then, so she could only follow suit. Everything needed time to settle down. At the very least, Su Yan was not strong enough at the moment. Back then, the woman from the Celestial Devil Island had told him that the passionless fairy was so strong that even the Celestial Devil Island master was wary of her. Such a terrifying existence was definitely not someone he could afford to offend at the moment. Chu Linger would also benefit greatly if she stayed there. It was better than following him around and suffering. As for Lu Lan, Su Yen felt that he had let her down. He wanted to see her and save her, but he did not expect that something would happen at that time. He did not even get to see her face. This woman had given herself to Su Yen, but now, she had to face everything alone. Even though she had displayed an extremely terrifying strength and had even reached the level of an emperor master, Su Yen still felt deeply guilty towards her. As for her sister, that was her own choice. She had chosen Su Yen, so Su Yen would not do anything to her. After all, Su Yen did not treat her well. Now that Su Yen had become a demon, it would be best for her to die. Otherwise, they would probably have to meet again on the battlefield. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly increasing. He suddenly sped up, and Taihang Mountain soon appeared in front of him. Returning to this place made Su Yen feel an indescribable emotion. This was his first stop. Back then, he had just arrived at the Taihang Sword faction. Now that he was back, he felt like he was revisiting an old place. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the Taihang Sword faction had not weakened. Instead, it had become even stronger. This was obvious. It could be seen from the radiance of the Taihang Sword faction. Before he even got close to the Taihang Sword formation, he could already feel an extremely murderous aura. However, the current Su Yen was completely different from before. This formation could no longer make him feel any fear. This time, he only wanted to take a look. He did not want to alarm anyone else. He activated his Taihang aura and merged it into the formation in this deserted corner. Su Yen walked slowly in the Taihang Sword faction. However, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction did not seem to notice him even when they brushed past him. The first place Su Yen went to was the Shui clan. He wanted to see if Shui Xinyue was safe. He went to the courtyard and saw Shui Xinyue. She was still as calm as ever. She was in a very good state. Her strength was much stronger than before. Su Yen did not choose to meet her. It was not necessary. At this moment, a thought landed on his body. Senior Shui, it's me. When this consciousness enveloped him, Su Yen immediately knew who it was. It was Shui Xingchuan. Shui Xingchuan was indeed an extremely terrifying genius. After 2 years, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Yan Zhao's improvement was huge, but compared to Shui Xingchuan, Yan Xiao was still lacking. 2 years had not only not narrowed the gap between them, but it had also widened. Su Yen. I thought you were dead. But you've actually reached this level. Shui Xingchuan's consciousness was transmitted over. Back then, the Limitless Demons sect had undergone a huge change. That disaster had attracted the attention of the entire 9 provinces continent. The people of the Taihang Sword faction had even participated in the battle to kill the demons. However, they did not see Su Yan's figure at that time. In the end, they all thought that Su Yan had died. They did not expect that Su Yan would appear here again today. Since you don't want to disturb you, why don't you come over and sit with me? Shui Xingchuan said directly. Su Yan was naturally happy to go. In fact, he came here this time not only to take a look, but also to ask for their help. He wanted to return to the 5 provinces continent, so he needed a warship. Crossing between the 9 provinces continent and the 5 provinces continent was not something he could do now. If Kumquat was purely concerned about distance, then he would naturally be able to do it. However, other than distance, there was another important factor, and that was the astral winds. When flying, there would be a huge storm. Even someone as strong as him would be in danger if he was sucked into the storm. Moreover, if he was alone, it would be easy for him to get lost. Therefore, it would be best if they could board a battleship and go there. Su Yan saw Xue Xingchuan. This was a man who had been sealed in ice for 13 years. At this moment, his aura was overflowing. His entire body was filled with extremely powerful and terrifying sword qi. On his body, Su Yan could faintly feel the sword qi of the Taixing divine sword. Congratulations, Senior Xue. Su Yan could feel the Taihang holy sword's qi from his body. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Zhang Sei had allowed him to comprehend the Taihang holy sword. In the Taihang sword faction, the Taihang holy sword was the sect master's keepsake. Now that he had started to come into contact with the sword, it meant that he could very well become the next sect master of the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "Congratulations, my ass. You're the one who deserves to be congratulated. Your strength has increased by so much. It's simply shocking. I really want to fight with you." Xue Xingchuan's words gave Su Yan a fright. He knew very well that this person was a battle maniac. Since he said so, it was likely that he did have such thoughts in his heart. However, Su Yan did not dare to fight with him at this time. He was confident that he could defeat Yan Xiao, but he knew that he would most likely lose against this person. Of course, more importantly, the two of them had no reason to fight at this time. If it was only because they wanted to fight, they could only stop at a certain point. There was not much meaning to it. After all, Su Yan's fighting skills were all honed in life and death situations. He was fighting to the death, not sparring. "Speak, where have you been for the past 2 years? We all thought you were dead." You, and the little girl from the Feng clan were sad for a while. To be able to make the 2 moons of Taihang fall in love with you at the same time, you're quite capable. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan with a smile that was not a smile. This made Su Yan unable to raise his head, especially when he mentioned the little girl from the Feng clan. Su Yan was also a little surprised. He had always thought that Feng Yueyu's feelings for him were not real. He said, "When I fell into the Shura world, I couldn't do anything, but I was lucky enough to come back." Chapter 1067. Girls' Literature. Xue Xingchuan was obviously very interested in the Shura world, but Su Yan didn't linger on this topic for too long. He directly brought up his idea. "Senior, I want to go back to the 5 counties to have a look. Are there any battleships going to the 5 counties recently?" Su Yan just wanted to try his luck, but Xue Xingchuan said, "You want to go to the 5 counties? That's great. We just lost contact with a group of disciples, so we need to send someone to check. If you go, help me keep an eye on them." Su Yan was surprised to encounter such a thing. The 5 counties were actually very far away from the Jiuzhou continent, but the Taihang sword faction had battleships going back and forth there because there were many spirit stones in the 5 counties that were suitable for forging swords. To the Taihang sword faction, the 5 counties were an extremely important place. Su Yan had known about this for a long time. The disciples there were actually related to the burial sword tomb, but as time passed, the connection between the two became very thin. Every year, the 5 counties would send the collected mineral resources to the Jiuzhou continent, but something happened this year. 2 months had passed since the agreed time, but there was still no movement from the other side. There was not even a single piece of information. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Taihang sword faction began to discuss about sending someone over to take a look. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Venerable Realm, so this time, a Venerable Realm elder of the Feng family was sent over. Logically speaking, a big shot like a Venerable Realm cultivator shouldn't be sent over to the 5 counties. One had to know that in that place, a person at the Circumference Realm was considered a powerhouse. If a Venerable Realm cultivator went over, he would be suppressed by the laws of the continent, so he wouldn't be able to display his full strength. However, it was different now. Last time, when the space door was opened, demons, shadow creatures, and demons wreaked havoc. Although they were suppressed in the end, it was a bad start. Although the laws in the 5 counties were different, it was possible that these terrifying things would cause trouble as well. Therefore, they needed a strong person who could control the situation. In truth, Xue Xingchuan was still worried about that venerable going over. He even had the thought of going there himself. However, Zhang Zhe had another important matter for him to do. This matter was of great importance. Other than Xue Xingchuan, there was no one else in the Taihang sword faction who could take up this responsibility. Thus, as a last resort, he could not go to the 5 counties. These 2 days, he had been troubled by this matter, but he didn't expect Su Yan to come. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Su Yan's ability. Moreover, this time, Su Yan's aura was so deep. His formidable strength was almost not under his own, so he couldn't be more relieved. Okay, senior. I'll be careful. After hearing this news, Su Yan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Compared to the Jiuzhou continent, the 5 counties was his foundation. He had transmigrated to this world, and everything started in this world. If the 5 prefectures were to suffer a huge calamity, he would feel terrible. The warship will depart in 3 days. But you don't have to worry too much. This is just my guess. Maybe the 5 counties are fine now. You don't have to worry too much. After he finished speaking, he asked someone to make the arrangements. Since Su Yan didn't want to expose himself, he wouldn't do so either. In these 3 days, Su Yan had a good rest in the Xue family. Xue Xinhua didn't know that the person she had been thinking about day and night was only so far away from her. 3 days passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time. Su Yan directly sneaked into the cabin. Now that he had concealed his aura, almost no one could discover him. Even the Venerable almost couldn't discover Su Yan. As he was about to return, Su Yan's heart throbbed. In the 5 counties, there was someone waiting for him, Yun Wanqing. Back then, he had resolutely left the 5 counties to come here. To her, it was an unimaginable cruelty. But that woman faced it with a smile. Suddenly, so much time had passed. He didn't know how she was now. The warship sailed on the endless sea. The journey was boring and tedious. But for an expert at Su Yan's level, it was no longer a problem. He concealed his aura directly and then began to cultivate. Time passed little by little as he cultivated. As he got closer to the 5 counties, Su Yan became more and more depressed. In the past, his realm was not high, so he almost didn't feel anything. But now, it was different. Although he hadn't become a Dao master, he already had the power of the law. Even if it was a stolen law, it was still the power of the law. He could clearly feel the rejection of the law by this continent. He couldn't describe this feeling. It was as if this continent had its own will. At this moment, the wind and waves suddenly rose. At this moment, a powerful and terrifying force directly suppressed him. A terrifying aura directly surged at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Sea beasts. The vast sea had always been extremely terrifying. Even the powerful 9 provinces continent didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was in the sea. In the infinite world, the 9 provinces continent and the 5 counties continent were only 2 known continents. The continent's area was extremely vast. On the continent, there were many powerful demonic beasts in the mountains. Even the top 10 sects couldn't conquer these mountains. However, compared to the bottomless sea, the demonic beasts in the mountains were nothing. Last time, when Su Yan went to the 9 provinces continent, he encountered a powerful sea beast. However, that strength was only for him at that time. For the current Su Yan, that strength was nothing to him. But now, it was different. Su Yan's realm was no longer what it used to be. He looked over and saw that it was a powerful sea beast that almost reached the venerable realm. Its terrifying appearance was much more terrifying than the winged serpent in the past. Su Yan didn't make a move because there was a venerable realm here. Of course, a demonic beast of this level was no threat to Su Yan and the others. However, at this moment, Su Yan's divine thought went to a deeper place. It was deep in the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea, there were many creatures moving. Most of these sea beasts weren't powerful, but they were terrifying enough. It might not be a big deal for one sea beast to stir up trouble, but when those sea beasts stirred up trouble at the same time, they would stimulate an extremely terrifying power. This power was enough to overturn everything. Even Su Yan couldn't stop this power. Although the sea beasts hadn't come up yet, Su Yan already had a bad feeling. He realized that these sea beasts were releasing extremely violent auras. They were like infuriated bulls that could go crazy at any time. At this moment, this sea beast was the first to go berserk. This was an extremely unreasonable situation. Generally speaking, even if sea beasts went crazy, they wouldn't be in such a group. But now, wherever Su Yan's divine thought passed by, everything was like this. That terrifying aura was so terrifying. This won't do. We have to leave this place quickly. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. If they continued to stay here, they would all die. After pondering for a while, he came to a conclusion. The sea beast's violent behavior wasn't caused by humans. Perhaps they were attracted by some kind of aura. At this moment, the powerhouse from the Feng family had made a move. Facing this ferocious and terrifying sea beast, he displayed an extremely powerful power. He took a step forward, and his aura directly charged at the sea beast. At the same time, he raised his arm, and a huge sword chi immediately appeared in the air. The sword chi was magnificent, and judging from its appearance, it was even bigger than the sea beast. He was indeed a venerable one. After witnessing this scene, the disciples were excited. They felt that as long as the elder was around, nothing in this world could hurt them. At this moment, his power had reached such a level. If they could also be like this one day, how awe-inspiring would that be? The person they admired would probably go crazy for them. Nevertheless, the moment the elder made a move, another power suddenly appeared. As soon as the power landed, it shattered his sword chi. The huge and terrifying sword chi was directly crushed into pieces in this short instant. The elder's face changed drastically. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He didn't understand why the sword chi that he had painstakingly condensed would collapse in an instant. More importantly, now that the sword chi had collapsed, what should they do with the gigantic sea beast in front of them? The sea beast would directly devour their lives. However, right at that moment, a voice entered his ears. "Elder Feng, I'm here. Don't worry." Hearing this voice, the elder from the Feng family was obviously startled. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was still in a state of shock. Who is this person? Why is he here? Is he going to become an enemy of the Taihang sword faction? While he was thinking, the terrifying sea beast seemed to have been greatly frightened and suddenly returned to the sea. The elder from the Feng family was shocked when he saw this. Who is this person? How can he reach such a level? Chapter 1068. Female Literature, Elder of the Feng family, I'm Su Yan. Get the ship to sail at full speed and try to reach the 5 counties as soon as possible. At this time, Su Yan could no longer hide his identity, so he spoke directly. When the elder of the Feng family heard the name Su Yan, he was stunned for a moment. All of a sudden, he finally remembered why he was familiar with this voice. Su Yan. Su Yan, who made a shocking appearance in the Taihang sword faction and made great contributions. At that time, Su Yan was indeed stunning enough that many of the older generation remembered his name. However, didn't he die 2 years ago? He knew that Taihang Shuangyue had been sad for a long time because of this guy. Until now, she seemed to be depressed all day long. Why was this guy on this ship? What surprised him even more was how his power had reached such a level. He was already a venerable one, but that guy was able to dissolve his power so easily. In that case, what was his cultivation base now? At this time, he dared not imagine. At this time, Su Yan's voice was heard again. There are many powerful and ferocious sea beasts under the sea. If we killed that sea beast earlier, its blood and the energy fluctuations from the battle would only make this place the focus of the sea beasts. At that time, it would be difficult for us to escape. Su Yan explained to the elder. Of course, he did not have the intention to meet the elder because there was no need for that at this time. With different strengths, one's mentality would naturally be different. In fact, it was not without reason that those powerhouses regarded ordinary people as ants. When he was strong enough, he could easily do things that ordinary people would never be able to do. Naturally, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. This was a very natural thing. The elder smiled bitterly. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do. Since Su Yan was unwilling to meet him, he must have his reasons. Therefore, at this time, he immediately passed down an order to let the helmsman work hard to control the ship to reach the other side as soon as possible. Time passed like this. Half a day later, Su Yan suddenly stood up. This time, he no longer hid himself. He suddenly stood at the bow of the ship and floated above it. At this time, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction noticed Su Yan and immediately shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, who are you, you bastard? Get down here now. Do you want to die?" That was the captain's deputy. At this moment, when he suddenly saw that there was an extra person at the bow of the ship, he immediately became angry. These few days, the orders from above had made them sail with all their might, which was enough to annoy him. At this time, that guy actually acted recklessly, which was simply adding to their troubles. However, at this moment, the powerful venerable master of the Feng family suddenly appeared. "Shut up." The moment he appeared, the deputy immediately went silent. He could only stare at the Feng clan elder. At this time, the Feng clan elder walked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, the situation doesn't seem to be right. He was a little hesitant. He didn't know how to address Su Yan. After all, at this time, Su Yan's cultivation was much stronger than his. Although this was really shocking, it was a fact. After thinking for a long time, he decided to call Su Yan by his name. Fortunately, Su Yan didn't seem to care about this. He said, "Yes, there are a large number of sea beasts following behind us. It's very dangerous. These sea beasts seem to be restrained by someone. This was not good. If they encountered a sea beast by chance, they could just kill it. But now, a large number of sea beasts appeared, and they were so disciplined. This could only mean one thing, that was, there was an even more powerful sea beast behind them. It was because of the existence of the sea beasts that they were so disciplined. Let everyone be prepared for battle." In the face of so many terrifying sea beasts, Su Yan certainly wouldn't have any problems. However, whether or not the warship could be saved was another matter. The Feng clan elder also realized the horror of the situation. He directly passed down an order to let everyone be prepared. Roar! It was also at the moment when he gave the order that the sea beasts finally attacked. A powerful force began to attack, and the terrifying aura was fully displayed at this time. It was a giant whale. Its body was terrifyingly huge. It was actually 1/3 the size of the warship. This was a giant beast. When it slammed into the warship, it shook directly. The warship immediately became chaotic. "Quick, fire the crystals and run. Kill these beasts," the captain immediately said. The so-called warship naturally had extremely powerful firepower. At the very beginning, Su Yan felt a sense of fear when he felt the power of the warship's cannons. At this time, the sea beasts finally began to attack. Such a violent and dense attack was really terrifying. After a while, the warship's cannons were completely unable to suppress the crazy sea beasts. At this time, the Feng clan elder said, "Su Yan, I'll do it. You protect the warship," the Feng clan elder said in an inquiring tone. Su Yan's strength was far superior to his, so naturally, he would let Su Yan make the decision. However, at this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "No, elder. Let me do it." Su Yan already saw very clearly that there was an extremely terrifying monster under the sea. It was the mastermind behind these sea beasts. If they couldn't kill it, then they would still be in danger. Therefore, Su Yan decided to dive into the sea and kill it directly. Although the Feng clan elder's strength wasn't bad, it was obvious that he couldn't do this. As long as he dared to enter the sea, he wouldn't even be able to touch that powerful sea beast. He would be directly torn apart by the sea beasts. At this time, Su Yan directly jumped and immediately headed towards the sea. The sea beasts seemed to be paying attention to the sea surface at all times. At this time, countless sea beasts directly jumped up from the sea surface. Such a scene was actually quite spectacular. At this time, the terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. The appearance of this powerful force and aura directly strangled the sea beasts that jumped up. This force was truly too powerful. Under this force, a huge wave directly appeared in the sea. This terrifying aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. At this time, the violent force shook and an extremely terrifying burst of power erupted. It was simply shocking. Such a powerful force. At this time, the Feng clan elder's expression changed. Yesterday, Su Yan easily dispelled his sword energy. Although he was surprised, he still didn't think that Su Yan was that terrifying. Now, however, he truly witnessed Su Yan's terror and strength. Such a sword was simply earth-shattering. The violent and terrifying sword energy rose up in defiance of the heavens. If such a force rushed towards him, he would be directly killed in an instant. My God, what exactly did this kid go through? How did he become so powerful? Although Su Yan had already displayed extremely powerful and terrifying strength back then, how could he reach this level? But what about now? Su Yan's strength was already completely beyond his estimation. He even felt that Su Yan had already reached the realm of a terrifying Dao master. So far, there were only 2 Dao masters in the entire Taihang sword faction. One was Zhong Zhangze, and the other was Xue Xingchuan. Could there be a 3rd Dao master in the Taihang sword faction? If this was really the case, then it was really a blessing from the heavens. However, at this moment, he still felt extremely horrified. Su Yan's strength was truly terrifying. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Back then, he was clearly on par with Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. He did not know how Wang Baichuan was doing recently, but he knew that his family's genius, Feng Yuhai, was currently breaking through to the venerable realm. Such a young venerable was already a miracle. Perhaps he could not be compared with Xue Xingchuan back then, but in the history of the Taihang sword faction, he was also an extremely outstanding genius that could be recorded in the annals of history. However, Su Yan had displayed an absolutely overwhelming strength at this moment. This was truly terrifying. Su Yan naturally did not care about the opinion of the Feng family's elder. As soon as he fell, those sea beasts directly rushed towards him. Of course, these were all low-level sea beasts. Su Yan did not even bother to pay attention to these low-level sea beasts. At this moment, his power directly erupted. That power was extremely tyrannical and unreasonable. In an instant, it had already strangled everything. In an instant, blood filled the air. Originally, he did not want to see such a situation. After all, the more blood there was, the more sea beasts would be attracted. However, at this moment, these sea beasts had obviously surrounded him. Since that was the case, he did not care so much. Since they dared to surround him, he would just kill them all. At this moment, his aura directly erupted, and that violent power rose to its peak at this moment. At this moment, a powerful force ruthlessly pressed down. It was an incomparably terrifying power that seemed to want to obliterate everything. Su Yan entered the sea and headed towards the deep sea at an extremely terrifying speed. Although those sea beasts were powerful, they were not the real main sea beasts. It would be useless no matter how many of them were killed. The real terror was in the deep sea, where the powerful sea beast was controlling everything. The deep sea was definitely an extremely terrifying place. There was an enormous pressure in the deep sea. At this moment, Su Yan had already felt an enormous pressure crushing towards him. It was water pressure. Chapter 1069. Female literature. The water pressure was the enemy of human beings. Those sea beasts had lived here for countless years. Everything they did was to survive and evolve here. But human beings were different. At Su Yan's level, he could wrap himself with extremely powerful spiritual power, so he could also move freely in the deep sea. But if it was another person, his spiritual power might not be able to circulate before he was directly crushed by this terrifying water pressure. This was the horror of the deep sea. At this time, a powerful force was constantly shaking at this time. The terrifying aura almost destroyed everything. Su Yan's speed was very fast. Even the water pressure in the deep sea could not stop him. Finally, he had approached the powerful sea beast. At this time, the sea beast did not seem to notice his approach. It was still slowly moving horizontally at its own frequency. At this time, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. At this moment, he felt a force attacking him from behind. At this moment, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. "Humph, damn thing, you want to plot against me." At this time, he immediately knew that there was an invisible force attacking him from behind. At this time, it was needless to say that the sea beast in front of him would launch such an attack at this time. This thing was very cunning. On the surface, it was so calm, but secretly, it had launched an attack to kill him directly. However, how strong was Su Yan now? His divine sense was not worse than that of a Tao master. At this moment, layers of power suddenly appeared behind his body. This power directly formed a shield, immediately blocking everything. Regal sword escape. At this time, Su Yan did not want to waste time here. This sea beast was very powerful and very cunning. He even felt that the reason why this sea beast launched this attack was to target him. He had obviously restrained his aura, but the sea beast could still sense his aura. Although this was very incredible, this world was full of strange things. Many of these sea beasts had extremely powerful and terrifying innate abilities. It was not strange that he was able to discover him. Su Yan immediately activated the regal sword teleportation technique. At this moment, his speed broke through and he arrived in front of the giant sea monster. At this moment, he discovered that the giant sea monster was terrifyingly huge. Outside its body, there was an extremely terrifying electric power. If Su Yan didn't cultivate the power of thunder and was extremely sensitive to electricity, he might have been hit by this time. This was really an extremely cunning sea beast. However, this was actually not rare. After all, how could a sea beast that had reached this level be simple? At this time, Su Yan took another step forward and directly released a power at this time. That was the power of the law of ice. This was the deep sea, so it should be extremely difficult to release the law of ice here. However, Su Yan's power was not weak. His law of ice was plundered from the Shura king, especially the king of ice. He had reached the peak of what the Shura king could achieve. Needless to say, the power of this law was terrifying. At this moment, the brilliance of the sea became deep, and the aura became extremely oppressive and deep at this time. Su Yan's law of ice directly hit the huge sea beast. The sea beast probably did not expect Su Yan's counterattack to be so powerful. At this moment, his body was actually sealed in ice. That sea beast's body alone was hundreds of meters long. There was no need to say how terrifying its power was. However, its body was still frozen by Su Yan. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Yan's law of ice was. However, Su Yan's complexion did not improve in the slightest because at this time, he found that a power vortex suddenly appeared in the sea beast's body. The appearance of this power vortex directly impacted everything. At this time, his ice seal had already begun to tremble. Damn it, what a powerful power. As expected of a sea beast. The strength of this monster was really terrifying. When it went crazy, its power was much stronger than that of humans. Origin of destruction. However, it was not easy for Su Yan to seal its body. How could he let it wake up so easily at this time? At this time, he had already launched his second attack. His power was violent and direct, and the powerful force directly rushed over. That was the power of destruction. This was the origin power of the King of Destruction. There was no need to say how powerful this power was. Its name already showed how overbearing it was. This power took advantage of this opportunity to directly rush into the body of the terrifying sea beast. At this time, the sea beast immediately let out an extremely tragic roar. It was an unimaginable pain. At this time, it was in extreme pain. The terrifying power was rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. The power of destruction began to destroy everything in this huge sea beast. At this time, Su Yan's face was cold. He did not feel any joy. Instead, he looked solemn. The sea beast was actually so powerful. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart again. Damn it, there are still sea beasts. At this time, his heart suddenly trembled. He had already realized that there were sea beasts lying in ambush at this time. Damn it, when did these sea beasts learn the art of war? This was not good news. Now was the time to end the life of this terrifying sea beast. However, the power that suddenly erupted at this time completely shocked him. At this time, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. He directly activated the regal sword escape technique. In an instant, a light flashed and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, he found that there were actually more terrifying headless sea beasts around him. At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood that he thought that the huge sea beast was the commander. In fact, this was a mistake. It was just bait to lure him here. The real commander was still behind the scenes. To be able to use such a tactic, it did not seem to be a sea beast, but a human. It's really interesting. Who could it be? They actually ambushed me here. This place is the center of the sea. It's really a good choice to ambush me here. After all, it's very difficult for Su Yan to escape in this place. There's a terrifying astral wind in the sky. Of course, this also meant that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. However, it seemed that only one person knew his whereabouts this time, and that was Shuashingchuan. Even the elder of the Feng family did not know when he entered the cabin. Could it be that Shuashingchuan wanted to kill him? However, this seemed to be impossible. Shuashingchuan had no reason to kill him. This matter was really confusing. Su Yan could not figure it out. Since that was the case, he might as well not think about it. At this time, he calmed his mind and began to think of a way to get out of this predicament. If this place was not deep in the sea, these things would not be too difficult for him. However, it was a pity that there was no such thing as, if, in this world. A few powerful sea beasts were already charging towards him. These sea beasts were very powerful. Their aura fluctuated, giving people a suffocating feeling. At this time, Su Yan found that his escape route had been completely sealed by these things. Their existence was extremely terrifying to him. At this moment, the powerful sea beasts directly launched an attack on him. A terrifying and powerful force directly spread out at this time. The thick light was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. With such a powerful force, coupled with the deep water pressure, Su Yan immediately felt an unimaginable pressure. At this time, his Taisheng power directly erupted and blocked this force. His eyes were cold as he looked for a flaw. At this time, a greenish-brown light suddenly appeared and began to connect bit by bit. Chapter 1070. Female literature. Moreover, under the connection of that greenish-brown power, their strength had been greatly enhanced again. That kind of terrifying power was almost at the level of a Tao master. With the help of the strong water pressure of the vast sea, if Su Yan did not handle it well, it was very likely that he would die here. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji divine sword appeared in his hand. Facing such fear, he had to be cautious. The power of the Taiji divine sword was released, and the power of law was directly condensed. At this moment, he directly displayed the power of his domain. Although those powerful sea beasts were not to be trifled with, Su Yan was not a good-for-nothing. At this time, his aura was circulating, and his entire person was filled with an extremely strong killing intent. Since he could not find an opening, he would directly kill his way out. At this moment, his aura was condensed to the extreme, and then his entire body directly flew out, and the powerful and terrifying power reached the extreme at this time. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation directly rushed out, and it was a sword edge. The powerful sword edge had too much power, and Su Yan had already condensed the power of ice and fire the moment he attacked. Such a power impact had reached the extreme at this time. That terrifying power at this time rolled out like an endless and terrifying strangling storm. This energy collided with the energy of the sea beasts. These sea beasts were extremely berserk. When this power violently collided, it immediately formed an extremely terrifying vortex. Several sea beasts shook continuously. Obviously, this attack was also extremely heavy and terrifying for them. However, just as they were about to retreat, another power directly appeared. As soon as this wave of power fell, the sea beasts immediately stopped in their tracks. At this time, they seemed to be unable to bear the terrible pain, and their huge bodies actually struggled a little. However, this struggle was quickly calmed down. That green light was controlling them. Su Yan's divine thought immediately went down, and he finally found the green light source. It was an extremely strange creature. Its body was not very strong, but the light it emitted was extremely strange, and it could actually control these extremely terrifying sea beasts. Moreover, now that Su Yan was blocked by these sea beasts, even if he wanted to break the space temporarily, he could not do it. This was the deep sea, and the pressure here was almost unimaginably strong. If Su Yan directly broke the terrifying pressure here, he would definitely be hit by an extremely powerful force. Perhaps he would suffer a backlash before he could break the space. Therefore, now there was only one way out, and that was to use his power to force a gap. This is really tricky. I don't know why, but I actually thought of an old friend. The one who can do this, most likely, it's you. Su Yan struck out with his sword once again. After he struck out with his sword, he suddenly thought of a person in his heart. The possibility of Xue Xingchuan wanting to kill him was very small, almost impossible, and even Xue Xingchuan, although his strength was terrifying, definitely could not do this. At this time, the person Su Yan thought of was Duan Wulonghu. Although there was no evidence, Su Yan had already determined that this matter was done by Duan Wulonghu. This guy was really good at scheming. Of course, there was no point in thinking about this now. The most important thing now was to break out of this situation. If he really wanted to kill me, why didn't he show up personally? I really don't understand. What's the purpose of this guy's probing? At this time, Su Yan made his aura stagnate again, and at the same time, his strength directly rose at this time. Continuing to be entangled was not good for him. He did not know whether more sea beasts would come here. Therefore, at this time, he decided to directly break through. In fact, he already had a way to break through the blockade, but it would cost him a lot. He activated the Taiji sword with all his strength, directly combining the law of ice and Shura's law of fire into one, and then exploding with the terrifying destructive power of ice and fire. He would definitely be able to break through all the barriers. After all, this was one of Su Yan's ultimate killing moves, which was enough to kill experts at the level of Tao Master. In fact, the sea beasts were similar to him in one way, and that was, although their strength was terrifying, their cultivation level had not reached that level yet. Su Yan only needed to forcibly crush them with the power of the law, and then he could still kill them, but by doing so, his law of Shura would definitely suffer from the backlash. Of course, with the existence of the supreme power, the backlash would not be too severe and terrifying. Just as Su Yan was about to condense his power, a voice suddenly called out in the depths of his mind, "Master, my great master." The sea-splitting demonic snake. This voice came from the sea-splitting demonic snake. Back then, the sea-splitting demonic snake had sunk into the bottomless depths of the sea, and began to sleep to break through. The other two powerful sea beasts were also lost in the battle with the Dragon King. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly appeared. Su Yan had to admit that the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake at this time was an excellent opportunity for him. It was like a ray of hope in a difficult situation. "Yes, my great master, you are still alive. I was wondering how my great master could die like this. Now, your servant is here. Don't worry, these pieces of trash are nothing to me. They are just my food, The arrogant voice of the sea-splitting demonic snake sounded very friendly to Su Yan. In fact, he did not care whether the sea-splitting demonic snake could really be of use at this time, because even without the sea-splitting demonic snake, he could directly kill these sea beasts, but he would be slightly injured. However, what he cared about was whether the sea-splitting demonic snake would betray him. At this time, he could certainly feel that the sea-splitting demonic snake had broken through to become a holy beast, which meant that he was now an expert at the level of Tao Master. In a one-on-one battle, Yan Xiao might not be his opponent. At this time, he had enough power to break the connection between them, but he did not do so. Instead, he welcomed him with great excitement. "Okay, let's do it together." Su Yan transmitted his thoughts to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan's crisis was that he was trapped and could not break out of the situation. He could only use his absolute power to find a way out. But now, it was different. With the arrival of the sea-splitting demonic snake, everything would be different. The sea-splitting demonic snake shook, and then the sea seemed to boil. The power of a holy beast was fully displayed at this time. Those powerful sea beasts were originally suppressed by the faint green light, so they attacked Su Yan without any regard for their lives. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful majesty arrived. The majesty of a holy beast was naturally extraordinary. Its terrifying power directly increased at this time, and those sea beasts were already in a mess. It was also at this time that Su Yan released his sword light. The moment his sword light was released, a terrifying power turned into a whirlwind and directly chased after it. That incomparably violent power displayed its most terrifying lethality at this time. If the formation of these sea beasts hadn't been messed up at this time, they would have been able to resist Su Yan's power by relying on the power they had connected with each other. But now, under the impact of the sea-splitting demonic snake's majesty, their power had long been in a mess. So, at this time, their defense was naturally useless in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's swordlight directly killed a powerful sea beast. At this time, the powerful sea-splitting demonic snake's terrifying body twisted and immediately wrapped around two sea beasts at the same time. Those two sea beasts were very powerful, and they were not far away from becoming a holy beast. However, they were not holy beasts after all. Finally, under the extremely powerful strangulation of the sea-splitting demonic snake, they were directly killed. With 3 sea beasts dead, the other sea beasts were no longer a threat at all. The sea-splitting demonic snake was even more excited. It cooperated with Su Yan to devour those powerful sea beasts. Great Master! The sea-splitting demonic snake's huge body surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan's hand gently touched the scales of the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, the minds of the two powerful existences were connected. Oh Great Master, that damned blood-winged wyvern actually dared to betray us. Don't worry, I will definitely tear it apart and use that idiot's blood to wash away this humiliation for you. The sea-splitter demonic serpent roared from its soul. At this time, Su Yan said, I have my own plans for this matter. What owes me will naturally be returned. Now, tell me, how are the two-winged sky tiger and the oriole? Those few were his companions. They did not betray him when he was on the brink of death. Perhaps at the beginning, it was because of the Godslayer sword's coercion. However, at this time, they were already true comrades. At this time, the sea-tearing demonic snake roared, Great Master, please rest assured. Although these two guys have experienced a lot of dangers, they are still fine. At this time, they are on the verge of transforming. Although they can't be stronger than me, there is not much difference between us. Hearing this news, Su Yan was naturally happy. After all, they were his beast pets. The increase in their strength was naturally enough to benefit him. However, Su Yan did not care about this. He cared about their safety. At this time, he said, the world is changing. At this moment, he said to the sea-splitting demonic snake, the changes in this world have begun. This world will become more dangerous in the future, so please protect yourself no matter what. Now, you should leave first and think of a way to make yourself stronger. Of course, you should also protect the two of them. To me, your department is very important to me. Nothing must happen to them. Chapter 1071. Female Literature. Su Yan bid farewell to the sea-rending demonic snake and returned to the warship. At this time, the warship was in a sorry state. The battle just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that the warship was incomparably sturdy and had a venerable protecting it, it would have capsized long ago. At this time, Su Yan walked in front of the Feng family's venerable and said, speed up as soon as possible. The sea is even more dangerous for us. We can't stay here any longer. After saying this, Su Yan returned to his residence. At this time, he was going to start his closed-door cultivation. He had to seize every minute and second. Now, he was even more convinced that it was Duan Wulong doing. This guy was really insidious. He actually caused trouble like this. However, fortunately, his strength was actually not bad. Therefore, he could continue to persist for a while. However, it was hard to say in the future. After all, this guy was in the dark. He was a poisonous snake, but he didn't know where this snake was. This was an extremely bad thing. If he couldn't deal with this poisonous snake, then he would have to live in fear all the time. Of course, this wasn't the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that if this guy attacked the people he cared about, how would he deal with it? Therefore, at this time, Su Yan was already thinking about some things. He was thinking about how to lure this Duan Wulonghu out. Su Yan definitely wouldn't underestimate Duan Wulonghu. Now that his 20 kilometers had been greatly improved, this Duan Wulonghu's strength would definitely increase tremendously as well. This Duan Wulonghu was definitely a terrifying figure. If not, how could he survive the desperate situation of death in the past and still be able to stir up trouble now? Rosen was originally an outstanding genius, but now he was used by Duan Wulonghu. This time, an extremely powerful shadow creature appeared behind Rosen. Su Yan immediately guessed that he must have joined Duan Wulonghu. This was really a terrifying person. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Another few days passed, but these few days were calm and tranquil. The situation of being besieged by the powerful sea beasts did not occur again. The ship finally docked. At this time, Su Yan said to the Feng family's ancestor, "I know you're here for the mine. Remember, this matter may be more complicated than you think. So, if anything happens, don't try to be brave." In the past, the strength of a venerable realm ancestor was the top here, but it's different now. No matter what, if anything happens, send a signal to me. Su Yan, the Feng ancestor, didn't have the ancestor's sword. The Feng family's venerable realm ancestor didn't have any objections. After all, he had already seen Su Yan's unfathomably powerful strength. This was actually human nature. When facing someone stronger than oneself, one's heart would naturally be filled with fear and would never have other opinions. If Su Yan was still the junior from back then even if his potential was unlimited, he wouldn't pay attention to Su Yan. After Su Yan finished talking to them, he directly used his escape technique and left. His destination was the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, Yun Wanqing was still waiting for him. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an unimaginable loneliness. He longed to find a harbor that he could rely on. This loneliness came so suddenly that he couldn't control himself at all. For so many years, he had been fighting bitterly. Perhaps he had companions, or perhaps there were women who liked him, but in fact, Su Yan didn't dare to get too close to them because he was afraid that he would implicate them. Because he was afraid of being alone, he became even more lonely. Su Yan flew with all his might. However, at this time, he suddenly felt a difference. While flying, he felt the changes in the world. At this time, the world seemed to be completely different. While moving forward, he felt an enormous pressure. The appearance of this pressure made Su Yan feel uneasy. He had always known that the 5 counties and the 9 provinces were different. However, in the past, he didn't feel this way. Of course, at that time, he wasn't strong enough and hadn't reached the point where he could feel this pressure. And now, he was qualified enough to feel this terrifying pressure. He couldn't help but look at the sky. He suddenly realized that the 5 counties seemed to be worried about the outside world. If it was in the past, it would be impossible for him to feel this way. However, it was different now. He had already stepped into a different world. He had already felt the different power of the other world. Because of this, his heart was even more flustered. The closer he got to the core of the 5 counties, the more obvious this feeling became. At this time, something suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was an inconspicuous crystal. It floated in the air like a dandelion. However, within it, Su Yan could feel an extremely huge amount of energy. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with disbelief. How could such a small thing have such a strong power? What was even more frightening was, why would such a thing appear in the 5 counties? If this thing exploded, how terrifying would the destructive power be? Perhaps the entire world would be annihilated. It was at this moment that a terrifying thunderbolt struck towards Su Yan. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've returned to the Shura world? At this time, Su Yan was shocked. He felt like he had returned to the Shura world and was being targeted by the Heaven's will. Heaven's will. Yes, at this time, Su Yan realized that the 5 counties seemed to have given birth to its own will. This was an incredible thing. Giving birth to its own will meant that he had undergone a brand new transformation. However, this was clearly the same world. Why was it like this? At this time, Su Yan suddenly stretched out his hand. He wanted to grab the crystal in his hand. However, at this time, the crystal suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. This made Su Yan somewhat unable to believe it. Everything that had just happened was like an illusory dream. However, was this really a dream? No, it was impossible. At his level, it would be a joke if he was still bewitched by dreams. He could not have made such a mistake. Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly activated. He wanted to search. His intuition told him that this dandelion crystal was extremely important. However, he could not find it. Forget it. This is an opportunity. If I can get it, it will appear in front of me again. However, if it doesn't belong to me, then it's useless to force it. I can't make a conclusion about the changes in the 5 counties yet. However, things that should be clear will always be clear. Once he had figured this out, he immediately flew off into the distance. Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was now the undisputed #1 sect in the 5 counties. Although the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization had disappeared, the sect's strength had not weakened. Instead, it had increased. Compared to the past, this world was very different. In the past, the spiritual chi in the 5 counties was very scarce. This was also the reason why there were no powerful experts in the 5 counties. It was rumored that the Limitless Demons sect had once launched a blood sacrifice. They wanted to sacrifice the entire 5 counties in order to revive their greatest great demon god lord. Although that crazy act did not succeed, it had damaged the foundation of the 5 counties. It was also because of this that the 5 counties began to fall silent. Of course, although the spiritual chi was gradually dissipating, this 5 counties still had its unique place. Therefore, the experts of the 9 counties could not all come here. Now, the spiritual chi in the 5 counties had suddenly increased. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, it was the truth. The increase in spiritual chi was extremely beneficial to the entire 5 counties. There were many geniuses in the 5 counties. They should have gone further, but because of the lack of spiritual chi, they could not break through the shackles. Moreover, because of the sea, it was not easy for them to leave even if they wanted to. Only when the warships of the 9 counties arrived, a few lucky people could leave. However, at this moment, everything was different. This world was no longer what everyone had imagined. The spiritual chi was returning. Those who had been stuck in this realm and felt that there was no hope at all saw hope again at this moment. The feeling of despair was very terrifying. In the 5 counties, there were many experts. When their strength had reached the peak and could not go any further, they were waiting for despair to come. This kind of pain had tormented generations of people. However, they were lucky at this moment. Like the sect master of the Sword Tomb who had undergone plastic surgery, his cultivation had reached the peak. However, he was restricted by the Heaven and Earth and could not break through. However, recently, when the spiritual chi of Heaven and Earth increased, he felt that the time for him to break through had arrived. In fact, it was not only them. Many experts felt the same way. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing looked at the endless sea of clouds. Below the sea of clouds was a cliff. Back then, she and Su Yan had fallen in love at that place. However, it was also a place of sadness. It was there that he saw the true face of his father. He had left him at that place. Recently, her cultivation had improved very quickly. However, to him, this was not something to be happy about. In fact, he did not care about this at all. She only cared about seeing the person she cared about again. Chapter 1072. Female literature, of course, increasing her strength was actually a good thing. When her strength increased to a certain level, she might be able to catch up with that man and find him. A cool breeze blew, and Yun Wanqing stroked her hair. This inadvertent action made her look incomparably charming. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded. Sect leader, bad news, sect leader. After Yunhee left, she naturally became the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, Su Yan did not reveal Yunhee's evil deeds, so in the hearts of many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yunhee was still their hero. Yun Wanqing frowned slightly. She really did not like to be disturbed when she was deep in thought. However, at this time, she still left this place and walked forward. After all, she knew that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization should know her temperament. If nothing really happened, they would not disturb her like this. Yun Wanqing went outside. At this moment, the worry between her eyebrows had long been hidden. No matter what, she was a sect leader. She could not let the people of the sect see her weakness. Elder Shao, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Yun Wanqing asked. This Elder Shao was an old man in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, his strength was mediocre, so he was not eye-catching in the sect for so many years. However, after that big battle, this Elder Zhao's talent was gradually revealed, so Yun Wanqing promoted him and made him an elder. She naturally knew the person she had promoted. If there wasn't anything urgent, he wouldn't do this. Sect leader, 342 people in Mo village, 300 miles away from Yun City, were massacred, and he was a little hesitant. Yun Wanqing said, speak, and what? Over 300 lives was no small matter. However, if it had been done by ordinary corrupt bandits, this elder wouldn't have been so alarmed. Elder Shao finally spoke, furthermore, their corpses have all disappeared. When he said this, he was still a little frightened. Then he continued, I felt that this matter was extremely strange, so I rushed over to take a look myself. The village was not damaged at all, but everyone in the village was gone. Yun Wanqing frowned even more, and then asked, since everyone is gone, how can you be sure that they are all dead? This was indeed a problem. Elder Shao said, because one disciple witnessed the massacre. Although this disciple was lucky enough to come back alive, but now. Yun Wanqing immediately said, take me there. The fog technique was a holy healing technique. Back then, she had used the fog technique to heal Su Yan's injuries. It's too late. He was already dead, and his death was very miserable. At first, his body was black all over, but when I came back again, his body had disappeared. Elder Shao smiled bitterly. He was already more than 70 years old. Naturally, he was not young. However, among all the things he had experienced, this was definitely an extremely strange thing. Even if he had been poisoned, his body should not have disappeared. Even if it had been corroded by the poison, there should still be some residue left. But now, gone, there was nothing left. It was as if this person had never appeared. What a terrifying and strange thing this was. It was also because of this that he finally had to call Yun Wanqing. Let's go to that village and take a look, Yun Wanqing said. This was not a small matter. If it was just an ordinary murder by a cult, with the current strength of the Heaven and Earth organization, it would naturally be easy to solve. However, this was obviously not the case. Yun Wanqing knew very well that this was definitely not a good sign. Therefore, she had to go and see for herself. Meanwhile, in the distant Leitang sect, Lei Wanjun also received the same news at this time. So, someone is deliberately looking for trouble. This is really interesting. The 5 counties have been peaceful for too long. At this time, the spirit Qi has been restored. Even those bastards have woken up and want to cause trouble. But this is also good. If they have been so quiet, wouldn't it be too boring? I also want to see how powerful these bastards are. At this moment, there was an extremely terrifying gaze in his eyes. Square and circle. The sky was square and the earth was square. His realm was deeper than before. In the Burial Sword sect, Old Man Burial Sword fell into deep thought at this time. This kind of action is somewhat like the demeanor of the Devil's sect. It's just that after the Great Calamity, the Devil's sect had already gone to the 9 regions. This is already something that happened many years ago. Why would such a thing happen at this time? I keep feeling that something is wrong. In an extremely remote place in the 5 counties continent. A strong wind blew, but there seemed to be nothing but rolling sand and dust. However, under the ground, it was a completely different world. This place was filled with thick darkness. Only torches illuminated this darkness. It seems that our time has finally come. It's finally time for the Dark Devil's sect to recover. Then, let's take our first step. A person seemed to be completely silent in the darkness. His voice was a bit flat, but there was an indescribable indifference in this indifference. At this time, suddenly, the sound of crying could be heard in the darkness. It was the crying and wailing of souls. The Dark Devil's sect. It was a sect that had completely disappeared in the history of the 5 counties continent. Yun Wanqing arrived at a village. This was an extremely ordinary village. There were not many people and it was not far from Cloud City. In the past, this village was considered lively. After all, it was on the way to Cloud City and many people would come here to rest. However, today, this place was so quiet. This place was empty and there was nothing. The houses were clearly there, but there was no one. There was only a thick smell of blood. Yun Wanqing stepped into this place. At this time, she spread out her divine perception. She wanted to see what was causing trouble. Yun Wanqing and the others walked around but did not find anything. At this time, this kind of oppression and heaviness naturally became even more terrifying. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was a bit strange. It sounded like the meowing of a kitten. Right now, these people could be considered to be jittery at the slightest sound. When they heard this voice, they naturally became extremely nervous. At this time, they suddenly turned their heads, but there was nothing. At this time, Yun Wanqing suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Then, she directly activated her drifting cloud technique. Cloud Sword. The clouds and mist transformed into sword chi in an instant, and then slashed forward. There was clearly nothing there, but after her sword landed, a black shadow actually appeared. Elder Shao and the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization immediately became alert and then attacked at the same time. The power of this attack was naturally not weak. However, not only did this sword not achieve good results, but it also felt as if their swords had stabbed into a huge rock. The terrifying rebounding force made them suffer greatly. At this time, they saw clearly that the thing that appeared in front of them was actually a black cat. The voice that they heard just now was not fake. It was the sound of a cat meowing. Of course, if it was just an ordinary cat, it would naturally not be a big deal. Even if it was a demonic beast, they could just kill it. However, this black cat was completely different from the ones they had seen before. This was because this black cat actually had a smiling face. Looking at it like this, it was simply terrifying. Meow. Another cry was heard. This made the expressions of Yun Wanqing and the others become even more solemn. Piercing Tiger City. Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that she actually felt a little dizzy. This feeling was very faint. Even if it was an ordinary person, as long as they pulled themselves together a little, they would be able to ignore it. However, at this time, she was immediately overwhelmed with shock. Su Yan had told her that no details could be ignored during a battle. This was because this could become a road to death at any time. They were all cultivators. Under normal circumstances, how could they suddenly feel dizzy? This could only mean one thing, and that was this damned black cat's doing. Elders, you must be careful. This black cat is strange. After saying that, she condensed a cloud sword again and directly attacked the black cat. Over the years, she had also broken through the boundary. When her sword fell, it naturally had an indescribable majesty and lethality. However, the black cat acted as if it did not see her sword. When the power rushed towards it, it actually yawned. Then, it gently swung its tail. The tail that was clearly short turned into a long whip at this time and directly lashed Yun Wanqing's cloud sword. Yun Wanqing's strength was not weak. Logically speaking, she should not be so fragile. However, this attack directly sent her flying. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Yun Wanqing's body somersaulted in the air. Then, she diffused this powerful force in an extremely neat way. At this time, her beautiful face was filled with endless solemnity. Meow. At this time, the black cat's face once again revealed a strange smile. Then, it suddenly kicked its legs and directly pounced on Yun Wanqing. At this time, Elder Shao and the others finally woke up. Protect the sect master. At this time, they directly attacked. Although their strength was not as strong as Yun Wanqing's, those who came with her were naturally not mediocre. When these people attacked, they naturally slowed down the black cat's movements. Chapter 1073. Girls' Literature. Yun Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief. As she had underestimated the black cat's strength, she had almost suffered a great loss. However, now that she had an idea, she wouldn't be careless in her attack this time. Logically speaking, the demonic beasts here should not have such strength. In the current world, although the spirit energy had increased, no matter how powerful it was, the strength of these demonic beasts should not have increased so quickly. What's more, this black cat was not only powerful, it was also strange. This fellow's existence was really too strange, especially when it cried out, which made her tremble in fear. Even she was affected to some extent. As for Elder Shao and the others, there was no need to say much. At this time, he was not used to this power. Therefore, Yun Wanqing knew that at this time, she had to kill this damned black cat in one blow. Otherwise, there would be more variables. After all, she was not sure if this black cat was the only one. At this time, the black cat suddenly broke free from the blockade of several people and charged directly towards Yun Wanqing. It was as if it had already determined that Yun Wanqing was its only enemy. At this moment, it was charging towards her without a care for anything else. At this time, a powerful force rose directly. That strange and terrifying aura made Yun Wanqing's mind suffer a huge impact. Sect Master, be careful. Elder Xiao's shout came. It was obvious that Elder Xiao was in great pain at this time. In the battle with the black cat, he had suffered a lot of injuries. At this time, Yun Wanqing's cloud sword directly swung out. At this time, she was already a powerful expert. Such a sword could almost be called stunning. At this time, her aura continued to rise and directly repelled the black cat again. She already knew that the black cat's cry was very strange, so at this time, she naturally would not let herself fall for it again. Cloud flow into the sea. At this time, she suddenly shouted. The cloud sword dispersed at this time, and countless clouds rushed directly towards the black cat. The black cat had just been struck by the cloud sword and was knocked back. It was currently unstable, but it did not expect Yun Wanqing's power to be so fast and directly charged towards it. The black cat wanted to dodge, but in the end, it was still one step too slow and was directly entangled by this power. Cloud flow into the sea was an extremely powerful move in the Heaven and Earth Organization's cultivation technique. Back then, even Yun he did not have a good grasp of it. When this power was exerted, it could form an extremely continuous force that constantly stretched out and attacked, directly surrounding everything. Its lethality was indeed not great, but it was best used to trap and kill others. At this time, the black cat was entangled by this force and immediately began to struggle. Its power was extremely strong, but this cloud flow into the sea could not be broken with brute force. At this time, Yun Wanqing's complexion looked slightly better. No matter what, this force had finally trapped the monster. However, she still did not relax. Su Yan had told her that if she was not sure that her opponent was dead, then she must not relax. Because she did not know what kind of trump card her opponent had. At this time, the black cat suddenly let out the most shrill cry. At this time, the black hair on its back stood up one by one, looking extremely terrifying. Then, Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that the air around her had turned dark. She was even more shocked. This black cat's ability was indeed different. Fortunately, she was already prepared, so at this time, she did not panic at all. On the contrary, the moment her line of sight changed, the awakening celestial sword in her hand flew out. The awakening celestial sword was a sword that Su Yan had left for her. According to the grade of this sword, it was already a top-grade famous sword. This sword had accompanied Su Yan for a long time, and Su Yan had nurtured a murderous aura in the sword. At this time, as soon as the awakening celestial sword flew out, a murderous aura immediately appeared. The black cat was different from all the creatures that Yun Wanqing had seen. Ordinary power did not seem to have much effect on it. Perhaps only 70% of his power would be able to affect him. However, this sword was different. When the murderous aura appeared, the black cat's face actually showed some fear. It was afraid. Yun Wanqing immediately saw that the black cat was afraid of the murderous aura. Brother Su Yan, I didn't expect that I would still need your help at this time. At this time, Yun Wanqing felt a rare warmth in her heart. At the same time, her power had already slashed directly at the black cat. The power released by the black cat kept retreating under the impact of Su Yan's sword aura. In the end, it disappeared completely. Go to hell. Yun Wanqing deeply understood the principle of eliminating evil. At this time, since she had already gained the upper hand, it was impossible to let him continue to be so carefree. At this time, her sword directly slashed at the human face. At this time, the black cat was extremely frightened. However, at this time, it was still tied up by Lu Yunqinghai. Even if it wanted to, it could not immediately do so. Seeing that the sword was finally about to fall into its mind, its eyes suddenly emitted a red light. Looking at its posture, it was going to perish together with Yun Wanqing. Putting everything else aside, this guy's temper was really bad. At this time, Yun Wanqing was already prepared. She immediately cast a spell to block it. Of course, she also knew that after blocking this move, she would definitely be injured. However, in comparison, this was already the best ending. Unexpectedly, at this time, a figure directly appeared. It was Elder Shao. Evil creature, don't hurt the sect master. He suddenly exclaimed. Then, his body actually blocked in front of Yun Wanqing. The red light released by the black cat directly fell on his body. And Yun Wanqing's cloud sword also directly slashed into the black cat's body. At this time, Yun Wanqing was completely stunned. She did not expect that at this difficult moment, the elder of her family would actually risk his life to save her. At this time, she did not care about the life and death of the black cat. She just directly said, Elder Shao. Sect Master, don't worry. I, Elder Shao, am still alive. I won't die. Elder Shao had a smile on his face, but his face was so pale. If he said that he would not die, these seemed to be his last words of comfort. At this time, Yun Wanqing was really moved. After all, she was a woman. How could she watch someone die for her like this? So at this time, she immediately said, "Elder Shao, don't say anything. Don't worry, I know the cloudy mist technique. I will definitely cure you." At this time, she did not have much confidence in her heart. If this village and that disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization all died at the hands of this black cat, then it meant that the chances of the cloudy mist technique being able to cure him were actually very slim. However, she was not willing to give up just like this. She directly activated her power, and the cloudy mist technique was about to land on Elder Zhao's body. However, at this time, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. At this time, Elder Shao, who was clearly seriously injured, suddenly had a fierce look on his face. Then, a sword light appeared, directly stabbing towards Yun Wanqing's heart. Yun Wanqing originally wanted to use the cloudy mist technique. However, after her realm had greatly improved, her senses had become much sharper. At this most critical moment, she finally realized that something was wrong and immediately got up to retreat. However, although she realized it, she was still half a step too late. The sword light pierced her shoulder. However, this was still much better than stabbing her heart. "Elder Shao, you..." At this time, Yun Wanqing was full of disbelief. Elder Shao, who had risked everything to block that terrifying attack for her, was actually trying to assassinate her at this time. At this time, Elder Zhao's expression had completely changed. He looked at Yun Wanqing and said directly, "Humph, what a stupid woman. You still don't know what happened at this time. You're still questioning me here." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and was about to attack again. At this time, Yun Wanqing had already come back to her senses. Elder Shao had betrayed her. What made her even more shocked was that the people around Elder Shao were also charging towards her. They wanted to kill her. Damn it! She cursed in her heart. She couldn't care less and immediately retreated. Due to her injury, she couldn't increase her speed to the maximum. However, she still tried her best because she knew very well that if she couldn't escape at this time, she would die in the next moment. "Humph, stupid woman. Do you really think you can escape from my sword?" At this time, Elder Shao sneered and directly chased after Yun Wanqing. The others immediately followed suit. It turned out that his sword had already been smeared with poison. It was precisely because of this that he was so confident. After spending so much time together, he already had a certain understanding of Yun Wanqing. He deeply knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. Even in the previous life and death situation, she would definitely be careful and vigilant. In order to make this woman let down her guard, he had to do what he did just now. Of course, the best opportunity was to suddenly attack when the woman was casting the fog technique. However, if he did that, this woman would definitely discover that he wasn't injured at all. Then, she would be on guard and might even attack him directly. That wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, he chose to attack when she was about to cast the fog technique. However, he didn't expect this woman's senses to be so sharp. The moment he attacked, she actually discovered that something was wrong.